But I can't hear anyone. Oh. Yes. Hello, anyone online, please do introduce yourselves. Can they hear us online? They can? But these things are not clear. Can you see? Because we could fill up names there. Good morning, anyone online? Madagascar, can you hear us? Please unmute.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Could you kindly introduce yourselves so we can start the meeting? Good morning. Can you hear me? I think they can't hear something, but it's on. She said no. Good morning. Maybe we move on to another delegate online. Wow, Madagascar. We hope they can begin to hear. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. So I am Ibarra Wilson.
We can hear you. Please go ahead. She can't hear.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Please proceed.
So I am Ibarra Wilson. I was recruited recently for the SPSR project.
Okay, that's our new researcher from Madagascar. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Sorry you couldn't be here physically, but we are happy to be with you today. Thank you. Anyone else online? Any of the members of the technical working group?
Sorry.
Thank you very much for your introduction, Madagascar. We would like other participants online to also introduce themselves. Okay. And I was asking if there are any members of the technical working group who are online. I see people, but Chavel. Mr. Chavel, are you online? Any other colleagues online? Please do go ahead and introduce yourselves. Okay, maybe we could do, as we wait for the colleagues online, we could do a round of introductions for us that are in the meeting physically, and probably go in alphabetical order, but I see Angola is not here. Angola is in a different place. Okay, because I was looking at the label. Okay, please proceed.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Osvaldo. I'm a researcher for Parliament of Angola.
Thank you. Anyone from Botswana? Anyone, Eswatini?
Very good morning to Madam SG and colleagues. I'm Chabile Malaza, Director Research Eswatini. Thank you.
Thank you. Lesotho?
Good morning, Madam SG. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Matambo from Lesotho. I work as a Srhr researcher.
Thank you.
Madam SG, colleagues, my name is Dubisa Majoro from the Parliament of Lesotho.
Thank you. Madagascar, I think we've had that introduction already. Malawi?
Thank you so much, Madam SG, colleagues. My name is Joseph Mans, the desk officer from Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauritius?
We still have Malawi. Somebody.
Oh, Malawi still. Thank you.
Good morning, SG and colleagues. My name is Gomeziani Gwira, researcher at Parliament of Malawi.
Thank you. We move to Mauritius. We don't have anyone from Mauritius, do we? As far as I know. Okay, then we can proceed to Mozambique.
Bom dia a todos. Bom dia, colegas. Eu chamo Ezequiel Numai, sou desk office de Moçambique e faço-me acompanhar por meus investigadores que vão se apresentar aqui somente.
Bom dia a todos e a todas, e especialmente a senhora secretária-geral. Eu chamo Geraldina Chavel Bonifácio, sou pesquisadora para a área de Direitos e Saúde Sexual e Reprodutivos de Moçambique. Obrigada.
Good morning, Madam SG. Good morning, team. My name is Manuel Chifunga, research for Mozambique.
Could we please have Namibia?
Good morning, Madam SG and colleagues. My name is Maria Mambola, SADC PF Desk Officer from Namibia.
Good morning, SG and colleagues. My name is Elizabeth Andreas. I'm a researcher from Namibia. I'm happy to see you, all of you here, and thank you, SG, for uniting us again.
Thank you. Anyone else from Namibia? Okay. Seychelles? She's trying to settle down, I think. Okay, maybe we move on to South Africa. I don't think we have anyone. South Africa, are you online?
Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dumisani Janjis. I'm the Director of Parliamentary Budget Office in South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. I'm the head of the Treasury Advice Office at Parliament of the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you. Seychelles, would you like to introduce yourself now?
Good morning. I'm Geneviève Morel from Seychelles Parliament. I'm Director of the Speaker's Office and also a Srhr researcher for SADC PF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Samia Libo from Seychelles, Senior Parliamentary Reporter at the National Assembly, replacing the SADC Desk Officer, for ex-secretary, Assistant Secretary on the Srhr Committee, and currently the Secretary on Women's Caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania. I see now. Zambia.
Good morning, Madam SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Aifoma Molewa. I'm an Srhr researcher in the Parliament of Zambia.
Thank you. Anyone else from Zambia?
My colleagues that will be coming through. There is Jeff, who plays a dual role, Jeff Zulu. He's both a desk officer as well as a researcher. And the deputy principal clerk for the Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr. Matambo, will also be coming through. Thank you.
Thank you. Zimbabwe.
Good morning. My name is Pepkai Chiwore. I'm the Director, Parliament Budget Office, Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, yes, please. Please proceed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yokai Nyasha Chuma. I'm the project researcher.
Good morning, SADC Regional Parliament team. I'm Klopas Kwakwara. I'm the desk officer with Parliament of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll request Secretariat staff. First, we have some resource persons, I think, who didn't introduce themselves. Like my colleague here, Mr. Kinta. Please proceed to introduce yourself. And members of the technical working group who may not have introduced themselves, please.
Bom dia, senhora secretária-geral. Bom dia a todos. Eu sou Mário Quinta, sou diretor de Relações Internacionais, Protocolo e Relações Públicas da Assembleia Nacional de Angola. E muito obrigado, senhora secretária-geral, por ter nos permitido que, mais uma vez, depois da Covid, estejamos aqui juntos neste encontro que será de abraços. Obrigado.
Thank you. Any other colleagues who have not, apart from the Secretariat? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Please pardon my voice. I lost my voice recently. My name is Pamela Nikavaranda. I'm the M&E consultant for Srhr program. Thank you.
Good morning, Secretary General, distinguished colleagues. My name is Charles Chavel. I'm a former Member of Parliament from New Zealand, and for the last 9 years, I've been working for the United Nations Development Programme, supporting our parliamentary work in 65 countries, including some of your own. Lovely to join you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning, SG and distinguished colleagues. My name is Kay Governor. I'm a professor of health economics at Srhr Institute at University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I am a member of the technical working group. Thank you.
Start from the floor. Thank you. Anyone else online that hasn't introduced themselves? Any members? We're expecting members from the technical working group, but if they're not there, we can proceed with introductions from the Secretariat. Maybe we begin from this end. Mrs. Ngandi, yes, please.
Thank you, Claire. I would like to request the consultant for the midterm review to introduce himself first.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Senye Ubiseng. I'm the evaluator for the SADC Strategic Plan 2019-2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Morning, SG. Morning, everyone. I'm Yapoka Nyurenda Mungandi. I'm Director of Finance and Corporate Services at SADC PF. Thank you.
Good morning, SG colleagues, and thank you, Ms. Claire. My name is Shonen Kurasha. I'm the Program Manager for Democracy and Governance.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Paulina Kangwashivi from the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lorenda Boyce. I'm the Finance Officer at SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, mon nom est Raj Kublal, je suis du comptable pour le projet Srhr basé à l'île Maurice et c'est toujours un plaisir de rencontrer tous mes collègues du projet. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Samueline Kauve, HR and Admin Officer, SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, everyone. I'm Agnes Lilongwe, Executive Secretary to the Secretary General, SADC PF. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Van Veld, ICD Officer for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And my name is Claire Musonda. I'm the Director, Corporate Governance at the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, and I'm the moderator for this first session. Thank you. As we begin, I'd like to, apart from welcoming you, with which the SG will do in detail, after such a long time, I think we haven't been having physical meetings because of the circumstances that are well known to all of us. So it's nice to meet after such a long time. And we hope that this can continue. We hope the current situation can prevail or even get better as we move along and be able to have further meetings. So without much ado, it's my honor to introduce and welcome the Secretary General of the Forum to deliver her welcome address to this meeting. Madam SG.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Ms. Claire Musonda. Bon dia. Bonjour, kudos. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang, Salibonani, because we're in South Africa, I'll just stop there. And thank you very much for hosting us in this special way for this capacity development program. Allow me to recognize a few of our distinguished colleagues who have joined us online and who are our resource persons. Let me start with Dr. Professor Wahile Kidingake, who will be joining us soon if he's not yet joined. And also let me recognize Honorable Dr. Charles Chavel from UNDP. I'll introduce him at length before he takes the floor. Allow me to also recognize and thank our strategic plan consultant, Mr. Ubuseng Singye, who actually graciously agreed to join us at very short notice. Let me recognize members of the Technical Working Group for Public Financial Management who have joined us today. Particular mention of two of our colleagues from the Parliament of Zambia and Zimbabwe, Mr. Shivori and Mr. Simon, I forgot the last name, Matambo, yes. Let me also recognize your desk officers who are based in our national parliaments, our Srhr researchers, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Welcome to this capacity development session, which is dedicated to capacitate sexual reproductive health and rights researchers based at parliaments and yourselves as desk officers on budget analysis. Welcome, colleagues, as I've indicated, to this meeting. In my capacity as the Secretary General of the SADC PF, it's with immense pleasure that I welcome you to this regional event under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project funded by the Swedish government. After nearly 2 successive years, we have been meeting virtually. It's very nice for us to finally see you face to face, and I hope this meeting will herald other physical meetings to take place in 2022 and 2023, hoping that COVID will give us a break. First, I'd like to start by emphasizing that you should not let your guard down regarding COVID-19 sanitary measures. During these few days, while we'll be together, it will be crucial that we observe social distancing and hygiene precautions in view of ensuring that everybody goes back home safe and sound. Remember that we are not safe until everybody is safe. Dear colleagues, getting to topic, I would like to highlight the vital importance of this capacity building exercise under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project. As you are aware, this exercise is earmarked to occur every year, especially due to the importance of the budgetary mandate of members of parliament across SADC. You will recall that the last exercise was held virtually in September 2020 in year 2 of the project. It was thus imperative that we meet again in year 3 to revive the activity and take stock of the SRHR developments relating to your national budgets. It is also expected that this session will be repeated in year 4 of the project to enable the gains with regards to budget analysis to be fully garnered. Colleagues, it is tried that without budget, nothing can be achieved. No school, no roads or hospitals can be built, and no sexual reproductive health and rights services can be procured. All promises and commitments made concerning sexual reproductive health and rights require funding in one way or the other. The state budget thus remains the most reliable single source of funds for the state to conduct its sexual reproductive health and rights activities, including promoting gender equality, preventing early and unintended pregnancies, helping children to remain in school, to mention but a few areas of intervention. In addition, the implementation of regional and international commitments under treaties and the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals and universal health coverage all have budgetary implications. The budgetary mandates of members of parliament thus form part of one of the key outcomes under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project. At the same time, this session was quintessential to introduce you to the new democracy component under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project. Most of you would have been aware of this welcome development through my internal memo issued in January. Also during the review session with our donors, Sweden. Yet the introductory activity was urgently needed, as your reporting on outcome 8 and 9 under the new amended project has already started last year. Dear colleagues, sexual reproductive health and rights and democracy are now intertwined, with robust democracy being a powerful driver to advance sexual reproductive health and rights. As project implementers, it was thus necessary to ensure that you are updated on how to approach the project in the months to come. This session is equally important for you to understand how the budget process across SADC can be improved from a governance perspective. And who better than experts from the technical working group of the forum to demonstrate this deficit? This would undeniably assist you in your thinking process as you engage members of parliament regarding your own national budget and propose avenues to improve budget governance. This is an area, when you look at a theory of change under the project, that requires us to have much more impact. This aspect is thus befitting to this session, in particular, as the SADC Parliamentary Forum is, as we speak, developing the SADC model law on public financial management, which has a dedicated chapter of provisions on budgeting. It may interest you to know that under the model law, the budget document presented to Parliament would need to have a separate description of budget lines, which enable the advancement of the SDGs, the UHC, which is universal health coverage, and other international commitment, such that monitoring of same becomes a straightforward task. The SADC region must move on from this situation where treaties are ratified without any mechanism for regular accountability with regards to domestication, and the yearly budget must thus become an instrument for follow-up. I am confident that once adopted, you will know how to utilize the model law and weave it with the budget initiatives under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project and any other committees of the SADC PF that require you to do same. Dear colleagues, finally, I would like to add that this session is also a peer learning one. That is why we have invited our SADC PF desk officers, our colleagues from the budget office. One where you'll have the opportunity to present about your respective state budgets for the last financial year and demonstrate how has the sexual reproductive health and rights component been promoted or advanced through various budget lines. As you are aware, colleagues, the final years in every project are dedicated to peer and cross-learning. And hence, from now on, we expect the Srhr researchers to be leading at national level as well as at the regional level. That is why the program has zeroed in on yourselves to share those lessons for us to be able to document and to look at whether or not the desk officers who come to the SADC PF are indeed with the SADC PF when such reports are tabled. In addition, it would be appreciated if you could find time in the margins of this session to sort out your pending reports with Ms. Pamela Nyika, the Monitoring and Evaluation Consultant of the Forum. It would also be appreciated on the margins of this session if we afford Mr. Obusen Singh an opportunity for him to talk to us or hear from you how the Forum's strategic plan has impacted on the relationship that the SADC PF has with parliaments, and in particular with members of parliament, as the SADC PF desk officers are gatekeepers of what happens between the SADC Parliamentary Forum and national parliaments. With these few words, I wish you a pleasant session and fruitful deliberation. Before I hand over, allow me to read a brief bio of Mr. Chavel, who has been gracious enough to share a few issues with us this morning and will give us a statement that will link to our session for the next 2 days. Mr. Chavel has worked since the 1st of August 2019 for the United Nations Development Programme in its Bangkok regional hub as the organization's global lead on inclusive institutions and processes. He's joining us, I think it's midnight in Bangkok right now, those who can look at your time, and I'd like to applaud you for your commitment in this regard. He began work for UNDP in 2013 as its advisor on parliamentary development. Between October 2015 and July 2019, he led the Inclusive Political Processes team in UNDP's New York headquarters, responsible for policy advice and program support to UNDP regional hubs and country offices on civic engagement, constitution making, elections, parliaments, and women's political participation. In 2016, Mr. Chavel acted for 4 months as UNDP country director, then resident representative in the People's Democratic Republic of Laos. In late 2018 and early 2019, he acted as UNDP's resident representatives in its multi-country office of Samau, the Cook Island, New and Tokelau. You can tell I haven't been there. Before UNDP, Mr. Chavel sat for 7 years as a member of the House of Representatives in the Parliament of New Zealand. He served at various times as Parliamentary Secretary to the Attorney General, Shadow Attorney General, and Shadow Minister for Justice, Courts and Corrections, Arts, Culture and Heritage and Environment, Energy and Climate Matters. He also chaired the Parliament's Finance, Scrutiny of Regulations and Privileges Committee. His CV is vast. I need not go any further, save to say he graduated in Bachelor's of Laws with honors from Victoria University in 1989 and Masters of Jurisprudence with distinction from the University of Auckland in 1994. Mr. Chavel, welcome and thank you for sparing your time. I must also indicate that he gives technical support to the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, a committee looking at the implementation of model laws of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We thank you for your commitment to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. At this point, Madam Moderator, you may allow Mr. Charles Chavel to take the floor for a brief statement.
Thank you, SG, for that detailed introduction. Mr. Chavel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Secretary General, for that very generous introduction. I'm going to have to cut down the official UNDP biography so it doesn't take so long to read, I think. Look, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address you all, distinguished parliamentary support colleagues. The SADC Parliamentary Forum is a very, very important partner for the United Nations Development Programme in our work on good governance in the region. We've been very proud to support especially the model law development exercises that the Secretariat has engaged in on HIV, on free and fair elections, against child marriage, and now it's wonderful to see the work being done on a model law on public finance management, because of course, as the Secretary General has just said, and as we all know, as people who work with parliaments and parliamentarians every day, the budget is the most important thing that ever happens every year. And oversight of the budget, effective oversight by the people's elected representatives, supported by you, their able research staff, is the way in which people who elect those who govern them can assure themselves that public funds are being spent as they would wish. I want to pay particular tribute to the Secretary General. I know she's put a huge amount of effort into revitalising the work of the Parliamentary Forum Secretariat. I remember, SG, when you were first working for the SADC Parliamentary Forum on the model law on HIV and AIDS so many years ago, when I was on the Global Commission on HIV and the law, and we took great care to make sure that there was a lot of work done by the Global Commissioners. Deputy Chair of the Commission was former President Festus Mogai from Botswana. There was a very strong regional representation on it, and we devoted one of the 7 chapters of the Commission's report to the importance of empowering women and girls in respect of their sexual and reproductive health. We know, I think we all know in this gathering, that unless women and girls are empowered to have dignity and agency over their lives and their bodies, then we might as well give up any hope of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals or the African Commission's wider and longer term goals, because without the full participation of 51% of the population, the full and informed participation, we're not going to get sustainable human development in any region, let alone in your own. So I think this linking of the desire to strengthen the public financial management process in the region, I think we all recognize that in post-colonial times, this was an area that was neglected. The parliament was weak. The executive didn't invite strong scrutiny of its finances, let alone public interest and engagement in the process. But linking this very important process of governance and recognizing that that which is valued is measured and identified in public accounts is such an important way to emphasize the need for good, strong public knowledge, debate, and scrutiny of how the state spends money on services that support sexual and reproductive health and rights. This is an area where it's so easy for government departments and agencies to shift costs and to shift budget and shift delivery. And without a strong budget process, that is just too tempting for officials often to get away with. So I know that many of you have contact with UNDP through our national offices, or in respect of Mozambique and Angola, our public fiscalization project, the PARLOP project. Really what I just want to say on the basis of what I see in global parliamentary programming is this. If you can, I remember what it was like being a member of parliament, even being the chair of a public accounts committee, in a country that had spent a lot of time trying to make the budget documentation simple and effective and easy to read. I still found it very hard to find and track votes and appropriations and to follow through the documentation and the budget law to see where spending was actually going once priorities had been allocated by the government. So if I found that hard, I think the average ordinary member of a legislature in countries that are still coming to terms with how to do this appropriately and with international good practice, it must be very difficult. So I just want to conclude my remarks by commending this exercise and by saying there's nothing like a country that operates an annual budget review process where ministers come before parliamentary committees or commissions, justify the budget priorities that they're putting in the law, and then later in the year, heads of agencies come before the committee and answer questions in public on how they've actually spent the money. And there's nothing like systemic and strong relationships between members of parliament working in those committees, independent oversight bodies such as the Supreme Audit Institution or the Office of the Auditor General, civil society organisations providing independent feedback to members, and new and old media to ensure that the public are involved in this process. And I think if you can support your members of parliament through this exercise to be able to build those sort of coalitions and understand the importance of that budget process, adopt the public finance model law when it's finished, so that your parliaments have a strong budget process and a strong public accountability involvement, and then really understand how issues across the state budget impact on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls, and how important it is to defend those rights through the budget process, then I think you'll have really achieved something, and this exercise will have been incredibly worthwhile. So, Secretary General, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words just on the importance of this exercise at the outset. And we look forward to continuing our modest support to this and other processes in which you're involved. All the best for the next 2 days deliberation. I hope it's a fruitful knowledge exchange, and I wish you all very well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chavel, for those very motivating words, and we are grateful for that. Colleagues, Mr. Chavel has reminded us of our duty, and especially in light of the issues that is raised regarding the fact that PFM, or public financial management, has largely been neglected, and parliaments have been quite weak. The oversight of the public financial management systems have not been very strong. And this is a measure of the low levels of good governance, or poor governance, in other words. And he's also reminded us that budget tracking, while very, very important, is actually not easy. These are not easy things to understand. And so the more support that a parliamentarian receives in terms of budget tracking and understanding the budget processes, the public financial management system, the better they'll be able to perform their duty. He also highlighted the link between the rights of the citizenry and the budget process. Earlier, maybe I didn't get a chance to just thank SG for her comments, and to say that aside from reminding us not to let down our guard regarding the COVID situation and continue to observe the sanitary measures in place, she also indicated that as project implementers, we need to be updated on the role that we should be playing at all times. And also she indicated that without the budget, nothing can happen. I think this is a song that we are going to hear throughout our meeting, because it is a fact. No matter how much we sing until we turn blue, nothing can happen if it's not financed, if it's not funded. She also stressed the importance of peer learning, especially in these final stages, the last few years of the project. And cross-learning amongst ourselves is very important. And she highlighted that you as Srhr researchers must lead and collaborate with desk officers closely to document and find innovative solutions. And also the fact that once we are learning from each other, it is then easier for us to put into practice best practices in resolving the issues that we come up against in our work. Thank you very much again, Mr. Chavel and SG, for your very motivating statements. At this stage, colleagues, I would like to invite our presenter for the first presentation. He's one of the most celebrated judges. Actually, some people believe that he is the greatest judge that Botswana ever produced, whose services are now sought in many jurisdictions. He is currently a judge of the Supreme Court and National Courts of Papua New Guinea in the Pacific, north of Australia. He is also a judge of the Residual Special Court of Sierra Leone, appointed by the Secretary General of the United Nations in 2013. He is armed with a PhD in law from the University of Cape Town, a Master of Laws degree from the University of London, and a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Botswana. He has a number of postgraduate certificates in international development studies and political economy of development from the University of Oslo and London School of Economics. He's been recognized as an exceptional and distinguished scholar by a number of universities around the globe, including the University of Pretoria, Cape Town, and James Cook University in Australia. Recently, in December 2018, the University of Cook University in Australia appointed him adjunct professor of law. This is the second professorship in law that has been conferred on him by an international university after conferment by the University of Cape Town. He is committed to sharing his extensive knowledge of the law with the universities and university communities working in rights, sexual reproductive health and rights, gender, governance, among others. And he is constantly engaging with students and staff in legal research in the areas of his expertise. Colleagues, distinguished participants, please let's welcome Dr. Oahile Ki Dingake. I don't think I can say it. I don't think I can say it right the way SG said it, but I think I was almost there. Thank you. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Madam Director of Proceedings. I assume that you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
If you signal that indeed you can hear me, I'll proceed.
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
I assumed that the Secretary General would explain that my mandate is no longer as reflected in the program. As I take orders from her, she issued orders that I must speak to you on separation of powers and the work of parliamentary committees, and do discuss with you a case study of the case of Matambo versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and others in Botswana that was decided by the High Court of Botswana many years ago. So it is to this topic that I shall tend to, Madam Director of Proceedings. Do indicate whether I am out of order or I am still on the correct lane.
You're on the correct lane, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Essentially, my presentation to you is that, let me just say that all protocol observed, I recognize all distinguished guests. Madam Secretary General, I recognize your towering presence, and it is a pleasure again to be invited to share with you some thoughts on the topic that I earlier indicated. My submission is essentially divided into three thematic areas. One, I will discuss the concept of separation of powers, since in my mind it is very key to your working environment as parliamentary support staff, as researchers, whatever area you may be dealing with. So I'm going to discuss by way of contextual consideration the whole concept of separation of powers, what it entails, its importance, and how it works. And I'll also do a very quick overview of parliamentary committees, their work, and invariably I will touch on your work as the parliamentary support staff. This will only be contextual considerations in order to lend me into the case study that I'm going to discuss. Once I've done so, you will then better appreciate the issues of importance in the case study. The case study firstly highlights, of course, separation of powers and the importance of parliamentary procedures, and battles with the question whether the courts can interfere with the internal processes of parliament, and if so, under what circumstances. I say at the very beginning that it is not something that is ordinarily done, because the whole doctrine of separation of powers obliges us to respect our spheres of influence, and that the courts, out of respect and deference to the legislature, will not too quickly intervene unless it is compelling to do so. So what is separation of powers? Separation of powers, many of you know, but we lose nothing by refreshing our minds. It speaks to division of functions, about how the state operates. I prefer to talk about state organs. It is too common to talk about government branches. I think that is inaccurate. It's a distortion, because government, by government, constitutionally speaking, we are really speaking about the executive. But it has become too common to talk about 3 branches of government. That is a misnomer. The correct, I submit, way is to talk about the organs of the state. And these organs of the state, or the departments of the state, are the legislature, which you support, the executive, and the judiciary. There is no time for us to go down in history about the doctrine of separation of powers and who coined it. We all know is generally attributed to a French philosopher by the name of Montesquieu, but this is not cast in stone. It's a matter that is contested. Others attribute the concept to John Locke and many others, but that is not for the moment. Under the theory of separation of powers, therefore, the legislature is supposed to make laws, the executive to enforce those laws, and the judiciary is to interpret the laws. To state it in that manner is to oversimplify it, of course, because we now know that in the course of interpreting laws, the judiciary also make laws. Yes, yes, the judiciary also make laws. It used to be judicial heresy or blasphemy to talk about the judiciary making laws, but through its interpretational power, it does make laws. It is not the primary lawmaker, but through its power of interpretation, it does make laws under certain circumstances. Why is separation of powers necessary? Separation of powers is necessary in order to ensure that we do not have concentration of power in one branch of government, in one branch of the state. History has time and again taught that unlimited power in the hands of one authority, unlimited power in the hands of one group, in the hands of one person, is not healthy for good governance. Good governance requires that power must be distributed and shared by many authorities. And in the case of separation of powers, these 3 branches of the state check unto each other in order to ensure that power is not abused. It was Montesquieu who said, of course, that the concentration of power in one authority is in effect the very definition of tyranny. He said it is the very definition of tyranny. So separation of powers seeks to avoid tyranny. And I spoke about the checks and balances on each other. That is very critical. I said that was by way of contextual consideration. Otherwise, we can take the whole day discussing separation of powers. It's one of my favorite topics, but contextually, I think I've allocated it that amount of time. I go on to the parliamentary committees and discuss again very briefly the work that you do before I go to the case study. I want to quote Woodrow Wilson, the former president of the United States of America, at this particular juncture. He said the following that you may find of relevance to the work of parliamentary committees. And I quote, he said, "It is not far from the truth to say that Congress in session is Congress in public exhibition, while as Congress in committees or Congress in committee rooms is Congress at work." What Woodrow Wilson was suggesting, therefore, is that what you see in the floor of Parliament, the debates there, is just Parliament in public display. But if you want to see it working, it is in the committee rooms where it is serviced by you. So the legislature works through parliamentary committees. You know them more than I do. It works through many committees to pass laws, to exercise oversight over the executive. These committees are many. They are permanent committees or standing committees, there are ad hoc committees. You can name them. And they may vary in importance. Some would say among the most well-known committee across all the jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, in the SADC, is the Public Accounts Committee. It is often constituted by members of Parliament representing the parties that are represented in Parliament. And they are accountable to Parliament through the Speaker. So usually how these committees are established, it varies from country to country. It may be in the Constitution, in an Act of Parliament, and standing orders of Parliament, by resolution of Parliament, and so forth. What is important to know is that the parliamentary committees expound on the key functions of Parliament. There is so much work that parliaments are expected to do that there is simply no time for MPs to exhaustively discuss every piece of legislation or policy package. So what the parliamentary committees do is to exhaustively and in detail address some of the work of Parliament. And as I say, this is because there is not much work, there's not much time for Parliament to address issues of detail. They often hold inquiries or public hearings or consider evidence, depending on what is on the table. And these committees are important. A strong, active committee system is an asset to any functioning parliamentary democracy. A comprehensive system of parliamentary committees provides greater accountability. And it's usually served by the Secretariat. It usually has parliamentary support staff, people like you, researchers. People who work behind the scenes but do very important work, actually. You are, in other words, MPs by extension because of the work you do that fits into the parliamentary process. You spend so much time behind the scenes researching, empowering the process, and making all the preparatory work that is necessary for Parliament to execute its functions. Research nowadays in the parliamentary systems is indispensable. You need researchers to find out exactly that which needs to be brought on the table. You identify the scope of inquiry and you help with drafting reports. Not only do you help with drafting reports, you also help in analysis of these reports in order to ensure that they are better digested. So these parliamentary committees have so much power. the power to subpoena witnesses. They may compel evidence. They may order persons to appear before them to testify. They may order disclosure of records. They may order disclosure of books. They may order confidential information to come before them for consideration. And although the legal framework generally may vary, there may be adverse consequences for ignoring the orders. You may be in contempt of Parliament, and there may be adverse consequences that arise therefrom. So the mere fact that they do such work, most of the things that they do, they consider very sensitive documents that may be very confidential, and witnesses who come to testify may also testify on very sensitive issues, and you are bound by confidentiality, of course. If you ever have to come across information that ordinarily may not have been intended for you personally, but was intended for the committee. And of course, the committee may choose how to hear the evidence. It may do so openly, in public, or in camera. And it may subpoena whosoever it considered key to what it is doing. And the public servants, ministers, and they are required to tell the truth when they appear before the committee. It does happen sometimes in some jurisdictions that public servants, even ministers called upon before the committees, may be unwilling to disclose full information that the committee needs, claiming privilege, sometimes claiming immunity, and sometimes saying the matter is sub judice, all often attempts to run away from accountability. But the extent to which all those may be applicable depends from one jurisdiction to another, but ordinarily they will not carry the day. Now, that is the work you do. It launches me nicely into the case of Kenneth Matambo. As I said, this was a case that came before the High Court in Botswana. Kenneth Matambo was formerly the managing director of a state entity called Botswana Development Corporation. It was an investment arm of the state. At the material time, he was the Minister of Finance. And when I say at the material time, I mean at the time when this application was brought before the High Court. He brought an application before the High Court because what had happened was this. There were allegations relating to impropriety around some procurement practices of BDC during the time when he was MD of BDC. So Parliament resolved that this was a matter of grave national importance. It was going to carry out an investigation, which it is entitled to do. What happened is that they then appointed or established a parliamentary select committee to go around the country to gather evidence around the issues of procurement when he was still MD at BDC in relation to some Chinese glass manufacturing project that was situated in Palape. So the Parliamentary Select Committee went around the country to gather evidence. They did not suggest that he was in any event a subject of investigation. If anything, they said he can talk to them, but he's not being accused of any impropriety. But during the course of the hearing, it became clear that certain damning allegations were being made by some witnesses against him that cast aspersions on his integrity and called into doubt whether or not he engaged in impropriety or not. His complaint before the High Court was simple. It was this: that this parliamentary committee has gone around the country gathering evidence. Some of the evidence was adverse to me, but I was not called to rebut this evidence. I was not given a hearing. The principles of natural justice were violated. But of course, they ignored him. And they went and concluded their report. As I said, the report was damning in its findings that imputed impropriety to the then Minister of Finance, Kenneth Matambo. An attempt to stop that report being tabled in Parliament by his lawyers was not successful. So the report was tabled before Parliament and it was adopted by Parliament. So he sought some remedy before the High Court that some people thought was blasphemous, in that he wanted the High Court to set aside the proceedings of the Select Committee. Not only that, he also wanted the High Court to set aside the resolution of Parliament adopting the report of the Select Committee. Now, the argument, of course, by the Attorney General representing the Speaker of the National Assembly was that the courts must stay away from interfering with the internal processes of Parliament. That is where separation of powers comes in. All that the applicant was saying was questioning the legality of the proceedings of the Select Committee, that they proceeded to hear evidence that was adverse to him, but they did not afford him an opportunity to rebut, to contradict, or to dispute those allegations. That was his main complaint. He said, as a result of conducting themselves in that manner, the Parliamentary Select Committee had committed an illegality. And he said, therefore, the High Court must set aside the proceedings as being illegal. The respondents, being the Attorney General, opposed the application. And on the basis that the court is bound by the doctrine of separation of powers and that it can't interfere in the internal processes of Parliament. Now, this doctrine of separation of powers that we talk about, as you can now see, has almost brought the courts and the legislature to loggerheads. There is tension brewing already because the other arm is saying keep away, and the other arm wants to interrogate what is at stake. So in all constitutional democracies, that tension between the three arms of government exists, and may I dare say it is healthy. It ought to exist. But at the end of the day, the court pronounced the following prepositions. The court disagreed with the Attorney General that it cannot review the proceedings. The court said, to the extent that a citizen, whether carrying the title of minister or not, comes to court and complain that his rights have been infringed, It is the sole responsibility of the courts and no other to interrogate that question and to pronounce authoritatively on that question. And that in doing so, the court is not violating the separation of powers, but is simply doing its duty. So what the court did in Matambo, it said, no, a citizen has come complaining and is complaining about violation of his rights. He was indeed entitled to be heard. He was not heard. The proceedings that resulted therefrom were an illegality. Not only that, the adoption of that report tainted with illegality could not be legal, and the court so pronounced. And that was the verdict in Matambo. And that is the end of my submissions. I think I have complied with the time of 20 minutes, Madam Director of Proceedings. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's big a round of applause for Justice Dingake. Thank you very much, Judge Dingake. And I will call for interventions. Any questions or contributions that participants would like to make to that presentation? Justice Dingake is also in a very different place with a very different time, from a very different time zone from us. So might be nice if we interacted with him so that if he needs to, we can release him if he needs to go. So any interactions on the separation of powers? Colleagues, thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Zulu from Zambia. You can also introduce yourself since you were not here earlier.
Thank you very much, Director of Programs. And thank you very much, Judge Dingake, for the presentation. My name is Jeff Zulu. I'm from the National Assembly of Zambia. I have an intervention or maybe a question on the separation of powers. There are 2 points which you made. The first one was your in the definition of separation of powers. And I agree with you when you say that it's the division of power amongst the organs of the state rather than the branches of government. I was looking at the SADC region in terms of the relationship that exists between the legislature and the executive. You find that in most states, there is a scenario where when the executive, the head of the executive, the president has to elect his cabinet ministers, he will pick from members of parliament from his political party usually. And that dilutes the separation of powers because those individuals so appointed have allegiance to the appointing authority, and therefore they may, when push comes to shove, they tend to side with the executive, even though they are members of parliament. We are talking about public finance management, and it's critical to national development. But there are times when, especially on the budget, that maybe opposition members of parliament may actually have a point in terms of where it really matters to put resources. But because the executive is in control of the pace, and they may usually have the numbers, they'll basically carry the day. This is common in most SADC parliaments. My question is, looking at the setup or the governance setup of power being concentrated at the center, wouldn't you suggest that maybe the way the South African governance system is set up, would probably provide an avenue to meaningful checks and balances with regard to the way resources are spent. I cite South Africa because though South Africa is a unitary state, there is enhanced devolution of power to the provinces and to the local authorities. And they therefore have a say at their local level in terms of how resources are used. In comparison to a country like Zambia, for example, where we have devolution on paper, but power still vests at the center, and it's very difficult for resources to be used in a particular way that a local authority would want. So maybe my suggestion or my question is, wouldn't it be more ideal to have a situation where, as SADC countries, we begin to move towards a governance system that resembles South Africa in terms of devolution of power to the local authorities? My next question, which is very brief, is you talked about the committee systems and you quoted the former president of the USA. And I agree that indeed in the committees is where members of parliament sort of put aside their political party differences and look at issues from a more objective point of view. However, once they finish their deliberations, they render reports which end up on the floor of the House, where the politics, the party politics come to play. And they may then dilute or divert what the committees had initially recommended. Which brings me to my question. Isn't there need to find ways? I may not even have a suggestion of what these ways might be, but to find ways of empowering these committees so that the informed decisions that they make may see the light of day, even if they come to the floor of Parliament. I submit and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zulu. Any other interventions? Yes, Ms. Jambu.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Professor, for such an informative presentation. Mine, it's a concern on, I'll make an example with a non-party list state with regard to separation of powers. It's a very, very sensitive issue. And my concern is, how can this be best harmonized with reference to our legislator, with our executive, as well as with our judiciary? You find that in most cases, it's not easy to have our executive summoned by Parliament. You find that it's not easy for Parliament Select Committee to interrogate some issues to do with the judiciary. They feel there's high encroachment. And also with regard to the theory of separation of powers, we also see this the crux of the matter, which is the budgetary cycle, which is solely in the hands of the executive, which comes forward to be imposed on the legislature, and it is creating a lot of anomalies. Thank you. It's just that.
Thank you. We have a third intervention from Mr. Matambo, and then Mr. Chuma, and then Mr. Kurasha.
Thank you,
order, please. Thank you.
Moderator. My name is Matambo. I'm interested in the case of Mr. Matambo. Yeah, I think in Zambia we have had recommendations to the fact that we should strengthen the work of the public accounts. I think that comes out so often. And they've given examples of various jurisdictions where a committee or a parliamentary committee is almost a semblance of a small court. And now, from what Doctor you have explained, what could be your advice to some of us who have been so excited about that arrangement, since I think there are two organs of the state, which I always say two arms of government, now I've learned, which are at play, with recommendations such as that?
Thank you. Mr. Chuma?
Now, I'm going to lose, maybe I should answer.
Perhaps we could take those three.
Yes.
And then
yes.
Mr. Chuma and Mr. Korasha will come next.
Yes, yes. And the last question, Matambo will have to repeat his question because I may have missed it. Let me try to, before I forget, let me try to answer the questions what I've recorded here. I don't know what is the best contextual statement I can use before I zero in on the answers. Well, let me say it was Winston Churchill who said, democracy is an imperfect system. And he said, unfortunately, to date, we haven't come up with any system that can beat the imperfect system of democracy. Part of the dilemma you raised in that question was answered by Winston Churchill in that manner. When we talk about constitutions, we usually say that a constitution is a social contract between the governed and those who govern. It's a social contract. And whether the separation of the nature and character of separation of powers is usually a function of the wording or how it is done. The people in formulating the social contract are deemed to have chosen whatever form of separation of powers that is in place. So in other words, in countries with a loose separation of powers, what you spoke to, Zulu, is a very loose separation of powers. And you're entirely correct that you find a situation where ministers are drawn from the National Assembly, they are members of the same party. So by definition, it does dilute the separation of powers. And separation of powers in certain countries, if you actually pay close scrutiny, you'll be surprised how it varies. Some countries have very strong separation of powers, South Africa among them. Some countries, separation of powers is very loose, extremely loose. In Botswana, by the way, the constitution does not mention the word separation of powers at all. There's nowhere. There is nowhere in the constitution of Botswana where there is mention of separation of powers. It is not there expressly. But the court said it is there. It is not there textually, but the court said it is there. So the court said, having regard to the totality of the constitution, the way the constitution is designed, we have come to the conclusion that there is separation of powers in Botswana. But it is not expressly provided for. It speaks to what I earlier said about judges making law, the courts making law through interpretation. So very loose arrangement, and as you say, very loose, a little bit tight in South Africa. So yes, devolution to power, to people closer to their communities, to local government, is the trend, is the in thing, is the constitutional design that accords with best practice around this time. So any country that has empowered local communities or local governments to take decisions, and power is not concentrated in the central government, its separation of powers is much better. Many years ago, when I was reading about separation of powers, I came across a phenomenon that is not, you'll not find, that compromises separation of powers. You have spoken to it, Mr. Zulu. It is the party system. It is the party system, the caucus system, the party line. It does compromise. It is the reality of our constitutional democracies. It does compromise separation of powers. The second question related to the remarks I quoted about the former president of the US, and that in actual fact, the committees do the real work. And I think the question was really that whilst their objective sense prevails, compromise prevails if it is necessary in the committee rooms, you go back to the floor of parliament, politics takes over, and the reports that may have been adopted by committees stand compromised. And you're talking about capacitation. And you're right, capacitation may help, but it may not resolve the problem. The Secretary General will remember that many years ago, through the model law on HIV, most of the parliamentarians who attended, we both learned a lot through the mere exercise of going through that process. And there was consensus on the provisions of the model law on HIV. And most successive parliamentarians who attended the proceedings on the model law were very much converted or in agreement that this is what must be piloted through parliaments and be the law. But that has not come to pass, notwithstanding that capacitation. Why? Because of the power dynamics, again, because of the dominance of the executive in most instances, the power play. So capacitation will work, but power play usually takes away the fruits of capacitation. There was also another question, I think, that in most cases you find that it's not, this is what I recorded, it's not easy to have executive to be summoned by parliament and not easy to interrogate issues to do with the judiciary and the whole problem of the executive controlling the purse. All that what you said is actually true. And again, it has to do with the power play. Sometimes it has to do with whether the law is very clear, whether that can be done. And sometimes it's a function of courage and conviction. And courts are part of the state, they are accountable, and they are not immune, and they should not be immunized from a general discussion about the way they do their duties that affect the public, because judicial services are services to the public. So parliamentarians can interrogate issues around judicial services. So what they cannot do is to attempt to dictate or influence how a judge must determine a case that is before the courts. That they cannot do. But generally, although you find sometimes there is fear to discuss matters to do with the judiciary, in a democracy, they must be discussed, and robustly so. But what cannot be done is exactly what I just stated. So Matambo, who had interest in Matambo, I may have missed your question. I'm sorry. If you repeat it quickly, I'll then be able to answer it.
Please, Mr. Matambo.
Thank you, Dr. Dingake. My question was about the fact that we have, people in Zambia who seemingly feel frustrated that Parliament, and especially the Public Accounts Committee, comes up with strong recommendations, but the people who are cited in those reports are not taken to courts. And I think there's been talk about Parliament giving certain, or the committee giving certain powers, or which are of some court sort of, but of course there are different debates around that issue. So my question is, how should the recommendations of the committee find itself to the courts? What should be the
I
limit?
see.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. I hear you loud and clear. Well, the separation of powers I spoke about, the executive enforces laws. So if those reports, let's say of the Public Accounts Committee, as you say, point to wrongdoing of a criminal nature, the one that is prosecutable, you must remember that there is wrongdoing that may not necessarily translate into a crime. So where there is a wrongdoing revealed by a Public Accounts Committee report, properly speaking, it should find its way to the police. And it is the police who can investigate whether there is sufficient evidence to recommend, or the DPP to embark upon prosecution. Because the fact that the Public Accounts Committee may have even suggested that a crime has been committed does not necessarily translate into that must be so. Only a competent body like the Director of Public Prosecutions, once he has sight of the report, he can then commence investigations to find whether there is any crime to prosecute. Remember that criminal law is a wrongdoing may be wrong, but it may not be criminal. So where as a result of that conclusion, the DPP may simply not do anything, but there may be other things to be done. And usually, if you have a very strong office of the public protector and other agencies that support democracy, that may be the other way out. But that is how generally the frustrations or how the system operates. Thank you very much. We can move to the next set of questions.
Thank you. I hope that those were clear. And we can move to the next set of questions. I think we had Mr. Chuma and Mr. Kurasha standing by. We also have, you can proceed now after Mr. Kurasha. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Yokai Chuma from Zimbabwe Parliament. I'm a researcher. So I've now worked 15 years with Parliament as a researcher, and I've seen a lot of things. So I want to thank the Secretary General for this topic, or for diverting the judge to speaking about this thing. It's very critical, especially as we are adding democracy and human rights to our project. It's very critical. And yeah, when the judge said that I'm changing the topic, I was flipping some book, then I stopped. I was like, yes, this is what I want to hear. Separation of powers. So I'm also very much interested in the subject matter. When I was still young at Parliament, I got quite frustrated by many things, and I actually wrote something on the whipping system, but I got further frustrated and I stopped before I finished or published the thing. But it's an issue that I'm very much passionate about. So thank you so much. So I quickly observed it when I joined Parliament, these things that we are talking about. So I have some which were questions. Now maybe I can just brush through as comments after you responded to Mr. Zulu and the other two colleagues. So now I want to understand why do governments pretend to be following democracy? You say democracy is an imperfect system, and maybe I don't know whether there is a prototype of proper democracy which is being followed anywhere else. Why do people say they've got democracy when it's not there? When there is no separation of powers, why do they still want to say we have separation of powers when there is no separation of powers? Like we keep talking that there's no separation of powers, we give examples, or we say there's something else. So I was thinking of, is there a better term or a better system that accurately describes what we are having? And I thought we could say permissive democracy. I don't know if anybody has written anything about that, but it just came now into my mind as I was thinking. Why I say so, I was thinking also that there is a player. You then mentioned that player when you were responding to Mr. Zulu, which you had not really gone deep about in the first presentation, the player called the political party. We're talking of powers and separation and distribution of powers. So to me, my conclusion is the power in most of the system resides with the political party. We're talking of powers and separation. I think the political parties are the ones that have the power, which is not separated. So the political parties, they control the executive. The political parties, they control the parliament. And we are beginning to see also the political parties controlling the judiciary. Right. So political party, I want you to maybe to redo the theory there and put the political party in the matrix of separation of powers. I think it's a reality that we have to put it now clearly. The political party, maybe elsewhere they perform or they have got different powers. So it is the political party again that permits parliament, if they want, to have separation of powers or to have autonomy. It becomes also permissive autonomy. An issue that they are not interested in, they can let parliament pretend to be powerful and do whatever they want. If it's a matter that they're interested in, that they want to control, they can easily control anytime. The same is happening also in the judiciary. So it is the political party that is pulling the card. And now, so I was asking about that, and I don't know where it started. You know better to say, is it about power or it's about service? When we are introducing democracy and human rights, we are talking of the executive being the duty bearer and the persons, the citizens, being the right holders. And we are talking of the executive supposed to be accounting to the right holders. But what we are having this side of the world, we have it's not a position of service, it's a position of power. So I want to understand, how did that start, and is that the part of the democracy, the original democracy, or it originates in a different system? So the same thing where you have political seniority or political patronage, where you have the seniors in the executive and the kind of like juniors in the parliament, they can't even bring them to book. And going down to committee system, yeah, I also thought like what was it, Mr. Wilson, who then said, or was it Churchill? I can't remember. I'm not very good at history, but you mentioned that they said the committee is is the where you have the house in business, and the plenary is where you have maybe showcasing or exhibition. I'm also beginning to see committees being also exhibition places. We are having a situation where the vice president is the minister of health, and you have a health committee that is supposed to oversee a vice president. And I've begun to see, because I serve that committee, I've seen some things that I've never seen in 15 years happening in the committee system. And yeah, the frustration also gets high. So even it's also getting to us as staff. We are supposed to do your work. You're supposed to bring statistics. You're supposed to analyze statistics. And then once you begin to analyze something that seems to be against the vice president, what he has said, because facts are saying so, then you also see MPs saying, no, we should not criticize his government policy. You should not whip us into going against the government. So it's also getting even to us. So it's very important to discuss about these things. And yeah, when we saw the addition of democracy and human rights on the project, hey, we're like, yeah, this is tough. How are we going to do this thing? And I know we are going to be discussing those issues. So to finish my contribution and my questions is to say, is it okay also to have that sub judice card being played in Parliament with regards to ideal separation of powers? Is it okay? Because yeah, where I come from, it's always pulled that card now and again, and it's well respected and it's not challenged. Is it okay to have that card pulled under ideal separation of power scenario? Thank you.
I must answer that because there are a few points before Kurasha comes throwing missiles at me.
Yes, please, Judge, that is in order. Thank you.
Chuma, your intervention was very illuminating, and I suspect you may enjoy jurisprudence as a subject. I've noted, when you say in 15 years you have seen things, seen lots of things, I think what you have said shows that your 15 years you have indeed seen lots of things. Most of your intervention on point was in the form of commentary. And one of your very important points, I think, that constitutional lawyers and designers, constitutional lawyers and constitutional designers may find it a very compelling point, is when you say, where do you put the political party in the metrics of separation of powers, given that it is our political reality? And you also poignantly said it is now in control of the executive, it's in control of parliament, and in some countries it dictates the composition of the judiciary. So yes, I think it's high time that we do exactly what you say. In some countries, by the way, political parties are not mentioned in electoral laws, and they're not mentioned in the constitution, but they run the affairs of the country. In other words, they are not legal entities. In other countries like Kenya, you have the Political Parties Act. You have an act that regulates the political party. You actually have an act that regulates when defections can take place, when they should stop, and many other things related to the dynamics, power dynamics within political parties. In Kenya, it is very highly regulated. In other countries, there is no regulation at all. What is democracy? Don't open a centuries-old question. It's a Pandora box. You know the famous definition of government of the people by the people. It is easier said. When you interrogate it further, problems arise. And you coined permissive democracy. Other people have coined others too. We may need time to understand permissive democracy. There are others who talk about managed democracy. And there are others who talk about benevolent democracy. There are also people who say that given that the masses of our people are generally not learned in matters of governance and the rule of law, you need managed democracy, that if you don't manage our people, they may put anyone in power, even if that person is against their interests. So they justify managed democracy. They talk about benevolent democracy. That is a topic that will take weeks and even months to interrogate. You ask the question, is it about power or service? My answer is supposed to be service, but there is power involved that affects service. The executive, as you said, they are duty bearers, and the citizens are the rights holders. And the executive are supposed to be servants, and the citizens are supposed to be the principals. But in practice, it is the opposite. Now, having revealed your interest to me, I want to suggest to you, because we have no time, if you want to see a reflection in practice about many of the issues that you raise and the intersections that you raise and the multi-layered nature of the issues you raised, I don't know whether you watched a marathon case in Kenya, otherwise called the BBI case. The BBI case that went to the High Court, and the High Court struck down the bill that was supposed to amend the Constitution, or that process. It went to the Court of Appeal. It's now in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is still to deliver. Go on YouTube and listen to the arguments. I think you'll be very happy. They interrogate many of the questions that you raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move to Mr. Korasha.
And Mr. Chuma, if you need to follow up with me, the Secretary General has my particulars.
Okay, Mr. Chuma.
My email.
It's an invitation for a further discussion with Judge Tingaka.
Oh, okay, sorry, there was one last bit on the sub judice card.
Yes, the sub judice card, I'd forgotten it, yes. Yes, the sub judice card is abused. What it means is that when a matter, a life matter is before the courts, nothing should be done that has the effect of influencing the judge to determine a matter in a particular way. That's what it means. It only prohibits a discussion that is intended to sway the court in one direction, or that has the effect to sway the court in one direction. In those circumstances, the rule of law requires that we must await the courts to pronounce their verdict. But it's very abused, and even questions that are not intended or would not lead to that eventuality I talk about, they are usually cited sub judice. We are not discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. So we move to Mr. Kurasha, his intervention.
Thank you very much, facilitator, and to appreciate Justice Dingake for the illuminating presentation. I wish to make a few comments, and in so doing, I'll flag part of the interventions that we are going to be undertaking under the governance component of the project, which is related to this aspect. And in so doing, I'll also be alerting colleagues so that they anticipate the support we will require when we undertake a baseline study. I was quite fascinated as Justice cited the previous, a number of former US presidents, and I could not help but also recall James Madison's "Men are not angels." I'm not sure if colleagues are well aware of it. And James Madison was the fourth president of the United States. And he recalls that, or he remarked that if angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. And that forms the basis of why state power needs to be separated. And in the separation, it then brings us again to another critical point of the real different role players of the historical dynamics of the power dynamics. One of the imminent things in Southern Africa, it is not too clear whether we have presidential systems or parliamentary systems. So what you see is that majority of the countries probably serve for some of the Southern Africa in the Indian Ocean. The head of state was quick to become president, running away from prime minister. But every other of the features around the parliament almost assume a parliamentary system. And that mixture is part of what creates the problem. When you talk about separation of powers, the separation is sometimes both in terms of structure, but also in terms of process and systems. So we kind of went on a project to reform, because the presidential system presumes a constitutional system where you have supremacy of the constitution. But the reality of the matter is that it's not always the case that the supremacy of the constitution expresses itself in the manner it should in most of the member states. And when we talk about the role of parliament, which parliament sits in between a supreme parliament and one way probably we are tilting towards a constitutional arrangement, we then have a lot of ambiguities. And I want to highlight this have become apparent in different member states at different levels. And the one that immediately comes to mind is the one that played out in South Africa through the EFF versus Speaker of the National Assembly case in 2016. And the court was unequivocal in terms of the role of parliament. And there's a bit that I want to highlight where the court says, and I quote, "Parliament is the mouthpiece, the eyes, and the service delivery, ensuring machinery of the people. No doubt it is an irreplaceable feature of good governance." And then it says in South Africa, because that is in South Africa. But the truth of the matter is this is not the ordinary understanding of the hybrid arrangement that I've alluded to, where we are between a presidential system and a parliamentary system. So if this question is not addressed, we end up where we are, where sometimes then you lack a context. In a situation where the political context assumes premise of the constitution and sometimes anchored through judicial review mechanisms, it is very easy, even where politicians may take offense, they take offense, but knowing that this is the context. But where that is totally absent, you then have elements that remind you that no, even parliament itself is subject to other powers. I will not dwell much on, for instance, the role of political parties we have seen in recent times, where if you listen to South Africans saying state capture, in fact, what was captured was the political party, the ruling party. And then it became a conduit through which the rest of the state was then captured. So that speaks to what role political parties need to play and what we need to do to regulate them. And Justice Ngake referred to a very fluid legal framework governing political parties. In Zimbabwe, there is no law essentially that regulates the establishment and functioning of political parties. And everyone can form a political party, and they are private clubs, but that must deliver a public service called democratic governance. Then it becomes problematic. Then the other issue that I wanted to highlight, Justice, is when you look at separation of powers, in my view, it goes beyond the relationship between Parliament and the executive. It also speaks to the relationship between the arms of state, which you alluded to. And for me, this is the context in which oversight must be framed. And if Parliament's oversight role is not framed to entrench separation of powers, I don't think that it is sufficient. And it's a question that we need to confront. Another aspect I will highlight is the aspect of the role players within Parliament. Many of them have been mentioned, but of specific interest is the Speaker as the presiding officer. Different parliaments in the region have different models, but majority of them will reflect the entrenchment of political interest and the alignment of power within each member state. And sometimes that goes to how Parliament is keen and ready to execute some of the responsibilities placed on it. And I want to cite a case of, again, which emanated from the EFF versus Speaker regarding the issue of the Public Protector's report, the so-called Nganja report. And in so doing, also cite another case, which is the United Democratic Movement versus the Speaker, where the court was very pointed on defining the role of the Speaker. I really thought I could share with colleagues this because I found it quite telling in terms of how the office of the Speaker can be, as the face and the head of Parliament, as an institution, can facilitate or sometimes stifle, depending on political context, what Parliament could do in this context. And the court says the Speaker carries the responsibility to balance party interests with those of the people. So it is about the people and political interest. It is as difficult and onerous a dual responsibility as it is for members, perhaps even more so, given the independence and impartiality for the position it requires. But Parliament's efficacy in its constitutional oversight of the executive vitally depends on the Speaker's proper exercise of his enormous responsibility. The Speaker must thus ensure that his or her decisions strengthen that particular tenet of our democracy and does not undermine it. So against all this, one of the things that the activities that are envisaged in the governance component of the Srhr project is we're going to undertake a baseline study to determine the mechanisms and the practices of separation of powers and checks and balances in national parliaments. That is going to be useful in informing probably not just the envisaged or the planned model law on the role of parliament in strengthening the same, but even in framing our governance and democracy-related intervention. And we are going to have to rely on colleagues, particular desk officers, and possibly researchers, to assist us in administering some of the research tools that are going to come as part of this process. And I thought I could take the context of this very interesting presentation by the judge to place on the table this activity which is coming, and prepare colleagues to be ready and to cooperate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that brief. I don't know if Judge would like to comment.
Yes, let me just respond.
Before we take to Mama Hela.
Let me just respond. Let me just respond very briefly. I think Kurasha is on point on the points that he raised, and the very poignant rationale delivered by James Madison there. I think James Madison was speaking to, you cannot entrust a human being with absolute power. And it has been shown that absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, and of course, the mechanism of exercise of power is done in the context of political parties that was highlighted. So I wanted to talk about, he raised the issue of judicial review, which I didn't quite emphasize in the context of separation of powers, which is very critical. What we are witnessing of recent, and many of you would attest to this, is now happening more regularly in Southern Africa, in the SADC countries, than before. In terms of my own postulation, it's quite a delayed development. I had expected it to take place many years back, but only now it's taking place. Although we say that these three arms of government are equal, we say they're co-equal, and none should interfere with the other. We are now seeing a situation in which the other one has the final say. I don't know whether they will dispute that. One of these organs has the final say, and it speaks in terms of orders. It orders the executive, it orders parliament, it orders individuals to do this. So, and it's heightening tensions between the three organs of the state. That is through what Kurasha, you mentioned as judicial review. It has happened a lot in South Africa, but it's happening again in other countries, where the court's power of judicial review is almost dictating even who should be the president at any given time. Recently, in PNG, where I am, not many people know Papua New Guinea, but the constitutionalism, the rule of law is very robust and extremely robust. The power of the courts is unprecedented in many ways. And just to highlight one example of judicial review that actually brings tension within the separation of powers doctrine, last year, was it last year? Yes, last year, and I've not heard of this in any other country, the Supreme Court of Papua New Guinea nullified the passage of the budget by the National Assembly. It declared it null and void, of no force and effect, and directed Parliament to go back and resit. and reconsider the budget. And they went back and they did that. In 2012, again in this jurisdiction, for 6 months, 2 prime ministers were in office. One said he was elected by the people, the other said he was installed by the Supreme Court. And they were in office for that period of time. And the drama that unfolded ended up with the arrest of the Chief Justice. So judicial review, which speaks to the power of the judges to review any action, is leading to these dynamics. In fact, Madam Secretary General, I don't know whether you have ever brought, I may have missed it, whether you have ever brought the members of the executive and parliamentarians to talk about separation of powers. Not just parliamentarians alone. If you haven't done so, to be a good project to do. You have seen it recently with the arrest of Jacob Zuma, and you have seen most of the issues that Kurasha spoke about. So I just wanted to highlight that exponential growth of judicial review that is complicating separation of powers. Others are now saying that although the executive controls the purse and the gun, the judges control the moral authority to order everybody around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. We'll now hear from Ms. Mamahela from Lesotho. Please introduce yourself. I think you missed the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mamahela.
I was going to cite the case in Lesotho, actually. I forgot that case. Yeah, okay.
Mine is a short one.
On point, yeah. All right.
Mine is a short one. Thank you so much, Professor, for the great presentation. I just want to hear your insights on the case whereby MPs will have agreed on a certain issue, maybe during their parliamentary committee meetings, and going back to their political caucuses, you find that maybe the same issue when discussed, the conclusion is different. And when they go into parliament, they are forced maybe to support their respective political parties because maybe of the fear of being expelled from the party. So I just want to know that if there's anything that can be done in that regard. Thank you.
Should I answer? There is another question. Should I answer? There is another question.
Yes, please.
I had said actually that when I was speaking about judicial review and I cited some cases in PNG, and I also referred to what is happening in South Africa. And now that there is a colleague from Lesotho asking, I think there is a case in Lesotho, a recent case actually, in which some 2 members of parliament approached the High Court and wanted the High Court to order that some issue must be a subject of secret voting. And the court said, no, don't come here to ask us to interfere with the workings of parliament. We are not interested. That was the decision of the High Court in Lesotho. You may also be interested that that same question arose some years back in Botswana, exactly the same question. And the High Court in Botswana directed Parliament to vote by secret ballot and not by show of hands. And I read in the judgment of the High Court in Lesotho that the judges were saying MPs being elected by the people, they should be seen by the people how they vote. So they must vote. If they have to vote by show of hands, then the people will see how the MPs are voting. An opposite conclusion was reached in Botswana. Otherwise, in a famous case called lehenza, meaning hands up case. But the court directed that it must be by secret ballot. The question on the issue of decisions in parliamentary committees being changed by caucus, and then because of fear of repercussions, it happens in reality, but I don't know whether it has a legal solution. I can't imagine on what ground it could be challenged. Thank you very much. That's my answer.
Thank you. Any other final comments before we allow the judge to give us his final remarks? I see a microphone on. I don't know if the lady is asking for the floor. Behind there? No? Okay. I think we done. Maybe we can give a round of applause for the judge again. And we'll just ask him, because we know he's in, like I said, in a different time zone. He may want to leave us, or we'll be happy if he stays on, but maybe he can say his goodbyes in case he wants to leave. Judge?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to interact with you on these issues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. All the best in your remaining deliberations.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
And colleagues, it's past our tea time, and I would not want to sit between you and
it's your tea time,
sugar.
It's my sleeping time.
Yes, so perhaps we could take a break now for tea, and then come back after. We were supposed to have 15 minutes. Yeah, maybe we can take the 15. Or we can start at 11:30. 11:30. Thank you. Sorry, the tea is just outside here, outside the room. Let's please proceed on.
Right. The only thing missing is being a grandmother.
Let's talk. Good morning again, colleagues. Good morning. Could we please settle down? Could we please settle down and proceed with our session? Thank you. Good morning. I think we are behind schedule and we have participants and colleagues online. So let's be a little bit sensitive. So the next session will be a presentation which will just highlight the addition of the democracy and human rights component to the Srhr project. So the project document or agreement has essentially been amended with that. I'll be making the presentation, but I wanted to say before we proceed that I was just thinking of some of the part of the discussions we had this morning. I think laid a good foundation for what we are going to have now. Because some of those issues will be raised again, will come up again regarding the powers of Parliament and its position. So the context of the separation of powers is quite important to what we are going to discuss. And I think Mr. Kurasha and Judge Dingake did touch on this issue quite ably. And one of the things that one of the participants raised, I think it was Mr. Matambo, was that there's been a movement or some advocacy that maybe committees of Parliament and particularly public accounts committees should be given the powers of courts. And I think Judge answered very well. But as I was sitting, I was thinking, are we sure that we want public accounts committees to have that kind of power? Particularly that we ourselves here, and perhaps Mr. Chuma, who has 15 years been in Parliament and he has seen things. I was in Parliament for 22 years and I saw more things probably than Mr. Chuma. So sometimes do we really want to do that? Is that not a loose cannon that we want to activate? We are going to give them powers, and these people, we ourselves are saying they are partisan. Who do you think they are going to condemn to jail? It's anybody who belongs to the other side, isn't it? So I think as much as we have this wish, I think it's perhaps an unrealistic wish. Maybe it needs a little bit, apart from the facts that the issues that Honorable Judge mentioned, that you need a competent authority. Competence is also important. Members of Parliament, remember, like I always say, are not a technical committee. Even the Public Accounts Committee is not a committee of accountants. It's not. Not even that, imagine. And we want those people to be able to prosecute and send us to jail or send someone to jail. I think the competence issue comes up. For me, from a jurisprudential perspective, as the judge said, I also think when Parliament is sitting, Parliament represents the people. So in any matter of wrongdoing of a public nature, it would, if it's a criminal matter, it would then be so and so, maybe Mr. Matambo versus the people, isn't it? So the people are a party to those proceedings. The case that Judge Dingake raised discussed the issue, one of the rules of natural justice. In Latin, it's audi autarem partem. In English, it would be hear the other party. There's another rule of natural justice, and it's nemo iudex en causa sua. I'm sure people can say it better than me. But what it means, translated or interpreted, is no man or no person should be a judge in his own cause. So do we want the people themselves to sit in judgment in the case where they themselves are the complainant? Those are my two questions on the discussion that we had earlier, and we can now proceed into the discussion while we all think about it. And I don't even have the answers actually. So if people have answers, maybe later they can propose answers to that. Thank you. We can have the presentation. It's being made by myself as a discussant, so I'm not going to do a very detailed discussion. It's just an overview of what has happened in terms of amending the agreement relating to the project, and the background to that, which I think by now, with the discussion we've had, and particularly Mr. Kurasha's intervention, I think we clarified quite a lot. So the Srhr project implementation is planned for a 4-year period, effective 1st July 2019 up to 31st March 2023. The component on democratic accountability and human rights, maybe I should start from somewhere earlier. I can't see very well there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so the component on democratic accountability has is effective from 1st October 2021. The reason and rationale behind this inclusion is that democratic accountability is under severe strain in our region. I think the earlier contributions regarding separation of powers are actually very instructive, and they laid the tone for this discussion. I don't know if I even need to go into details regarding how, because I think we are all experiencing these things in our respective parliaments, and we alluded to them earlier, to the issues earlier. But essentially, the strain on democratic accountability affects the domestication of civil and political rights on one hand, and economic and social cultural rights on the other. As you know, those are first generation and second generation rights, but we won't go into details about that. And sub-Saharan Africa actually is one of the worst hit parts with this problem. Obviously, other parts of the world also have it, but what's relevant probably to us is sub-Saharan Africa's situation. And the fact that in the global average for democracy ratings, we are not rated very well. There are stark differences with the global average, where we sit in the negative, actually. And in our region, particularly the SADC region, it has been found by certain studies that only 1 out of 5, the 15 member states, is a full democracy. And these things are in the project document, so I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm assuming colleagues have read or will read if they have not yet. So I just want to give a bit of background. The remaining countries that is the 14 others, are qualified as either flawed democracies, hybrid, or even authoritarian regimes. So this lack of accountability of the executive towards the legislature and the scarcity of checks and balances over government authority are key determinants in assessing the poor state of democracy in the region. And this is according to the Economist Intelligence Unit in a publication called Democracy Index 2020 in Sickness and in Health. I don't know if we are moving with that. Yeah. So like I said, the project will be implemented over a 4-year period, with the democratic accountability component being effective from 1st October. And there are 2 project outcomes which are specifically related to the strengthening of the democratic accountability aspects. And these are outcomes 8 and outcome 9. 8 provides for the strengthening of democratic accountability by parliamentary interventions, and 9 for the advancement of human rights to build the democratic drive across the region. So the project builds on the solid work of the SADC-PF in promoting democratization and governance and human rights in the region since its establishment. As we are all aware, or at least most of us are aware, the SADC-PF has been working in the area of democratization, governance, and human rights from the time of its establishment, and it has actually achieved quite a lot. But there's still need to build up on this, particularly with regard to the parliamentary input into that process. So a lot still needs to be done, and there are a lot of challenges which need to be addressed. And these challenges have exposed gaps towards democratic consolidation. So the project will leverage on the mandate of SADC-PF as the sole interparliamentary coordinator and convener of national parliaments in the region. Because there's no other institution, I think, in the region that has the kind of mandate in terms of bringing together all the parliaments of the region as the SADC-PF does. So that is what this component of the project hopes to ride on. And because of that, it will benefit from the robust and formalized collaboration between SADC-PF and state and non-state actors across the region. And you are very key as SRSR researchers and desk officers in this particular collaboration. As you all know, the forum works through you in all the SADC member states. And through you, the forum is able to collaborate with different partners. It's immense. The number of collaborators that we have around the region is immense because you people, you colleagues are present in these member states. The project will also bolster a collaborative approach to enhancing the role of Parliament in strengthening democratic accountability and protecting human rights in the region. I'm not sure it's moving. Is it moving? Okay. Then we must note that human rights protections are outlined in various instruments to which our member states are actually party. These include the UN Charter, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and various SADC protocols, which we ourselves have developed within our region. So we sign up to these commitments at regional and international level, but in practice, our citizens don't actually enjoy the freedom of expression, association, assembly that we espouse or hope that they will enjoy. Also, we find that many times media freedoms are restricted. We have cases of attacks, abductions, and even killings, for example, of people with albinism, which have been recorded and quite on a large and worrying scale. So you find that although we've signed up to certain things, we are not really actualizing, or those things are not being realized, and our citizens are not enjoying those rights. There are also issues of unequal access to social services, the usual water, education, health, sanitation, food. You'll find that a lot of times our people cannot access these things. Even though we have we've made commitments that we're going to provide them. We also have quite common election-related violence due to contested electoral outcomes and skewed political playing fields. I think we discussed some of this earlier. We all know the way our elections are done in our various countries. We all have our own challenges. Some of us are trying to improve, maybe some slower than others, or in a positive way, maybe some faster than others. But there are problems. And because of that, sometimes you get outbursts of violence happening because of that, because people are unhappy, you know, they feel that maybe they're not being treated fairly in the electoral process. Then we also have cases of cyberbullying and gender-based violence also on the rise. And I think, for example, gender-based violence, we have in the SADC-PF a model law that was recently adopted at the 50th Plenary Assembly. And it identified and discussed this issue quite extensively and proposed some legislative solutions, some quite innovative. And I think the issue of cyberbullying was also included in this, one of the things I think that were covered by that model law. And despite these problems that I'm talking about are happening despite the reintroduction of multi-party politics in the 1990s and the renewed interest that arose in institutions of democracy within our region. So the wave of pluralism has not necessarily produced the efficient and effective parliaments that we would hope for, which would underpin democratic processes and democratization. And we are still characterized by dominant executives, I think, like we said, and not so independent judiciaries, even though the judiciary seems to be quite powerful, like the way Honorable Justice Dingake told us, the judiciary in Botswana was able to tell Parliament, it doesn't matter, we are going to intervene because someone's rights have been infringed or is alleged to have been infringed. Be that as it may, it has been found that our judiciaries are actually not so independent. So maybe that particular case, or maybe the case of the country that he cited, could be an exception, but the general situation in our countries is that they are not so strong. And weak parliaments are also a characteristic of our countries. So the full institutionalization of a strong system of separation of powers has not been attained, in other words. In these circumstances, we also have corruption thriving because our democratic institutions are weak. So there is actually need for the institutions to be strengthened. In this setting, we then had the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in those circumstances that I've talked about. And that just exacerbated the dual challenge of weak democratic accountability and human rights violations. In some cases, some countries went into lockdowns and people's freedoms of movement, speech were restricted. In some cases, people could not access services that they should ordinarily have accessed. And it was all rationalized on the basis of this crisis which was happening. So the idea is that Parliament needs to come up, particularly that in our region, we don't have a human rights tribunal for the SADC region. I think we have at international level, we do have at African level, but at SADC level, we don't have a mechanism, a forum that looks after specifically human rights. So it's important for the parliaments in the country, it's incumbent on them actually to come up and ensure that they defend the rights of the citizens and protect those rights. And in so doing, they must advocate for the domestication of international and regional human rights and anti-corruption instruments, because corruption is also another big problem in our region. Of course, to varying degrees and without mentioning specifics, we all know that we have challenges in terms of corruption, and this affects how we utilize the funds. First of all, how we mobilize the funds that we have in the public sector, and even how we apply them. For example, in the area of procurement, and like I said, you have a situation like COVID where things had to be procured in a hurry. So you get all sorts of, what can I call them? Incidents and people cutting corners, so to speak, in the name of the emergency. But you find that sometimes it may just be corrupt practices taking root, and the crisis may just be used to explain, to cover up, so to speak. So you find a lot of maladministration and poor public financial management. So this project is timely because it will help to facilitate the bridging of the legal and policy gaps that exist, which I've highlighted. It will contribute towards realization of accountability, democratic accountability, and will help to promote the protection of human rights in our region in Southern Africa. So given that, without taking too much of your time, I would like us to just quickly go over the project outcomes. And I appeal that you do read, once again, the project document, because these things are contained there. I'm not saying anything that is not in the project document, and I said there, or to read the project document. Please, when you have time, I'll simply highlight the outcomes that are in the project document. Some of the first 7 are the old ones in the initial document, and the last 2 are the ones that relate to this democracy and democratization and human rights component. So the first outcome is that SADC-PF manages and implements the project effectively. That's outcome statement 1. Statement number 2, parliaments enact targeted Srhr, HIV/AIDS and related legislation. For example, national legislation on sexual and gender-based violence, safe abortion, early and unintended pregnancy, non-discrimination and rights of key populations. Outcome statement 3, parliaments consistently vote for enhanced budgets which promote sustainability, increase capacity of resources responsive to universal Srhr and HIV/AIDS programs. Number 4, parliaments exercise increased oversight and accountability over state institutions and executive action on SRH, leading to transparency, accountability, and greater legitimacy. Statement number 5, parliamentarians demonstrate inclusivity and an increased willingness to champion and represent SRHR concerns of communities, constituencies, vulnerable or marginalized groups. Outcome statement number 6, that MPs should raise issues through interparliamentary networks, which are coordinated by SADC-PF, resulting in strengthened tracking of commitments by governments. So this is where I think it was before. It ended there. Sorry, there's number 7, the last one. Increased efficiency and utilization of empirical research by the institution of parliament and leading to knowledge, research, and advocacy. Yeah. So number 8, outcome statement number 8. These are the new outcome statements. So the parliamentarians are expected at the end of the project to demonstrate increased interest in furthering democratic accountability by interrogating key governance issues in parliament, promote transparency, openness, consolidate the anti-corruption framework, and canvass for a free and fair electoral system. Outcome statement number 9 is that, sorry, I didn't move it. Okay. Number 9 is that parliamentarians influence the human rights framework and heighten its justiciability, its implementation and enforcement by parliamentary functions that draw linkages with universal health coverage and the sustainable development goals. So these 2 are the additional outcomes under the added democratization and human rights project component of the project under SRHR. So what's important, I think, for us as people working on SRHR and coordinating this particular component of the project is to make the necessary linkages between democratization and human rights and also the SRHR project, and most importantly, like today, the budget process and the public financial management process in general. It's very important to do that because I think it was said from the beginning, and I will repeat it actually. So one of the issues that I highlighted, that we must know that without financing, nothing is going to happen. No matter how many commitments are made at international level, people will be, you can protest, you can do anything. As long as there's no money that is put in, CSOs will sing their songs until they turn black, but nothing will happen if the funding is not made available. So it's very important for parliamentarians to take that role and make sure they advocate for funding. I don't know of a parliament in the SADC region that is budget making. I know there are two types of parliaments in terms of budget making. You have budget approving and budget making. Most parliaments, I think even all parliaments in SADC, unless, and I stand to be corrected, if anybody else can contradict me, I'll be happy to change my position. All parliaments in SADC are budget approving. And this goes back to the issue of power relations between the executive and the legislature, which we talked about earlier, and the separation of powers. In many of our parliaments, the executive is sitting in the parliament. The budget is actually drawn up by the executive and presented just for approval. And there are even restrictions about what can be done to that budget when it's actually presented. So you have some constitutional restrictions. Even if you wanted to move, there are specific restrictions. So within the strictures, as much as we can at our level try and advocate against those systems, it's not easy to change them. These are constitutional systems, and there are political interests, entrenched political interests, which I don't even think we want to start that war. We can just talk about it. But I think the issue is what can be done in the existing situation. I think that's where we should be oscillating or operating. What can be done within the existing system? How much can be changed? How much can money be moved, varied? I know that in Zambia, and I think there are many countries or jurisdictions that are like that, you are allowed, Parliament is allowed to move money within the total figure. Mr. Matambo, you can confirm for me if that's correct, and maybe colleagues from other countries can share what their jurisdictions provide for. But in Zambia, that's the constitutional position. The bottom line must remain the same. And because remember, we talked about the compositions of our parliament, and this comes from the election process. You will find that most of the time the ruling party has such a big majority. There isn't much that other people can do. And the decisions that come to the floor, the critical decisions that are made on the floor of the House, are not even made on the floor of the House. Mr. Chuma, they go through the party caucus. I hope there are no MPs here. Before I get to, yeah, so they are made by the party caucus. The formal, orchestrated and choreographed procedure in Parliament is just that. This is just a choreography which they do in Parliament. The decisions are already made. In fact, if you've worked in Parliament like Mr. Chuma for a long time and myself, by the time I'm going for work, the committee will be sitting to consider this. I even know the answer. I can even write the report in advance. Because I know this is the way it is. The government wants this. This is what will happen. And even the composition of committees will reflect, I think in most cases, the composition of committees reflects the numbers, the proportions in the House. So you'll find that even in the committees will agree because the caucus, the whips have already done their work. Yes. So I think there's no need for us to fight a fight which we can't win, but we can try to fight a fight which it is possible to win, maybe, to talk about working within what can be done. So it's very important for, I think, Srhr researchers working with desk officers to identify those areas where there's a possibility that something can be done and try to work with that. Of course, the bigger picture remains, which still needs attention. And maybe some MPs can come up as champions to try and champion that cause if they are not whipped by their parties, because the party system is quite strong, actually. And it's all over the world, actually. It's like that. Of course, in our situation, we are talking about Parliament. So we can, about the SADC region, so we can restrict ourselves to that discussion. So to end, without saying, wasting too much of your time, I think you know these things. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the project and the budget process. And I think I already started to talk about it a bit. The key issue for us is to identify, like I said, the functions of Parliament and where can Parliament advocate for the things that we would like to see, the democratization issues, the human rights issues. In fact, most of the work that Parliament does goes to the human rights of the citizens. So what we need to do is to push the members to become champions for those particular issues and human rights, so they are able to achieve them. Because if nobody talks about them, I think the politicians would be happy to just move from one day to the next with nothing happening. It would be fine. Yeah. So in theory, Parliament controls the public purse, but we all know the reality is a little bit different from just that statement as it is. It's quite inaccurate, actually. But that's the theory about it, and I suppose we have to accept it as it is. Parliament votes money. Most of the time, they just approve, but they are said to be voting. And they actually vote, literally. Yeah? There's a vote is put to the House, a question is put, and people actually vote on it. But the outcome is predetermined many times. And there's also a possibility of prioritizing projects. And also, anyway, let's not really just paint the picture very black. It's possible to change certain things. I also think, especially if you have well-informed research, there's a way that you can sit with the executive and bring the story to them in a meaningful way so that they're able to listen and change and accept certain things. I think I've seen that happen. It's a bit difficult, but it can be done. So Parliament needs to prioritize projects and programs in its budgeting process. I think the budgeting process will be discussed by experts. I'm not very good with numbers, so I want to stay away from it. There are many people here, I think, who are very clever, who know how to discuss such things. Yeah, but for us now, what I wanted to say is make sure that those projects, programs with human rights components or democratization components are prioritized, because sometimes you can have a program in the budget, but the amount that it's getting is, negligible because it's not a priority. Other things are prioritized over it. So those are the things we need to talk to the members. Sometimes it's important to talk to committees. I worked with committees for the longest time, and I've seen how effective committees can be, actually. Sometimes it's much easier to work with a ministry and a part of the executive through a committee than on the floor. Because on the floor, there's a lot of political posturing. In committees, there's a bit more technical. There's a technical kind of dimension that is taken. And, you can talk like, people almost talk like professionals. Almost, maybe not all the time, but almost. They can speak. The executive and the legislature can exchange at a professional level, at a technical level, and there's some understanding. But if the matter is just taken to the floor of the House, it becomes very difficult to convince the other side, because there it's to vote. No, let's go to a vote. And they know that they'll win for sure. So, yeah. Similarly, Parliament votes on supplementary spending. It's the same thing as voting money for projects and programs. You have the same kind of complications sort of playing out there as well. Once the executive has decided what goes into the supplementary, that is what they put there. And so it's important to find ways of entering that discussion, maybe before it comes to the floor of the House. And it's up to us to find those innovative ways of entering the discussion at a more appropriate time than at the end, when it's already a bit too late. People are already digging into their positions. I think budget tracking is also another important aspect of our work. And of course, the experts will unpack the process of budgeting, the implementation of the budget, which is implementation of government programs. And it's important to identify who are the champions who can help with budget tracking, how do you capacity build the members? I think the first speaker, Mr. Chavel, actually mentioned that if something is so difficult, even for a technocrat to understand, what about a member of parliament? As I said, members of parliament are not always professional people. Many times they're just ordinary people. You know, they're a reflection of our society. So they come in all different forms. And you find that maybe very few of them are technical people. And they have these complicated things that they need to go through. They need to understand and to pronounce themselves on. And they have the authority to do that. So as citizens, if those are the people we have entrusted to make those big decisions, which affect us in our lives and affect the enjoyment of human rights, I think it's our duty to assist them to have good information, you know, as good as we can give them in order for them to make the best decision in the circumstances. Of course, there's the political side, which even if they have the good information, but at least let them have it. And then we hope that they will vote with their conscience, although the reality sometimes dictate otherwise. Yeah, so budget tracking is quite important. Budget tracking is also a technical process, but it's a very good process. It actually helps the members, and the members actually, you know, the money that we voted was 1 million, but what is getting to the place where we wanted it to go is probably 100,000. Along the way, so many things have happened, you know, before the money actually gets there, particularly in circumstances like, again, I'll use Zambia, which I'm very familiar with, but we can share experiences from elsewhere. In situations where the public financial management is centralized, you get a situation where money is held at the center, but the actual service provision is at the periphery. If we don't have proper full fiscal decentralization, it becomes more difficult for the money that Parliament votes to actually reach the beneficiaries and actually to ensure that the rights that those people are entitled to are realized. So it's very important for parliamentarians actually to track expenditure. I know it's quite a tedious and it's a big job, especially if you have to do in all sectors. But once in a while, you could pick a particular area and track and see how it's going in that particular sector. Yeah, I wanted to emphasize the fact that without a budget, there can be no implementation. That's the last thing I wanted to say, actually. Without a budget, there's no implementation. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. We can have some questions. We can have some questions from the floor on this presentation, or we can have a discussion. Actually, I'll be happier with a discussion because I'm not very... Yes, please, Malawi.
Thank you so much, the presenter. At the same time, you're also the moderator of the session.
I'm a discussant, actually.
A discussant, yes, I can see. No, one is to really thank you and also congratulate you for the presentation that you have made. Very clear, very eloquent in your presentation. I think, thanks so much for that. Not a question, as you have rightly said, perhaps just a matter of rejoinder in terms of what you have presented. I think you are a person that I think you have got an insight experience of the parliamentary, work and setup. So I think what you have done is you have actually shared with us in terms of what you have seen and perhaps what has been the real situation in our parliament. What you have presented is not very far from Malawi. I know that we share the common practice and the rules of the house. I think we are neighbors there. The key point that I wanted to expound on is about the issue of whether our parliaments are budget-making parliaments or are approving parliaments. I think I agree with you entirely that most of the parliaments in SADC, they are approving. But what I would even want to say is that the approving process is the rubber stamping kind of the approving process. Perhaps that would be a better word. For the reason that you have explained, Presenter, that
I'm sure it's unparliamentary, but we can use it here.
I wanted to be very candid on this one because I know otherwise I have to amplify the point of the approving process. It's a rubber stamping kind of a process. As for the reasons you already cited, Presenter, that decisions about what ought to be appropriated by Parliament are made elsewhere. They are passed through Parliament for purposes of, getting the concurrence in terms of the constitutional mandate of Parliament. That's why they are presented. Otherwise, if the executive had a way of making sure that the proposed budget is passed outside Parliament, I think they would have been happy to do that. But because of the constitutional requirement, that's why the proposed budgets, they have to, and it's a must, that Parliament has to give a nod to it. So giving a nod, the experience that we have had so far is that Parliament has got very limited kind of space, perhaps to suggest some modification or changes to what has been suggested by the executive. But what we have done in our case and what we have normally encouraged the MPs is that we encourage them to lobby with the executive on the things that they would want to happen. They should lobby with the executive outside Parliament before the budget is presented to Parliament. That's the only effective way. Perhaps they could achieve certain things. So we have encouraged them that they should not wait up until the budget is presented on the floor of the House to bring suggestion for amendment. So perhaps that's the only side that we can encourage each other here, that, in the political circles that happens in Parliament, if our MPs wait until the executive bring their budget on the floor of the House, things do not work. They don't work because the executive has already taken its decisions, and in caucuses, which the presenter said is where positions are made. And once the positions have been made, there is very little that can be done on the floor of the House to change the budget. Secondly, even the rules of the House that we have in our Parliament, and according to the presentation that I was getting from the presenter, we seem to have the same with Zambia, that the rules have been made in a way that proposals to amend the budget, especially for a vote, or to amend it upwards or to increase the vote, that mandate is given to the minister responsible for finance. No any other member can do that. I think that's a standard practice. Actually, I think that is there. So it means with those kind of rules, our MPs have got very limited kind of mandate to do the things that perhaps they feel as representatives of the people are the right things. Very limited, space that they have. So from our side, perhaps we need to encourage our members to do more work outside Parliament before the budget is presented. And the committees are the better avenues. Committees are the better avenues. In Malawi, before Parliament, before the budget comes to Parliament, there is a time where the Minister of Finance, I think they call it budget formulation consultative, meetings or avenues, where the Minister of Finance would consult several stakeholders, including Parliament, on what they are suggesting. So we have encouraged our MPs that when it comes to Parliament, when they're consulting Parliament, that's an opportunity for them to lobby, you know, in a manner that is outside the chamber, to lobby, present their issues there, justify the issues, and that's where, as Secretariat from Parliament, we come in to help them, give them as much information as we could, using, for example, in our case, with the budget office. They could analyze the situation and perhaps provide information to the members. And that's the only effective way in which perhaps some changes could be made in view of what the members of Parliament, as representatives of the people, could perhaps get through in terms of what they want. But waiting up until the budget is presented on the floor of the House, I think things do not work. And the presenter said, there is a question of numbers. On the floor of the House, it's a question of numbers. Who are the numbers? And in most cases, the government have an upper hand. They take positions, and those positions they go through. There isn't much they can do. We had a situation, I think some way back in around 2009 to 2014, where the government was in a minority in terms of the numbers in the House. The opposition at that time wanted to do the right things in terms of proposing the real things that they wanted. But things turned political. The government, the president and his government went to the public to say, no, the Parliament is refusing to pass the budget. And when the word refusal comes to the public that your MPs are refusing, the public, they don't even look at the reasons why. They don't look at the reasons. The issue that the MPs are refusing. But otherwise, if you look at the reasons that the MPs then, the opposition, the reason they were advancing for changes into the proposed budget, they were justified. But just because of the political setup, I think they went to the public and they went there with a name that your MPs are refusing to pass the budget. So that's how political sometimes, and in most cases, our parliaments are. And perhaps these are some of the things that, from our side, as technocrats, we could advise our MPs in terms of how best they can do these things. I thank you so much, Presenter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I hear Mr. Manzi with a lot of experience also there in Parliament, saying the government side went out to the people and said, your MPs are refusing to approve the budget. I'm sure they were saying, so we won't be able to buy medicines in the hospitals. See, so it's the right. The issue is that right to medication, to healthcare. That is what the money is meant for. And even when they are going to argue about what maybe they've done other things, they are not talking about those other things which were wrong. They'll go and say, no, your MPs have refused, so we won't have medications. We won't have nurses. We won't employ the doctors. So it's critical that we finance for purposes of provision of public services. Yeah. As we proceed, I have seen South Africa, Seychelles, and Zambia. Let me say this. At a later stage, I think we're going to require all the Srhr researchers to speak. Just one comment each on this issue, because it's important for you to, you've been working in this area, and it's important for you to speak rather than keep quiet. So we're going to, at some point, go by country, and we get your comments on the issue. What is your experience? It's important to spare learning now, so we would like to hear from all of you. So for now, South Africa. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, please introduce yourselves. I think maybe some of us came a little later. We didn't hear.
Thank you so much. My name is Tumsani Chanchis. I'm the Director for Parliamentary Budget Office. You must direct me because I know I can speak fast, and then there's interpretation. I'll take it slowly, so I can allow them to interpret as well. Look, I think thanks, Ben, for the input. I think I wanted to add on the point around, there's 2 points I want to add on. Some of the issues around the budget process, I'm currently updating my presentation while I'm listening, because clearly some of the issues comes up now for later in the afternoon, because some of the issues around the budget process and the thinking, the narrative and so on, and the story we're trying to tell is very important. I think the issue around budget making vis-a-vis budget approving, it's a crucial point. We had a discussion around that in South Africa many times. And clearly you realize that in many instances it's deliberately created in that way in the constitution. I mean, I'm talking about South African case in particular, that only Minister of Finance, has the power to propose the money bills, in Parliament. So it's there in trying to. So then we went back to say, where does this come from? And you realize the way our democracy was created was really modeled around other countries, and so on, and particularly the former colonies and so on. It comes quite a long time. But what I find it quite interesting in South African experience is that the constitution continues to say it gives Parliament certain powers as well within that process as well, where you're saying even if the Minister of Finance can propose money bills, but Parliament can amend that in the process if they so feel that maybe we should give more to health rather than giving more to education, or maybe we increase tax on consumption tax versus income tax, and even conceptualization of the capacity for supporting the legislatures. Clearly, that hinges around that as well, because when you look at I'll touch on this later, different budget office within globally, even in the continent, the capacity of that budget office relies a lot on the kinds of parliament that you have. And you look at US Congress can propose a money bill, can propose a budget or a policy. When you look at the healthcare bill, Obamacare, hence they have a huge capacity at the legislature level to be able to do that number crunching and so on and so forth. So that really hinges around that. Say it's very complicated in that way. And leaving that behind always makes it very difficult to reason at the later stage. But what I found it interesting is that even if you have clear rules that gives parliaments powers to propose amendments, some don't actually. And I mean, we had 2 cases in South Africa of members proposing amendments to the budget. I mean, we had a situation in 2015 where the university students wanted to have free fees. It was a very complex situation. I was in Parliament, in their house there, and it was messy. And other political parties or members of Parliament, let me leave political parties, members of Parliament proposed amendments that amend the budget to make provisions for the free fee education and so on. But you realize that clearly boils back to it's a policy issue at the end of the day. And if you can't campaign each other on the policy, what policy we take, they won't do it, because we have so many proposals to amend the budget. But that has never happened, because some say, look, it's our policy that this is how it should be. It can be. So it's so complicated. There's so many nuanced issues that I think as officials, as technicians, we have to take into account, particularly politically. And I think that helps a lot in understanding that political thinking, policy thinking around, even though you ought to be independent or technician, but you need to understand that nuance, because in many cases I thought to myself, but you should have amended the budget. Why didn't you amend it? But again, you ask yourself, even if there's a provision, Parliament is tied down to say, before you amend, make sure that you consider this in place. Hence, the capacity becomes very important. And I'm quite glad that SADC is working on getting more of our researchers capacitated in this regard. That's the first point I want to raise. The second point is really around, because, I mean, before I go to the second point, the first point, obviously the Ministry of Finance go through so much process to develop that proposals. So if you are going to amend it or change it, at least take that cognizance and provide proposals that that takes that into account. I think that's the main story there. Which means it can be done. I don't think it has to be done. It can be done. It's an issue of the nuances that I noted there that are very important at the research and technical analysis level. The second point, it comes to, we had a situation at the university, observing the postgraduate LLM students there. So we're looking at regional integration as a way of, comparing. I think we're comparing. I asked them to compare the EU versus the African Union, and I think one of the major disparities between the two integrations is that, look, when you look at where the EU started, or European Union, let me say, their initial integration was around economic development, and that really has been an anchor in seeing there are other issues, obviously, the many other factors that play in. That has really seen so much conditions or so much mechanisms that are put in place to ensure that the countries that come into the integration are actually achieving economic development and many other things that came into space. So one of the students raised a point to look, but with the AU integration, I think there hasn't been a lot of discussion around economic development as a main thrust or main anchor, towards one of the main outcomes, at least. And my view, I mean, I have to admit, I have not went through the detailed SG of the program. It's my first time I met it during the week. I do apologize, but I think one of the wanting to propose or think or ask whether we have done, are we able to, use the economic development as an outcome, one of the major outcomes, because that, in a way, it forces the thinking also to not to be about only, I mean, obviously the well-being can be an economic development issue, but certainly having an economic development as a major, as one of the requirements or one of the outcomes of any integration does, at least it was worked in the European Union, does in a way enable to deal with some of the socio-economic issues. Because when you look at, we heard a lot of debates in South Africa about, we're still having them about gender budgeting, consideration and thinking. And one of the issues that keeps coming up is that you have to empower people so that they can be able to take their own decisions in all the time, because economics is a very important part of it. And if you don't think about it in that way, you'll remember some of the problems for a longer time. So I think economic development should really be very important. I don't know where you're going to put it, but at least all the well-being or the economic development has to be one of the anchor that supports or leads to as an outcome. So I'm taking too much time there. So those are 2 points I wanted to raise. Thanks so much. I think others I'll raise them later. Thank you so much. I must be careful all the time because working with politicians is not nice. They teach you to speak for so long.
You're doing very well on your way to becoming a politician. Thank you very much. That was a lot of contributions, I think, in one breath. And colleagues, please feel free to comment. We need to exchange ideas. Like I told you, I really don't have answers. But I think we can immediately answer on the issue of the economic development as an outcome. I think in the strategic plan, there's some provision that SADC-PF has to work towards. But also, I think there are some studies, although I'm not sure that, but I remember attending a meeting on, there are some studies that have been done on these SRHR issues to show the economic impact, because definitely health issues have an impact on the economy, productivity, but also on the expenditure side, how much is spent in taking care of those problems when they now happen. It's better to deal with them, you lower the cost. For example, I can think immediately of early and unintended pregnancy. I think studies have been done about that, the cost of a child getting pregnant at a particular age, before a particular age, maybe the cost of that child not going to school, poverty begetting poverty. Yeah, studies have been done, but maybe they need to be harnessed. But in our strategic plan, we do have a provision for that kind of thing. So maybe if somebody else wants to comment or nobody, maybe we can go to Seychelles. I've identified a lot of you. So what I will do maybe is restrict the time of speaking, colleagues, so that we are able to get in as many speakers as possible. So can I say?
Chair, may I seek guidance? The way one might want to respond to the issue raised, specific issue raised, which you have given opportunity to be responded to. We take the opportunity to supplement, or we wait until we have an opportunity to speak, and then we will still refer to.
In fact, I did ask if someone wanted to comment on the South Africa contribution. Would you like to comment? Okay, very
yes, Chair,
quickly,
I wish to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Before we go to Seychelles.
I have two comments. The first one relates to the issue you attributed to regarding a case where Parliament even has unfettered powers, or has more generous powers beyond the limitation that Ms. Msonda referred to. And the fact that Parliament sometimes rarely do make use of those provisions. One of the realities around that is the political dynamics and implications or interpretation of that, and also that relates to what we have seen with how parliaments utilize, for instance, the provision for private members' bills. When Parliament dares to challenge a proposed budget statement to a point of proposing amendments, sometimes the political interpretation is that of tantamount to a vote of no confidence. And usually it's a line that parliamentarians, individual parliamentarians, are very careful to tread on. And that is also closely linked to the reality that in almost all our setups, and probably even in SADC PF, we have seen this culture where the appointment of members of parliament to the executive branch is definitely seen as a promotion. So our members are in a perpetual state of being groomed or waiting to be promoted into the executive. So the attitude, if you wish to be promoted or to be groomed into the next level, you are going to be very careful on how you tread. So there are parliaments. I did my research on the budget process in Namibia. Parliament of Namibia is one of those parliaments that have very broad powers around the budget, but it has never in the history of the country been used by anyone. Then the very specific and pointed question you were also talking about regarding economic development as an outcome in regional integration. In fact, the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the current strategic plan, and Clay alluded to that, it actually paints the vision of SADC PF being the flag bearer of democratization, that's one pillar, and socio-economic development on the other hand. And this ties in even with the trajectory of SADC, where while the first phase focused more on political independence, against the background of what we know, and we continue to have peace and security issues. But in all the instruments of SADC, including the Vision 50, including the revised RISDP, the peace and security is being seen as an enabler for economic development. So in other words, there is a framework at regional level wherein we can begin to demand accountability for putting economic development as an outcome, because that's actually the basis on which the regional integration project and architecture at the moment is modeled, where peace is not seen as an end in itself, but as a means of facilitating socioeconomic development. And SADC-PF, rightly so, aligns itself very well in terms of focusing on economic development as an outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Sessions would be.
Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. Geneviève Morel from Seychelles, SADC PF researcher. It is very true, I would say, that committees do delve more intensively on issues related to budget and other issues. But according to experience, and as rightly said by a presenter earlier on, there is just so much MPs can do. When they meet in committee sessions, they do discuss intensively and they do agree on a common agenda for many various issues. And during the discussions, it is very, very difficult for them to take these decisions to the floor of the House. They do put their political differences aside in committees, and they might vote on certain issues in committees, and even committee staff, support staff. There are committees that do not have, most of our committees do not have permanent support staff. Staff are already employed by the National Assembly and they have their respective duties. It is very difficult for those staff, and now I'm talking generally, it's very difficult for those support staff to really have an input on committee discussions because they act as administrative staff only. They take minutes, they organize tea, they organize lunch. This is as far as they go. Aside from the committee, the health committee, the communicable diseases, HIV/AIDS, and Srhr committee, which I am the researcher and the secretary, because this committee falls under the ambit of the governance project, then I'm lucky to be able to have a say and act as if I was sort of an MP, if I may say, on the committee, because my input is valued and my voice is heard. I can guide, I can counsel. But the thing is, even that, when it comes to on the floor of the House, whatever is discussed at committee level, the members cannot bring that to the floor of the House, especially where budget is concerned. As it has been rightly said earlier on, caucuses vote according to what the ruling party has brought, has set it in the budget. For example, if I may take the health budget, for example, before the 2022 budget was presented in November, I sat with a committee for health, and we discussed at length, and we said we need to have specific heads for specific health needs. For the education budget, we said we need to have a specific head for comprehensive sexuality education. Members agreed on that. But when the budget was presented, we had a main head for education, a main head for health. The National AIDS Council featured as a subhead, but the MPs did not have the say. They could not go to government and say, see, under National AIDS Council, we need to have subheads for various areas that we need, that we feel we need finance to be financed. And for the education budget, they could not fight to have a budget specifically for comprehensive sexuality education. And this is an area where we are failing big time in Seychelles, is a comprehensive sexuality education. We do have the program in schools, but we do not have the qualified personnels. If only we had that budget to train those personnels, then maybe it would make a difference. But what I'm trying to say generally is, yes, we do discuss at committee level. Certain support staff do have the mandate to actually guide and counsel the MPs. But when it comes to the presentation of the budget, there's nothing we can do because it comes from the executive, and this is the budget. You either vote for it or you don't. And because back home, the ruling party now is also the majority in the assembly. So even if they debate, you do know that, oh, this one we have to vote as a block. So basically, this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I will insist that we take 2 minutes each. I recognized Zambia, Angola. I have another Zambia, Mozambique, DRC. And now I see Lesotho. But you know, we are almost at lunchtime. The afternoon session will begin at 2. We are not changing the time. We are not able to change that time. So let's agree to be very fast with our contributions so that we're able to get everyone to speak, and then we can have lunch not too late after 1. So we'll proceed with Zambia. I think Mr. Matambo, very quickly, can I give you 2 minutes, please?
Yes, please. One of the challenges that I've had with Srhr is defining where they should end. Even when you're looking at trying to tease it out from the budget. And I now see that you introduced the democracy. I'm seeing the work a little bit more complicated. There's quite some work that we've done in trying to understand Srhr in terms of where they should end. I don't know to what extent, where is it ending? What should be the focus? Is the institutions? Is it allocations? What is the democracy that you're looking at? I think it would be interesting to get more clarity. And like I said, probably might read the documents and be able to appreciate more.
You want to take that? Yes. Mr. Kurasha, please quickly respond in a minute.
I see the informer is question.
No, she doesn't have the floor. We have another Zambia. I don't know if it's her, but.
Okay. No, I just wanted to alert the chair. I stand guided, chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I think, let me just intervene. We'll not finish this list. There's a session on deconstruction in the program, which will ably assist us to look at what is it that they're supposed to be looking at. And also, let us also realize that we try to demystify in the 2 earlier presentations. Yes, we want more powers for parliaments, but we must respect separation of powers. Yes, we are citizens, we wish certain things could happen in a particular way, but there are constitutional dictates that we cannot go around. Yes, we wish for X, but as staff, you have limitations. Yes, we wish for that, but even as MPs, some of them are PhD holders. they are looking at politics of the stomach, if I put it in that way. So there are all these structural issues that we're making you become aware of. At this point, it's up to you as researchers and desk officers, just like you do. You go to your committee and suggest for a topic that the committee should focus on. It does not mean that you're solving all the problems of the world. It basically means that you are conscious that you're not in one party state. You are conscious of participatory democracy tenets. You are conscious of X, Y, Z, and D. At the regional level, we are conscious that we support the implementation capacity of SADC. And therefore, some of these issues are not new to the forum, but these are issues that the executive is seized with and are discussing. A good question was asked earlier from South Africa. The question was, can we have this as a pillar? I would have loved to hear a start from saying, yes, you are right. If we go back to 1990, where SADC was still a conference, and really when they came together and formed SADC with a double C, it was mainly around political emancipation. In 1992, they came together and regrouped, and we know why they did that. They set milestones as well. We are basically saying to researchers and desks, let us not be seen to be missing milestones. Let us also open our minds to our environment. Let's be politically conscious. Let's be conscious of the budget. Let's be conscious of the GDP of our countries and what it can afford or not afford. When you talk about checks and balances and separation of powers, you're basically saying the mandated roles of parliament hinge on 3 roles, if not 4. And you are there to make sure that they fully exploit those 3 particular roles, simply put. We go on 2000, there was a protocol that was put in place. The question that was asked, are we really focusing fully on the economic pillar? We know we set milestones as SADC. The AU in 2003 amended the Constitution Act to include issues of economy. SADC set milestones. We want a free trade area. We want the customs union. We want ABCD. Those are pillars. But how are we drawing from that ecosystem to ensure that our parliaments are led by technocrats such as yourself? How do we innovate where, let me just take, the president comes to address parliament at opening. What do you pick? The priorities. How are you then going to ensure that in these 3-4 rows of members of parliament, they can somehow digest that and be seen to be leading? Remember, we are the ones who should structure. We are the backbone of parliament. And therefore, this theory and exposure or consciousness is not about turning you into activists, but turning you into able technical staff who can support the institution of parliament. How do we accelerate socioeconomic integration? That was the question. You don't have to become an economist. You don't need to go and study regional integration. You are supposed to understand, what are we harmonizing? What are the norms for the region? And how can we seem to be making an input as SADC or as ex-country in this particular area? We talked about opening up markets. We talked about, SADC, our heads of states in their speeches, I can pick any from the region. There's no head of state that does not give direction in terms of where we should go. So the project is not coming up with any new innovation. The project is saying, listen, look around, use your expertise to focus on the priorities that are human rights sensitive, that no woman should die giving death. For instance, if you look at maternal mortality in our region, I can go on the whole day, but don't look for complex solutions. Look for the most simple. It could be, when COVID hit, what were the outcomes that were affected in the project? We know we've talked about GBV in your reports. We've talked about, SGBV, where a lot of children were out of school as well, and many others. So that's what we're asking. Now, what is the cost associated with those structural issues? Simply put, don't become an international relations student overnight. The idea is for you to absorb and integrate your analysis. We are ticking into your analysis and saying, are you aware? Are you conscious? Are you applying the impact of what you see? Or are you just saying, so many women, so many girls fall pregnant? In fact, when the Minister of Health comes and says, during the period of COVID, X amount of children fell pregnant, which is 20 times more than a normal year. As somebody in this I expect you to make the linkage. That's what we're saying. Simply put, basic. Don't go far. I hope I've not confused the matter.
Thank you, SG, for that elaboration and the clarifications. Like I said, colleagues, it's even 1 o'clock now. We have Angola. Maybe we go to, I'll miss out Zambia. They had another 10. We'll go to Mozambique, then DRC and Lesotho. Angola, yes, please.
Muito obrigado, estimada colega Cleia, ilustre moderadora, senhora secretária-geral. Eu vou procurar não ser estudante de Relações Internacionais, como acabou de dizer, e por isso gostaria de fazer casamento entre aquilo que foi dito pelo nosso professor convidado na primeira sessão com as questões que estão a ser apreciadas agora relativas ao processo de orçamentação. E meu colega Manzi, não o vejo aí. No translation?
No, there's a cross line. You are hearing both.
Apologies, there's a cross line. There's a cross line. Could you kindly assist? We're hearing
both the source and the interpretation.
Posso continuar?
Yes, please.
Ok. Bem, vou ser breve então. Eu gostaria de fazer casamento entre a primeira parte da nossa sessão, em que se falou da separação de poderes. Não, ainda não? Not yet?
Por favor, excuse me, sir. Can't follow. We can't. There's Portuguese and English in one line. Maybe it's time for lunch.
Is it okay, Ronald? Please proceed, Mr. Quinta. Sorry about that.
Conseguem já ouvir-me? A tradução já? Já? Ok, muito obrigado. Eu dizia que...
Sorry, we are still hearing, still the same, sorry.
Well, let me try to go into English then, and I beg your pardon if something is said not correctly. I'm a Portuguese speaker, so I am going to try to make a link between the presentation that we had before by the distinguished professor and this session that we are having now on the budgeting process. And Manzi was rightly saying that the budget approving process is a rubber stamping process. And since we work for parliaments, we have to realize that even our own budgets, I mean budgets from parliaments, they are part of the state budget. And when you speak about separation of powers, we have to realize that Parliament, to be an autonomous institution, must also have a financial autonomy. If you don't have a parliament that is not financially autonomous, then this separation of powers, we may lose it. So perhaps we should also have to assess how autonomous are our respective parliaments when we are talking about the finances. So this is one of the issues that I think it is adequate also to appreciate in this meeting, the issue of financial autonomy of our parliaments. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Angola, and apologies again about the translation. I hope that our ICT can sort it out. And thank you for your contribution and for keeping the time very short. Thank you. Can we have Mozambique, then DRC?
Yeah.
Mozambique first, Mozambique, then DRC. I hope we'll be able to hear in English from there, from our ICT. Please proceed.
Boa tarde. Primeiro gostaria de saudar as duas brilhantes intervenções. E eu não vou levar tempo, só queria trazer um pouquinho da experiência de Moçambique em relação à elaboração do orçamento do Estado. No nosso país, o governo, obedecendo os prazos fixados por lei, faz a recolha e elabora o orçamento, a proposta de orçamento, que é submetida à Assembleia da República para apreciação e aprovação. Neste processo de apreciação pelo Parlamento, temos dois cenários.
Sorry, we seem to be having a problem. Is everybody hearing? The Portuguese English seems to have.
Hello?
It's breaking.
Yeah?
It's breaking. The English interpretation is breaking.
Yeah.
When you speak, speak in Portuguese. And we are getting it in Russian language.
Russian. Not you. Do you want to continue, or maybe we take the last few speakers after lunch? We do have a heavy schedule in the afternoon, so. Okay. Okay, we're getting a new Portuguese English interpreter. Perhaps the interpreter we're using had a problem on his side. So I think we could break for lunch now and then come back after lunch. We have to come back at 2. So we have 48 minutes, I think, for lunch, and then we come back. So let's just try to be a bit fast. We're adding to the heavy schedule in the afternoon, but I think we can try and catch up on time.
Madagascar is on a different time zone as well.
Madagascar, we hope you can join us after lunch. Please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. After 50 minutes, we'll be back.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Where's the lunch? I think, can you do the photo after? You still want a group photo now? Do you still want a photo now? Right now? Sorry, colleagues, as we go out, who's doing the group photo? Miss Agnes or Ronald will lead us. We need to take a group photo and then we do lunch. If we are fast, then we can have longer time for lunch. Where's lunch? Lunch is served in the restaurant. Let's move quickly so that we finish.
two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good day. Is there anyone of the interpreters still online? Probably the Portuguese interpreter. I can hear two of you on the English channel, yes? Yes, I just wanted to test because just now before the session ended, we could hear both whatever's happening in the room and the interpreter. So I just wanted just to test and see that we're not having that problem after lunch. Yeah. Oh. The English channel is actually what I wanted to test, so it seems to be fine now. I don't know, was there a second interpreter that just spoke before the break? If I could test with him, maybe. On the same, okay, Alex, on the same English channel, if you can just talk with me, please. Alex, are you still there? No, I did not get all of Alex, but from your side, it works perfectly. Yes. So I think we'll keep it at that. Whenever I do get all of Alex, and I'll just do a test with him as well. Thank you. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, this 1, 2, 1, 2. This 1, 2, this 1, 2, this 1, 2, this 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi. Alex, are you around? Alex?
Hello, is there anyone of the interpreters still online?
Hi, Gilbert. Yeah, yeah, Gilbert. My mate is.
Yeah, can you turn this? Yeah. We can hear you, yes? While I speak here on the same time, Ronald will just listen on the English so that you can speak also while I speak, so that we just make sure that it doesn't crossfade again. Yes, Aaron? Yes, he is the host, yeah, Aaron. Yeah, no, yes, not, yeah. Hello? Yeah. Yes, he can. Hello? Rana? Yes, Aaron? Oh, sorry, I'm just doing a test at the same time, I think. So can you hear me and the interpreter as well? Well, just interpreter, yeah? On the English.
There's nobody right now.
Okay.
Can you say something?
Can you say something on the English while I speak also? Testing, 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 testing. So you should only be able to hear the interpreter. Huh?
No, he's not saying anything.
Is he not saying anything now?
No, he's speaking.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You only hear the interpreter, right?
Yeah.
Then that's how it should be. Yeah.
Yours is coming through here. That's all. It's not coming.
Yes. Yes.
I can hear. If I can hear him, can you hear me? Yeah. No, I'm saying, Gilberto, can you hear me? Just a moment, please. What was the issue previously? Because are you able to hear him on the speakers? No, you don't need to have him.
No,
on the speakers.
you don't. Sorry about that.
Okay, we will test right before they come again, but I can hear you perfectly on the English channel as well.
Okay.
You can go to Portuguese.
Okay.
I can hear you perfectly on Portuguese channel.
Okay. So those should be off. What should our computer be on?
Hello? Gilberto, can you hear me?
Okay.
Gilberto, your internet is very slow today. What's going on? Because there's a delay. On your relay device, you cannot hear him. Alex? Alex, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, probably went to the English channel. Alex, can you hear me? What happened? I cannot hear. Alex, can you hear me? Okay, let me see.
Obviously, we're testing when the interpreter was working fine. So your interpretation is no, this is it's the same. Sometimes there's nothing that comes out of it.
Alex, you disappeared. Can you hear me?
But my only concern was maybe that the one interpret that get a listening device, maybe open. So both whatever is happening in the room and what is interpreted without going up to the English.
Right, Alex, can you hear me? I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me now, Alex? Can you hear me? Hi, Alex. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? He's not hearing me. Hi, Alex. Hello, Alex.
Anyone online to respond?
Can you hear me?
Probably just on this end. Ask someone online if you can.
Hi, can you hear me?
Unless it's on the Doctrine channel.
No, I'm in the Portuguese channel. Okay, you cannot hear me. Okay, I think that's.
No, you can get.
Hi, Alex. Hello, Alex. Hi, Alex. Can you hear me? Alex, can you hear me?
Ask anyone else online, so just to confirm it's not on our end.
Can anybody else hear me on the line? Can you hear me? I'm on the English channel now. I moved. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, Gilbert. I can hear you, Gilberto, as well.
Can I fix just quickly while you're busy talking? Just to off again.
Yeah, you can. Sure. Certainly. But I think, yeah, the only issue I think is Alex now. I don't know what's going on with Alex. Hi, Alex. Alex? No, he was speaking. He's speaking, but he's not hearing me. Alex, we'll quickly call him.
The other one can hear you. On this end.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi, Alex, can you hear me? I'm in the English channel. What happened? Hi, am I clear and audible on your end? As it should be. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Okay, thank you. Let's quickly go to the Portuguese. Okay, I'm in Portuguese. Can you hear me? I can hear you perfectly. So let's test out the relay, what's going on. But the relay, you can only test out when somebody else is interpreting, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, but I think as it is right now, it should be able to be okay as well, because it's still the same. Okay. Okay. We'll test 10 minutes before the break, the end of the break. Thank you, sir.
Hello, just doing a test with interpreters. Are you online? I can hear someone on the English.
Hello.
Okay. 1 2 1 2.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back. We'll continue with our interactive process. I think we ended at Mozambique. I'm reliably informed that the ICT issue has been resolved. So if we could please continue with Mr. Numayo. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. No, it was Mr. Numayo.
Boa tarde. Espero que as condições sejam criadas. Eu gosto de falar na minha língua, que é a língua portuguesa.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we could also hear the Portuguese speaker. So I'm hoping that can be resolved.
Next time. Okay.
Let's wait. Okay, well, that issue is being resolved. Perhaps we could have DRC. We'll come back to Mozambique once the Portuguese-English issue has been resolved. Okay.
Merci beaucoup, madame, pour m'avoir accordé la parole. Je ne vais pas rentrer sur ce que l'Afrique du Sud a dit. Au niveau de notre pays, c'est effectivement le ministre des Finances qui dépose le budget. Mais le budget qui est déposé reprend le budget de tous les secteurs de la vie nationale du pays. Néanmoins.
We seem to have the same problem on the French.
Can I continue?
English. Okay, so perhaps we go with Lesotho for now and hope that we can get that resolved.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. A lot has been said on this topic, but I would just wish to comment on the issue of parliaments having to defend human rights and ensure that projects and programs are prioritized and sufficiently funded. Much as this is a difficult task, when you fall in the category of approving parliaments, that doesn't mean that it is not practical. For parliaments that refer the estimates to portfolio committees such as ours, as researchers, we have the potential opportunity of working with committee clerks and committee chairpersons to include in the questionnaire that government ministries have to answer questions relating to human rights and funding. So I wish to make an example that recently our committees have reached a point where they are no longer rubber stamping executive budgets. They propose so many reductions and enter into negotiations with the Minister of Finance to say, if we have removed this much, you can take this much that we have reduced and reallocate it to where we intend to increase, because they don't have increasing powers.
So that's how they enter into negotiations with the Minister of Finance. And fortunately for us, the amendments that the committees proposed, they've all been accepted. We have not had a case where committee amendments have been rejected as far as the budget is concerned. I wish to conclude by saying that we thank the Srhr PF for this project because it has made a lot of impact in our parliament. Before we came here, there was a report from the Portfolio Committee on the Social Cluster on the Counter Domestic Violence Bill that was being presented before Parliament. The Portfolio Committee on the Social Cluster had proposed a lot of amendments, more than 100, some of which are substantive because of this project. Thank you.
We can have some impressive results under the project. I don't know if maybe we can have Mrs. Mungandi from Srhr PF Secretariat before we try again with Portuguese and French.
Thank you, Claire. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had your lunch was good. Madam Claire, I'll take a different angle. First of all, allow me to claim my spot on that group of persons who have seen a lot, having worked having worked at the Parliament of Zambia for 13 years. We've seen things. Yeah. So my observation is on the issue of the budget for the Parliament. I had the privilege of compiling the budgets for the Parliament of Zambia. So I'd compile the budget, including the budget of standing committees. And as you know, the Srhr project, you're supposed to locate yourselves within a relevant standing committee in Parliament. So what happens is that I'll compile the budget for the Parliament, and then we'd go to the Ministry of Finance and try and justify the budget lines. So what happens is you have this whole budget, a shopping list of say maybe 30 billion kwacha. But when you get to Ministry of Finance, the budget is cut maybe to 20% of what you really wanted. As a result, the work of committees does suffer. And I thought you'd be talking about that, discussing the impact of scarce resources, or rather the influence or the impact of the Ministry of Finance on the oversight of Parliament, because they can use that budget actually to, to control the work of Parliament. And how can you as researchers ensure that at least the project or the objectives of the project are met within what the standing committee in Parliament does, rather than look, I know the bigger picture helps, but we have to zero in on what can you do within a Parliament, and how can you influence maybe budgetary provision at that level. I know it's very difficult, but it's something that we have to discuss. So I thought I should bring that out. And as you know, the Srhr funding under the project also has, we've experienced, Raj will speak to that tomorrow. We're experiencing a situation where the money is not moving as it should be moving. So you have to take that into consideration vis-a-vis the resources that are available at national level. So I thought I should bring that out, the budgets of the parliaments. And most of the parliaments, you find that MPs don't actually debate the budget of the parliament. I know in the Zambian case, when the budget for the National Assembly comes to the House, Claire, maybe you can correct me on that, there's no debate, right? No. There's no debate. So there's no way that a member of parliament can stand up and say, look, the provision for my standing committee is inadequate. Could you kindly increase this so that to enable us to carry out our oversight function over the executive? That doesn't happen. So if the Minister of Finance cuts the budget to 20% of what you want, then that is it. The work of the committee is affected. So I thought I should bring that out. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that resonates with what Mr. Kinta indicated from Angola. He did talk about financial autonomy of the institution of parliament. And we fortunately have Mrs. Mugandi, who has had experience running the accounts department of a parliament, and she knows exactly what happened. And from a governance perspective, it's true. In fact, just from everyday life. He who pays the piper, I won't finish that. So it's important how parliaments are financed. It does determine what they can do, what they can't do, how far. But like we said earlier, these are the circumstances in which we are working. So we need to work within that context and environment. There are certain things we can change as technocrats and others that we can't. So let's work on what we can change. How can we assist the members to operate within the strictures and restrictions of the available space? Maybe we can have a comment from South Africa. Hopefully ICT is making some progress on our language issue. Sorry? We can try? Okay, just South Africa quickly. I think they wanted to comment on that this particular issue. Then we go back to Mozambique. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we share the same problems, but I wanted to share the South African experience. Since 2009, South Africa's parliament has its own Financial Management Act. The Financial Management of Parliament Provincial Legislatures Act. And that act basically makes our executive authority our treasury. And what my office does is offer executive support to the executive authority on their treasury responsibilities. Now, our act provides, it provides for a consultation between the Minister of Finance and the Executive Authority, where the budget of Parliament is determined in consultation before the national budget is established. So my office was first established in 2013, but I was the first employee in 2021. So we do have those challenges still in setting up the offices, the office itself, but at least we have tried to have regular engagements with the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury. So we will, in our presentation, maybe share a bit more of how our legislative framework is set up. Another thing that my office does is facilitates the regulations for the FIMPLA, as we call it. So we have separate procurement rules, and we also have separate cash management rules that we are busy working on now. So there is a clear distinction between regulations for the executive and regulations for parliament. But we still have that challenge where the money is not enough to capacitate our committees. So I'm hoping that we can share some ideas on how we can do that properly.
Thank you very much, South Africa, for that contribution. Just to check, is Mr. Kamalin Govenda still online? Mr. Govenda, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I'm online in the afternoon session.
Oh, okay. We couldn't see you, so we're wondering if you were there. We are soon getting to your session, so we wanted to be sure that you were there.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In just a few minutes, we'll be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we try with Mozambique? I hope this time it will work. The last comments will come from DRC after Mozambique.
Boa tarde. Espero que estejam a ouvir desta vez. Eu gosto de falar na minha língua.
Yes.
Consigo dominá-la.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, então, a minha contribuição, primeiro gostaria de saudar.
Yes, we'll be happy to hear your very good arguments in your language. Thank you very much. We'll be happy with that. Thank
Gostaria
you.
de saudar, portanto, as intervenções brilhantes dos dois palestrantes. E a minha contribuição vai mais para a área da preparação do orçamento no meu país. O governo de Moçambique, obedecendo o estabelecido na lei, faz a recolha antecipada dos dados e compila a proposta de orçamento que é submetida à Assembleia da República. Na Assembleia da República existem as comissões especializadas que trabalham, que emitem pareceres sobre a matéria. As nossas comissões especializadas são compostas por deputados das três bancadas. E depois da emissão dos pareceres, vai-se ao debate no plenário. Aqui gostaria, a minha intervenção cinge-se mais na área nas áreas prioritárias. Então, na preparação do orçamento e na submissão à Assembleia obedece-se às questões prioritárias, que são, por exemplo, neste caso concreto, temos a saúde, educação e agora temos o problema da defesa nacional. Então, são as áreas prioritárias. No âmbito da saúde, portanto, temos a questão dos direitos da saúde reprodutiva, que estão preservados. O Ministério da Saúde tem feito a divulgação dos direitos, portanto, em relação à saúde reprodutiva e às gravidez precoces. Mas mais detalhes, os meus colegas investigadores irão amanhã ou hoje, não sei, dissertar. E muito obrigado.
Posso dar continuidade, se me permitir?
Yes, please.
Sim, muito obrigada. Agregar às saudações iniciais ditas pelo meu colega no Maio, dizer que vamos partilhar um pouco da experiência que é de Moçambique no processo de orçamentação e planificação, que obedece regras próprias e é articulada em proposta de lei que é submetida pelo governo através do Conselho de Ministros, que é antecedido também por um trabalho preparatório através das entidades da administração estatal. A nível da Assembleia da República, esta proposta de orçamento é remetida para a Presidente da Assembleia da República como órgão máximo da Assembleia. Esta, por sua vez, remete às 9 comissões especializadas que foram elencadas pelo meu colega de Maio, que estas, por sua vez, fazem as audições parlamentares, fazendo-se representar nas 3 zonas do nosso país, que é a Zona Norte, Centro e Sul, fazendo a auscultação para a posterior emissão de competente parecer. Mas, na sua íntegra, quem assume este parecer mãe é a segunda comissão, que é a Comissão do Plano Orçamento, bem disse o colega no Maio, que é constituído por 17 deputados, e em função da sua representação parlamentar, cada grupo parlamentar tem os seus. E, em sede de plenária, esta proposta de orçamento é aprovada em 2 fases, na generalidade e especialidade. Esta especialidade é feita artigo por artigo. No processo de aprovação, no processo de discussão, no processo das audições, as bancadas parlamentares podem propor novos artigos, podem propor alterações, até mesmo a remoção de alguns artigos que não lhes forem convenientes, até mesmo novas dotações das despesas ou revisões das receitas a arrecadar. Dizer que não só as bancadas parlamentares, mas também pode ser através da auscultação ao Fórum de Monitoria do Orçamento e ao Observatório da Saúde, que são organizações da sociedade civil que advogam em prol dos direitos, das necessidades específicas ou grupos de interesses específicos. Dizer também que, para além das áreas de defesa, educação e saúde, que o colega no Maio anteriormente disse, nós temos a questão da agricultura, que é base para o desenvolvimento do nosso país. E dizer também que, de forma geral, para o orçamento do ano 2022, o nosso governo, para a área de saúde, que abrange a questão dos direitos sexuais e reprodutivos e outros, alocou 14% do orçamento global para esta área. Espero ter sido sintética. Muito obrigada por esta oportunidade de poder partilhar a experiência do nosso país nesta sede de debate. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. Obviously, you had very valuable information. The equipment was being jealous or something. So anyway, we're happy that we're able to listen to you. I think we still have DRC waiting. I hope we'll be able to do it. Please, DRC, take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, pour la parole. Je vais vous épargner des travaux préparatoires pour le budget. Au niveau de la RDC, je l'ai dit que c'est le ministre des Finances qui dépose le budget au niveau du Parlement, comme l'Afrique du Sud l'a dit. Et quand le ministre des Finances dépose ce budget-là, les rubriques, les lignes budgétaires sont accordées aux différents secteurs, donc aux différents ministères. Et c'est dans ces ministères que nous trouvons la santé, et c'est la SDSR se trouve dans la santé. Donc, au niveau des différents secteurs dans le Parlement, avec ces deux chambres, il n'y a pas un budget de la SDR pour le Parlement. Le Parlement ne s'occupe pas de ces dossiers. La SDSR concerne, c'est une attribution du ministère de la Santé. Donc, ce que nous devons faire, nous, en tant que chercheurs, c'est tout simplement demander aux parlementaires afin que le SDR puisse être pris en compte et que le budget soit augmenté au niveau du ministère de la Santé pour effectivement accomplir les objectifs que nous avons. À moins que nous puissions demander que le ministère puisse accorder un budget que le Parlement va le faire pour la SDR. Et là, c'est une très grande bataille qui peut se faire. Mais pour le moment, c'est de l'attribution du ministère de la Santé. Le Parlement ayant le rôle d'examiner, de corriger et de voter, ne peut que contrôler le gouvernement s'il a voté vers une ligne budgétaire pour la SDR. Je pense que je m'arrête là-bas, je ne vais pas beaucoup plus continuer. Je remercie Madame qui a dit qu'il faut convaincre les parlementaires pour dire que les violences sexuelles, que les grossesses précoces, cela a un impact négatif sur le développement économique et humain. C'est à ce moment-là que ça peut permettre aux parlementaires d'augmenter le budget pour accomplir notre budget, notre projet. Je passe la parole à mon collègue pour compléter. Merci.
Merci, Madame. C'est Monsieur Abab Gustave, directeur au Sénat, au bureau d'études du Sénat. Madame, je voulais juste compléter l'intervention de mon ami. C'est que, soit dire de comprendre que comment nous, personnel du Parlement, nous pouvons influencer le politique, les parlementaires qui sont avec nous dans le cadre d'orienter les budgets vers le secteur productif, le secteur à ce qui me concerne de la santé, de l'éducation. Au niveau du Parlement congolais, il y a une structure, le bureau d'études. C'est une structure des élites, des spécialistes, qui en fait est une opportunité pour les fonctionnaires du Parlement, parce que les initiatives de loi ou les initiatives de plusieurs propositions passent par cette structure des fonctionnaires. Alors, les fonctionnaires saisissent cette opportunité pour conseiller aux parlementaires, parce que ce sont les parlementaires qui sont les auteurs de ces initiatives. Et déjà à ce niveau-là, il donne des conseils aux parlementaires et ils peuvent même arriver par des arguments aussi bien scientifiques, des arguments, ils peuvent aussi arriver à convaincre le parlementaire à ces niveaux-là. Il y a aussi les niveaux de travail en commission, et les conseils parlementaires aux côtés du rapporteur et qui rédige aussi, parce qu'au niveau de chez nous, au niveau des commissions, les conseillers ont la voix au chapitre, c'est-à-dire les parlementaires donnent la possibilité à un conseiller de prendre la parole et d'expliquer une situation. Donc, cette opportunité-là, souvent, nous la saisissons pour influer d'une manière ou d'une autre les parlementaires de manière à orienter leur vote vers un secteur plus productif, un secteur qui est attendu. C'est vraiment ces opportunités-là qui font que les conseillers du bureau d'études, les fonctionnaires parlementaires ont vraiment une grande influence sur les parlementaires, mais vraiment au niveau des travaux des commissions et au niveau de l'initiative de la loi. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for that final word. I think that was the final contribution on this particular session and topic. And I wish to thank all of you for participating and being a very good audience today. I think that this is a discussion that we can continue the rest of today, the rest of tomorrow, and beyond, because we are in touch now. We have very good ICT. That's one thing COVID has taught us, has helped us to perfect our communication, despite all the sadness that it brought to us. So I think we can continue discussing through other means as well as we live here, so that we find the best solutions as innovative as possible for the challenges that we face in helping our members to do a better job of what they're given to do. At this stage, I will take my leave as moderator and hand over. But before I do that, I would like to introduce the moderator of the next session, a consummate professional, Mr. K. Marlin Govenda, Professor actually, K. Marlin Govenda, is a research psychologist with an MA from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and a DLit, a FIL from the University of South Africa. He was appointed Director of Research at Srhr in 2011. He began his professional career at the Human Sciences Research Council, working on early childhood development and children in contexts of adversity, and later joined the then University of Westville School of Psychology. He still holds a partial appointment in the School of Psychology, University of KwaZulu-Natal. His main research interests include the psychological, social, and behavioral issues related to HIV and AIDS. He has a number of publications and commissioned reports related to risk and resiliency issues facing children, and more generally, youth in the context of HIV and AIDS. His recent dedicated area of research is in the field of masculine identities and its implications for risk behaviors. He is a research methodologist by training and specializes in quantitative and qualitative research methods, including M&E approaches, as well as discourse analysis. He has acted as a research consultant and advisor to a number of bodies, NGOs, research institutions, and government on social and behavioral research, and is actively involved in health promotion research and advocacy initiatives at local and national level. Colleagues, as we agree that we are in good hands, let's welcome Professor K. Marlin Govenda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for the introduction. I have to admit, my CV is a bit dated, and joining HERD, Health Economics and HIV Research Division at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, my work has expanded into a social and behavioral and economic projects in the Southern and East African region, particularly on focusing on implementation of evidence-based programs, looking at cost effectiveness and strategic financing as well. And most recently, our work, the sum of our work of myself and my colleague, Professor Nana Poku, has been our academic work and our programmatic and policy work has been put together in an edited book titled Preventing HIV in Eastern Southern Africa, focusing on young people and emerging strategies and evidence-based intervention. So it's within that context, the kind of work that we've evolved in from programming and with financing and strategic financing and cost-based, evidence-based financing coming to the fore in recent years, given the scarce resources in the region, that this is such an important event. SADC PF has had a tremendous track record in being able to capacitate researchers and parliamentarians through this process and achieving its outcomes in transforming practices in the region. This afternoon, I have a session that's looking at perspectives on the budgeting processes, and I think, colleagues, it's the session has three inputs, I would think, and that's one from myself, which will help to structure the session, where I'll provide some thoughts about and some of my learning from this morning, and provide some perspective on some of the budgeting processes in the region in the light of COVID-19 and in terms of SRHR interventions, and then we would take two speaker inputs from Mr. Henry McGregor from the National Parliament in South Africa, and then Mr. Samson Matambo from Zambia. I trust these colleagues are present in the session.
Yes, they are. And there will be another presentation from Zimbabwe from Mr. Chavel.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. It's from Mr. Chikore as well. Okay. So, colleagues, let me begin. I will have a slide, but it's in the form of a PowerPoint. I mean, in the form of a word slide that I'll pick up. But first, just to make some overall comments. I mean, as we've gathered this morning, and I thought there were some really insightful and illuminating presentations and dialogues this morning. And what we've gathered from that is that the budget process is an essential instrument in the democratic process, and it provides one of the most central or important financial aspects of control and oversight mechanisms in political processes, partly through the public knowledge and accountability processes, and through examination and critical input into budgets. The budget process more generally is a way of reaching a consensus about the allocation of resources that a society has and where decisions are being made. The budget exercise, it seems, is an inherently social political process. It's linked to the historic landscape of of particular countries and contexts, and it occurs within a current political and economic climate, and which is impinged on by internal and external forces. And we've covered a bit of that in this morning's discussions. Further, the understanding of the budget processes requires a kind of analytic and systematic view that takes into account multiple institutions and an array of political actors and the interactions between them to understand how the process plays out. Particularly in terms of sexual and reproductive health rights in the region. I mean, we know that one of the biggest challenges for the implementation of SRH services, including maternal and child health, safe abortion, post-abortion care, GBV, is a lack of adequate funding and the inappropriate allocation of funding to implement and sustain these activities. Family planning, safe abortion, post-abortion care, gender-based violence, comprehensive sexuality education are at times not covered in national insurance health packages. Funding for most reproductive health services tend to be donor-driven, and at times there's a lack of articulation between donor funds and national government's agendas. And when donor funding is provided, it's provided in a very targeted manner for particular interventions and particular communities. What we've seen in the region in recent times is a dwindling of donor funding, and donor funding being characteristically driven to particular sectors. In terms of health sector budgets for ministries, we see large amounts of money being going to payment of salaries and limited monies going for promotion of activities, health promotion activities, and service delivery. And sometimes we see an absence of implementation of SRX activities in national plans. At other times, we've seen an over-concentrations of segments of reproductive health services to the neglect of others. Even at a macro level, we also see the social, cultural, and religious factors and myths and misconceptions that negatively affect the provision and uptake of reproductive health services. Services like abortion, family planning, at times stigmatized, and providers of these services are sometimes have to be the brunt of violence and really difficult circumstances in providing these services. At the health system level, the health structure and administrative procedures can be another challenge to the implementation of SRH services. It relates to the centralization functions and the articulation between centralization aspects and decentralizations at district level and the administrative processes that one needs to follow. This results in delays of provision of services and sometimes no services being provided. We've also seen at times that SRH services are lumped together as one set of services without due regard for gender differences, age cohort differences, and needs for particular populations, particularly key populations and young and key populations. We've also noted that one of the barriers of the implementation of SRH programs is a lack of integration at particularly community level services, where we're looking at a more kind of harmonious interactions of various components. And this occurs, within a large environment, as I pointed out, of a donor-driven agenda, pressures on domestic finances, and more recently, the implications of COVID-19 pandemic. So when we talk about the budget allocation process, I think this morning, again, the point that's come across is that it's a complex process. And peeling back the layers of the budget allocation or the budget construction and allocation process is not necessarily a simple one. And this afternoon, we will tend to cover aspects of this in terms of the processing, some of the kind of steps in the process, the executive steps in the process, to look at how this occurs at a national level. So what I'd like to do is share with you some of my thoughts on screen in terms of the particular objectives of the session. Colleagues, can you see this? Can you see my Word document?
Yes, we can see it. It's a bit small.
I'll try and just
enlarge it a little.
Yeah. That a bit better. Just try and get it to about.
Yes, that's better. That size is better.
Let me just see if I can copy the whole document here. Okay. All right. So, in terms of the session objectives, to capacitate SRH researchers and SADC PF desk staff on budget analysis and to support parliamentarians through this process, to consider some of the avenues of the budgeting process from a governance point of view, and then to identify the SRH, UHC, and COVID elements in this. We would be get this on a page, be able to review and understand some of the implications of the budgeting process. There we go. Right. So in these tables, I've looked at each of these areas in terms of the objective and underline a particular theme, made references to some papers and talk to some of the challenges and processes. I hope you don't mind that I take you through this, and I can share this document with you at some point as well. So in terms of capacitation of SRH researchers in terms of budget analysis, particularly in the planning, execution, spending and accountability. And we asked the questions, why PMF it has to be an effective kind of rollout mechanism, and what this means in the light of COVID-19 and some of the papers. So what we've seen in recent times, particularly in a COVID environment, is that the budget allocation process seems to be more flexible in the sense that there have been supplementary budgets to include COVID-19 commodities, particularly in public health interventions and vaccinations. We've also seen more, donors have been active in the SRH space in the region, but particularly in terms of COVID, we've seen donors like CHI and PEPFAR being able to work with governments to secure commodities at a much lower price than governments in terms of COVID-19 and some SRH services. And so these are the kind of reworkings or innovations in the procurement system brought on by the pandemic. We've also noted, again, in terms of practices across the SADC region, an increased consolidation of COVID-19 support into these medium-term expenditure frameworks, which has included offline budget support. Again, this has been a useful vehicle in terms of consolidating and coordinating budgets for COVID-19 purposes and extending to some essential SRH activities. Also in the space, in terms of recent innovations, the rapid deployment of resources, which meant a reworking of some of the cumbersome and multi-layered spending authorization processes. And we've seen, like, for instance, in some governments, South Africa, for instance, where we've had centralization of procurement occurring with decentralization of processes at provincial and district levels to allow the rapid deployment of resources. In terms of budget structures, we've the illustration in Zambia, the increasing focus on output-based budgeting with a clear pattern for monitoring and tracking expenditure, and this is with stakeholder involvement, this is a really promising practice, and with technical support provided by donors like Srhr. And I think, again, there's been an emphasis on not just the kind of the budgeting processes, but the importance of the accountability and the monitoring and the tracking processes, and the bringing of external technical support to enable this to occur. There has been, like in the South African instance, where there's been more emphasis on defining who the budget holders are and avoiding ambiguities in the process, being more transparent, and if budget holders are at district level, the accountability lies there in terms of a decentralized manner with power to release resources. So again, this devolving of powers to decentralized mechanisms to be able to target more programs more efficiently and to have more granular effects on programming outcomes. We've also seen emergency procurement processes occur, again, a COVID-19 effect, and working across, through some of the multi-layered processes in order to effect on the pandemic. In Zambia, with the NHI and the need for bringing on providers, health providers, and the need for consistent payment and incentives to improve this is ongoing, and constantly improving the efficiencies, including the tracking and reporting, is important for this aspect of universal health coverage. It's in the region, again, we've seen the point about equity as a priority setting process that's linked to policy. So when we are talking about universal health coverage, I think that the important point in that is to recognize that in countries we deal with heterogeneous populations with different levels of access to service and different levels of income protection. So we have to look at the equity balance in this, and how we do allocations at the national level to be inclusive. If we consider the kind of the governance aspects in the budgeting process, I think it's been noted that the priority setting exercise is important, and when I talk about priority setting exercises, it's also bringing in evidence-based techniques like the health technology assessment process to help to make the priority setting exercise more objective and to formalize this, because this reduces wastage in the system, and it improves the performance and the finance management aspects. Priority setting has to be inclusive in the sense that it has to be transparent, systematic and accountability. So it's important in priority setting exercises to have investment of civil society and citizenry in this mechanism, because the point that was been made at the outset that the deciphering of budgets is a political process. We've also seen, importantly, conversations in the region about debt contraction and issues with governments having limited budgets and increasingly going to debt, and policies that need to be enacted to be able to work on debt contraction. And this relates to a large issue of sustainability and again, requiring a monitoring mechanism to be able to build this into processes. I think the points have been mentioned about the budget in terms of issues of efficiency, balancing efficiency, equity, quality of delivery of services, and accountability. Accountability meaning it being a bottom-up process in the system. Challenges that we've seen, and these are challenges possibly historic that apply in many instances across the region, a lack of flexibility in providing additional resources for unexpected demand in care, misalignment between budgeting, planning, fragmented funding sources, lack of articulation between donor type funding, private sector funding, and also funding from the national government purses, rigid internal controls that don't allow some levels of flexibility to be responsive enough, and insufficient budget provision, particularly in areas of SRHR. And this lack of planning or lack of attention to these details impinges on issues like arrears and execution and implementation. So coming to the third element, sexual reproductive health and rights, universal health coverage, and COVID now, which factors into these conversations of democracy and human rights. We talk about the lessons. I've tagged a file there on a recent conversational piece that we put together in the region of where we think lack of prioritization for SRH services occur, and what technical and financial capacity needs to be brought to bear on that. However, we are seeing that budgets tend to be gender neutral during COVID, and we need to push towards more gender responsive budgets, more SRH responsive budgets, budgets that focus particularly on topics of adolescent girls, young women, comprehensive sexuality education, gender-based violence, safe abortion, cervical and breast cancers, and maternal and newborn care. If you would note, just for instance, antenatal care, delivery and postnatal care, newborn care, HIV care for pregnant women and newborn, which encapsulates maternal and newborn care, accounts for probably 76% of the total costs that low and middle income countries have to allocate in this really critically important space. It means resource mobilization for domestic level financing, pooling of resources across sectors, not to work in silos where sexuality education is split between departments of health and departments of social development or education, looking at how we focus on outcomes and working with sectors within government to be able to talk to the outcomes. Looking at risk protection, we know in the region that there's high cost for out-of-pocket expenses for accessing health services and pandemics like COVID-19 push households into catastrophic economic crisis, and we need to be able to have financial risk protection. And in South Africa, there's a conversation about the basic income grant and why that's important as a risk mitigation, social protection mechanisms to stop the spiral in levels of inequality. So those are conversations to be factored in. And as someone pointed out in the previous conversations, this cannot occur in Parliament, but these are conversations that need to occur prior to the budget allocation process. So colleagues, I'll stop there in terms of my input for this. And hopefully we can take some discussions and move on to allocated speakers this afternoon as well.
Well, thank you so much for that. I think you've done all the job for us. Yeah, so I guess you can usher in your presenters, Dr. Kreml.
All right. Okay. Thank you, SG, and thank you, colleagues. So as I've indicated, my remarks were introductory and broad-ranging, hopefully to bring these pieces of the inputs into further conversations this afternoon and input. So I'll hand over to the Honourable Speaker, Mr. Henry McGregor from the National Parliament of South Africa for his input.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. Governor, and thank you so much once again. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Secretary. My name is Dumisani. It's always difficult, SG, to make a presentation after lunch, because people are tired. And I can see many of the colleagues wearing glasses. I won't even see them when they're asleep, So I've got a challenge there. But as long as I can keep the ladies awake, or should I say the SG awake, the rest of the guys can go to sleep. It's fine. Thank you so much for the opportunity. How do I keep this moving? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll try to move my slides. All right. I'm with Mr. Henry McGregor. My name is Dumisani Chanchis. I'm the Director of Parliamentary Budget Office in South Africa. I'm with my colleague, Mr. McGregor. Henry McGregor will do this, who's the head of Treasury in Parliament. So we'll quickly give this input. And I want to really thank again the opportunity for us to give input in this very important platform. And I must confess that I had not had enough time to contribute because we are currently going through our budget process in South Africa. The Minister of Finance presented his budget speech proposals on Wednesday, and we have to respond or give our view on Tuesday. So the team is currently working on it. As a result, SG, I won't stay longer. I can't stay in the entire session, so I'm going back to Cape Town tomorrow morning. But thank you so much. I'll keep in touch in this regard. But Mr. McGregor will stay behind. He said he's happy to stay. At least we are dividing the roles. Look, I think
could you kindly speak a bit more
slow?
Yes.
Thank you. It's afternoon. You see, when you speak slow, people relax. But you are right. Actually, I always thank you for reminding me. Actually, thank you so much. Here's our presentation outline. Really commenting on the budget process from both the executive side and from the legislative side, but also give comments on the broadly around gender responsive budgeting. But also I thought I should just throw in a slide that talks about what we are doing in the African continent as well, which I also invite members of this platform to take interest in. Okay, I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Is it afternoon for the all right. I think it's a bit slow, or is it maybe? All right. I thought maybe I should first start by introducing who we are. As I said, we are a Parliamentary Budget Office, which is the entity of Parliament established by law to support Parliament in its budget process. So South African Constitution requires Parliament to have a law that guides Parliament in processing the budget. And that law is called Money Bills and Related Matters Act. So that law establishes us as well as a technical support structure for Parliament. So we are sort of an independent entity within the institution. We offer independent advice on the budget process. A quick reflection on the literature before I get down to the budget process. In relation to the conversation that took place throughout the day, certainly, the level of capacity and knowledge of MPs around the world are quite limited. If you remember, hence we are here as technicians, researchers, and that really depends a lot in terms of the development of the state of development of society. And when you look at countries around the world, often you find that governments have more capacity. And I think over the years, we've seen society demanding a lot of a role being played by the legislatures in ensuring that the social compacts are realized in that regard. And that's why it's important for us to be here to really strengthen our capacity as researchers in this regard. And also it's similar, many countries have research units and similar institutions. So I think what SADC PF is doing is very important in establishing the capacity in this regard. And many countries have budget offices to also be part of that space, and that's where we are as well. All right, this thing must be very slow. Okay. Okay, I'm quite bad with this. Okay. The extent to which Parliament is able to, the extent to which Parliament is able to ensure realization of social compact goals is really dependent on the type of legislature that you have, and adding on the earlier discussion, I said I'll reflect on it as well. That it becomes important in many instances in determining the capacity we need to have. And is somebody speaking? And clearly, I didn't get that.
Hello, if somebody speaking needs to make a comment, Please continue, Sani.
All right, thank you so much. So I thought I should also reflect on that to say, if a legislature is able to make budgets or policy proposals, its capacity has to be at a certain level, whether it's an influencing budget legislature, its capacity has to be at a certain level. And clearly many of the parliaments are in the middle where
Excuse me, why do you have that cross? Okay, thanks, sorry.
I hope it's not a guy who was, the gentleman who has said he must go to sleep now is actually interfering with my, right, definitely it's him. All right, thank you so much. And this is important because, you know, being able to put certain priorities in the budget at the legislature level is very important because if parliaments are not able to put these important policy priorities, you know, they might not be realized at that level. So it's very important to understand the structure of where we are as a legislature. Moving to the matter of the day. Okay. I'm going to have to be very patient with the pointer. Where is there a specific point area I should point with this?
I think you're doing fine, Masana.
It's a bit slow to move, so I feel like, okay, it's fine, I'll move. Okay. Well, looking at the budget process from the executive branch, I mean, as has been said throughout the day, a budget system is certainly the most important component of public service delivery, you know, in a sense that it's a fundamental part of government's, you know, that allows government to realize its developmental goals and ensuring that these key socio-economic issues are realized. Hence, many countries spend a lot of time at the planning phase in that regard. Policy or plans cannot be concretized into deliverable government programs without a capacity that human or capital or institutional capacity. The success of the economy really depends on the ability for legislatures or government to really maximize on the limited resources and really ability to oversight over that by the legislatures. The three main basic functions in the budget system that are required: clear need to fiscal discipline, as Professor Govenda emphasized that earlier on his presentation. Clear allocative efficiency is important, and also to promote the delivery efficiency. So those are some of the key consideration in looking at the budget process or budget system. What I have there, I thought I'd just put this diagram. That's just to show that South African budget process. There were earlier questions around whether parliaments can amend or can they make budget or so forth. But in South African context, the realization has always been that our budget process has to be seen as a cycle where we know that we have 3-year cycle of budgeting. The priorities are set out at the beginning of the year. Each and every month of the financial year, there's a role that the public financial management dictates in terms of what should be in place. But in terms of the role of Parliament being able to influence the budget in our situation, is that at the end of the financial year, Parliament makes recommendation to the executive to say, we see that you have realized these particular objectives. I think I'll move quickly. We've seen that you have realized certain particular objectives or goals, and so much has been achieved. In the coming years, we want you to do certain things beyond what you've done. In a way, Parliament has a way of influencing budget because the Minister of Finance has to respond to that recommendations. Say, okay, we're told that we must put more money into gender responding budget matters. And coming next year, he has to indicate whether he did that or not. So hence I emphasize the importance of the cycle there. So the most important part which we see in our budget analysis really lies at the beginning phase, at the planning phase, which is really where Parliament and the executives agree on service delivered outcomes or objectives that would have to be realized. And certainly if we miss it there, you can't demand those during the year that why is this not in place? So we spend a lot of time on the planning stage there, where you look at the different policy priorities set out in the Constitution, the President's announcements, in any policy documents. We have a national development plan that we use in South Africa. We set out priorities, we take into account the gender responsive matters. We'll come to those later. And clearly, once those are set out, the budget in itself has to reflect on those policies. You know, one of the arguments I like making to members of Parliament when we present, I often say to them, budget cannot be seen as an end itself. You know, it's a means to an end. So if we miss this policy priorities part, it becomes quite difficult to deal with socioeconomic issues. And the next stage comes the implementation and continuously monitoring the process. My goodness, it's a bit small, eh? I feel bad. I'll share the slides, a bit quite small. But what this table does, it shows the different stages of the budget process as set out in our Public Financial Management Act, which is used by government or by executive. Planning phase, what should happen in the planning phase, which is where the policies are reviewed from prior years, and different programs are reviewed, particularly based on what has been realized in the prior years. And then from there, National Treasury provide budget guidelines, say, okay, these are the priorities, these are indicative how much will be allocated for a particular function or cluster. And then comes the legislative arm, which is when the Minister of Finance presents those proposals, as he did on the 23rd of February. And then the stages of looking at how that gets implemented. Parliament has to visit projects, has to visit the programs where the money has been implemented, and there has to be regular reporting where committees come in reviewing those. And lastly, there's an audit there. I'll quickly go through those stages and some of the consideration that we made for Parliament or for the legislature. As my view, I said earlier, the planning phase is probably one of the most important area, because that's where you agree what activities has take place based on different policy, constitution, and so on. And certainly the oversight is quite important at that point. Because the information provided by government for that process becomes important for members to realize, is this what our constituency really want from government? And yes, no, remove that, put that. So it's very important, because once you've agreed on this, the budget has to link with that. One of the challenges that we experience in reviewing this process is around the quality of the information at that stage. You find that either it's abstract. So as researchers, as technicians, our role becomes important to help members in questioning those processes, those objectives or targets set out. The next stage, as I mentioned, it's where the formulation takes place. And obviously now becomes the negotiation in terms of how much or who should, which priority is more important than which one. And at the heart of this, our role as a budget office is really question some of the assumptions made by government on macroeconomic thinking, fiscal framework thinking, and we advise Parliament on whether some of these goals will really be realized. And hence, understanding this process becomes very important. I hope I'm not too fast. All right. All right. All right, thank you. The next stage comes the legislative phase, which is why we're here for, which is when the Minister of Finance in our situation presented on Wednesday those proposals, which in many instances, people tend to think it's final thing, but it's just proposals by the Minister of Finance. And such information, documentations are sent to Parliament to interrogate those documentations. What are some of the macroeconomic assumptions, and what are some of the expression of government in terms of what level of revenue, expenditure, and debt that is in place, and different role players has a role to play that I just showed us now. So our role as budget office is to really take those documents, work on them from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday until Tuesday, where we will present them to say to Parliament, these are the concerns that you need to take into account before you approve the budget by the Minister of Finance. And certainly with other entities, there's public hearing as well, where Parliament invite public to come and raise their concerns, which has to be taken into account in terms of the constitution of our country. But also there's a case law, I forgot the name of the case, which actually raised concerns that public hearing has to be taken into account. But most of the time, what we've found very frustrating is that there's often a lot of things that people want. There's always going to be competing interests. So there's an issue of, again, going back to the key priorities, and how to make noise about those priorities, because our advice say, look, you need to decide what is more important over the other, because certainly we can't finance everything. And certainly in our models recently, we've really taken up the issue of gender responsive budgeting is a very important issue. But also link it back with the priority set out by the various policy documents. And oh my goodness. Right, and then once that's approved, the implementation takes place, but parliamentary committees work starts. Somebody said this morning, I think the judge emphasized the importance of parliament committees, particularly at this level of monitoring the implementation, ensuring there's proper alignment between the spending with those key objectives that are set out. There's monitoring, NEA monitoring, quarterly, and one of the points that we've raised recently, it's the quality of information that is sent to Parliament. At many instances, we have questioned that, say, it's not helpful for oversight because you find that members of Parliament are not accountants or economists. So if you bring them numbers, it doesn't help them. We need to make sure that the information tell the members of Parliament about the impact of the budget in society. So we have to always pick that up as well. And the last phase is when there is reports by various departments or entities. Those obviously have to be audited by the state audit company. But at the end of the day, once that is done, very important part which I mentioned earlier on relates to the budget review recommendation report, which again I said that's one very useful component or document that Parliament of South Africa has to influence or to change the budget over the cycle, because in it the constitution requires that Parliament has to review the service delivery performance. What has been service delivery around health? What has been service delivery around education and so many other issues? And then committees recommends to the Minister of Finance that next year we want more money for gender responsive budgets. And the minister has to respond to that in his budget. So in a way, you can see that there's sort of a process that allows or that gives Parliament powers to actually dictate some of the terms of what happens in the budget. Our concerns, which we have raised over time, particularly around these recommendations, there's often lack of follow-through by the committees or members. So as researchers, as technicians, we have to develop a model or our mechanisms that enables the committees to follow through. If they've recommended more money for a particular area or recommended increase of particular taxes, then there has to be follow through next year by the committees. What have you done about that? So it's a very important element of it. So as a researchers, we can advise committees about gender response matters, but there's a need to be a follow through, which is a weakness in our system. Quickly going to the legislative branch. In a way, I'm trying to marry both the system. As I explained earlier on, in the executive budget process is governed by Public Financial Management Act. Parliament as well has to have a clear guidance in that process, which is also within the Constitution. The Constitution requires a law that guides Parliament to consider these mechanisms, and that law is Money Bills and Related Matters Act, as I mentioned earlier on, which dictates that every House of Parliament should have a committee on appropriations, which is normally a spending committee, which further gives clear rules. What does that committee do? It's consider spending issues, the sharing of different sharing of the revenue amongst different spheres of government. We've got 3 spheres in South Africa: national, provincial, and local government. So spending committee or appropriations committee has to consider that bill, but also recommendation from the Fiscal Financial Commission. I think some of the colleagues do know FFC. So that's an appropriations committee for both houses. Okay. Okay, yes. So those are the 4 committees. And the next committees are finance and appropriations committees, which focus on macroeconomics and fiscal policy, fiscal framework. So clearly that dictates what each committee do there. I think I'm behind schedule. And it dictates what each committee has to do. Finance committees deals with fiscal framework, revenues, as I mentioned earlier on, and in particular, there's a specific process, 16 days to deal with the fiscal framework, starting from last week. Then from there, 35 days to deal with spending, and then it goes on like that. I'll quickly move to the last 2 slides. Yes. I think this narrative just explained or just saying that each committee, each house has to have that committee and dictates exactly what each committee does in that process. And the same law establishes our offices there. Okay, just jump from there. Yes, I think what I wanted to say around a gender responsive budget in South Africa is that certainly the conversation started even earlier on post democracy, where some of the conversation took place in terms of how the concessions we made that the budget becomes more gender responsive. Given such multiple factors, gender, and the fact that our society makeup has always been that women, the single parents, and how does the budget really take into account those factors? I think there probably has been a ball been dropped in that, but I'm quite happy to say that in recent times, there's been a lot of discussion in terms of how do we ensure that our budget process takes into account gender responsive matters, and developing the strategic plan, the strategic planning process that's taken place, which I was part of in the presidency, which tried to mainstream the gender responsive in the budget. But also even in our model, we do try to reflect on, in our analysis, our advice, how do we take into account the implications for vulnerable communities, including women, children, and people living with disability. Lastly, last slides, SG. Thank you so much again. We have a network of African parliamentary budget offices, which we established really to have conversations like this. And I would like to invite the SADC colleagues to also be aware of that, where we can have more discussions on how to take our continent forward, take into account all of these key issues, socioeconomic issues. Thank you so much. It was quite a long this presentation, but thank you so much.
Before we continue, Professor Govinda, just an announcement from the Secretariat that the tea is ready, but rather than stop, we would request that colleagues who wish to take tea can just pick up and have the tea here. Anytime you wish, just walk out and do that. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Dumasani, for your presentation. I think what you've done is you've outlined.
Okay, I'm not sure if Prof is still there. I'll step into his shoes if he's gone.
I'm here.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry, SG. May have been a connection problem. Thank you very much. I should say thank you to Dumasani for a very informative presentation, and I think what he's done is covered some of the processes and procedures for the budgeting process with South Africa in mind. I think some of the points that came through is the cyclical nature of the budgeting process, the macroeconomic thinking that informs policy. And that's really interesting because in the South African context, we've there's still some political discussion about macroeconomic and where the challenges are, and that hasn't been carried through in some of the thinking on the budgeting. So, yeah. I could ask one point I'd like to know about the South African process on gender responsive budgeting. In my thinking of this, it has to be an evidence-based process. So I would gather that the budgeting process follows 3 steps. A gender-based analysis in country, gender disaggregation data and indicators for budgeting, and the costing of gender equity programs. So what I mean by this is that evidence on the analysis of the situation of the plight of women, girls, and boys. Where are the gaps in gender responsiveness in programs? What are the budget allocations that need to be made, and how this is implemented? So I would like to pose a question to Dumisani. Has that been considered in the processes, or where do you think some of the challenges are? If you don't mind, thank you.
Yeah, I think you're right. There has to be sort of disaggregation in thinking about the budget process within gender responsive consideration. But I think I can speak a lot from the legislative side. What Parliament has done, I think in 2019, we had developed a model that firstly tried to conceptualize the thinking around the gender mainstreaming of issues, and how the oversight model support that. But what I picked up, which was a bit difficult, was there wasn't a strong matching thinking from the executive side. And certainly there has to be a lot of thinking around that. I think there has been a lot, but what I was quite happy is the ministry in the women and the presidency, the women and children and people living with disability has done a lot of that to try to put a strategic thinking and how does the whole process filter into the actual budget process. And one of the main questions which we talked about with Henry earlier, you remember Henry, was around whether you separate the conversation from the main budget stream or you integrate it within the mainstream, the budget system. And a lot of thinking in terms of how to integrate that, because a lot of times our concern has always been it gets relegated down there. You know, when we discuss the macroeconomic policy, fiscal framework, and so many things, we only talk about it as an afterthought. So I'm quite happy that there is a lot of thinking around that. Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you for that. I'd like to open up the conversation to other questions from the floor. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. If you may we kindly hear from the other 2 parliaments and then take the questions together? That way we would be able to, to have benefited from, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. Please go ahead, Honorable.
Good afternoon. I was not getting what you were saying, but I noticed that he mentioned my name from the lips. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Simon Matambo from Zambia, please, if you could take the floor. Sorry, it's my internet connectivity is a bit up and down at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the presentation. My name is Matambo Simon. I'll be a little bit fast because I think most of the issues have been discussed by my colleagues from South Africa. You note that these processes, by and large, are the same. There are few disparities that we're going to see in the processes as we discuss. And my presentation will be more of talking about the gaps and risk areas that we see in our processes. So in discussing this subject, I thought that I should discuss PFM because as far as we are concerned, the budget process is part of the broader public financial management. So you really can't detach the budget process from public financial management. And we know that PFM is defined as a set of laws, rules, systems, and processes used by government to mobilize resources, allocate funds, and undertake public spending. And of course, to account for these resources. So basically, I think that's by way of introduction. We note also that the PFM has a few objectives here and there, and one of it, which is very critical, is the maintenance of aggregate fiscal discipline. And I think that we've been culprits in Africa with this, where our fiscal balance, which is the gap between the levels of expenditure and revenue, has been growing. And we know that the moment this balance begins to grow bigger, it turns out to what we call debt. And this has been a problem that Zambia has been having in discipline in terms of PFM. But we also look at the allocation of efficiency, where we're saying that public resources should be allocated in accordance with agreed strategic priorities. These are basically the objectives of PFM. So in terms of the legal framework, I thought I should talk about the legal framework in Zambia, because we know that the PFM operates under a given legal framework. So in Zambia, I find that the Constitution is the main law which governs PFM. Specifically, we've got a part which talks about PFM and the budget. Then we also have the Public Financial Management Acts. And if you look at the years in which these pieces of legislation were enacted, it gives you an idea to you that most of issues that have to do with PFM have undergone a lot of reform. Another piece of legislation which was just passed in 2020 is the National Planning and Budgeting Act, which basically talks about integrating budgeting and planning, but also enhancing the consultative process in the budget process. Before this law, we didn't have a strong consultative process in the budget process. We have the procurement issues, which have been a challenge enough in Zambia. Find that this law has been amended to provide for decentralization of procurement. And also we have the Public Audit Act, which talks about issues of audit. The Loans and Guarantees Act has been a challenge. Whilst the law, the Constitution talks about Parliament approving debt before it is contracted, this law hasn't been amended to take care of that. And of course, you see what has been happening in Zambia as a result of this. We see a challenge of debt because the executive has been able to borrow without recourse to Parliament. We also have the Local Government Acts, which really centers on aspects of local authorities. And much of it is talking about fiscal decentralization. And I must say something about this fiscal decentralization, that in Zambia, this has been a challenge. And that's why I put it in red there. I was hoping that with the coming in of the new government, we're going to, implement decentralization in its totality. But looks like this may not be the case. I know that there's talk about increasing resources towards the Constitutional Development Fund. But that fund is just one of the resources that is given to local authorities. Even if you increase, it doesn't change the fiscal architecture around local authorities and how they relate with the center. So I am still skeptical whether in the new government we are going to implement issues of fiscal decentralization. So in terms of the law around PFM, this is what we have. And we've also been able to link the budget process with PFM. So budget formulation, now I want to narrow down the discussion to the whole process of budget process in Zambia. And the starting point I'd like to talk about is the budget formulation. In Zambia, the Minister of Finance is mandated through the law, of course, the Constitution, to prepare the budgets and present it to Parliament. Now, I think that in terms of the formulation of the budgets, there's been two schools of thoughts in terms of what should be the role of Parliament. Now, one school of thought argues that Parliament should be involved in the drafting of the budget. And they argue further that because we are people's representatives, we are supposed to be part of the allocation of resources. There's no way you can remove us from that process. But another school of thoughts which believes that it may not be good governance to allow the people that provide oversight to be participating in the drafting of the budget. So I think in terms of going forward in Zambia, what we agree is that there should be a role that Parliament should play. And in this case, it's an issue of what form should that be. And so in 2020, Parliament enacted a law which only talks about increasing the consultative process. So Section 32 of National Planning and Budgeting Act provides that the minister responsible for finance shall submit to an appropriate committee of Parliament a green paper on the medium-term budget plan. I noted that my colleague in the Parliament of South Africa was able to use the medium-term budget plan and MTEF together. I would be interested to see the difference between these two plans. But for us in Zambia now, we've moved away from the MTEF because as far as we are concerned, the MTEF was more of a projection of expenditure frameworks as opposed to plan. So now we are focusing more on the medium-term budget plan. And the way this budget plan is working is such that it has 3 years rolling, the budget year, and 2 consecutive years that follows. So when, for instance, let's assume that the MTEF for 2023, 24, and 25 is presented this year, what will happen is that it's going to give the draft budget for 2023, and then projections for 2024 and 2025. So effectively, when this medium-term budget is brought to Parliament, we'll be discussing or reviewing the budget for 2023 in addition to the projections for 2 subsequent years. So this is the form in which Parliament is getting involved in the budget formulation set. It's basically like the draft budget is brought to Parliament before it is presented to Parliament. So then thereafter, obviously, after the green paper of the medium-term budget plan, we have the core circular, and the core circular is basically meant to relate with ministries, giving them the ceilings and also getting the their programs and activities that they intend to be undertaken in the coming year. Yeah, so after the budget formulation stage comes the budget approval. And it's interesting to know that the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia compels the National Assembly to approve the budget. I think my colleague was talking about the different parliaments in the morning, and he said one of the parliaments that we have, or at least in literature, especially the World Bank, have come out very clearly, the budget making parliaments, and they always give an example of the Congress, which has a congressional budget office, where most of us have been drawing examples. So our friends are so capacitated that when the budget is presented to Congress, they are actually able to change the whole budget. And they've got capacity, which is sometimes is even bigger than what the executive have. They're able to come up with their own budget and approve it from Congress, not necessarily taking the budget back to the executive. There's also what we call the budget influencing parliament. And I think that Kenya has managed to go to that level a little bit. And what those people are able to do is to change to amend or propose amendments to the budget. So in Kenya, the budget can be brought to parliament and be sent back and comes in a different form. One of the new MPs was asking me if there's been a time when the budget in Zambia has been rejected. And I tried to understand exactly what they meant. And the argument was the budget should be presented to parliament, and this parliament should be able to say, we don't agree with this budget because various reasons, this and send it back. And when you reject, it means that the budget has to be resubmitted to parliament. And so the laws should have taken care of the fact that the budget was presented. And if the budget is presented, it has to be submitted back in, say, 1 month. Our friends in Kenya has some semblance of that. And that's why they are budget influencing. Ours is budget approving. So when the budget is presented to parliament, even if one says it was rejected, it wasn't rejected. It is still on the floor of the House. In fact, you are just saying, we don't have capacity to make amendments, go and change these things and bring it back. But we'll be debating the policy statement. So that's not rejection. In fact, there are times when Parliament has... You hear it? Okay. There are times that Parliament has rejected the budget and we continue debating on the floor of the House. The executive come back with exactly the same budget that was rejected. And so for me, that's not rejection. It's just basically just telling them, can you do this and stuff. So we don't have those powers to amend, we just approve. Look at Article 202 of the Constitution. It provides that the National Assembly shall, by resolution of members of Parliament, approve the financial estimates and expenditure for next financial year. So here is a situation where the Minister of Finance presents the budget to Parliament, and then this article in 2025, it makes Parliament to, or compels Parliament to approve. Really here, there's no room. There's no room to not to approve the budget, unless there's somewhere where it is defined in the Constitution, where they say there's this approval can either be positive or negative approval. But as far as I'm concerned, approval is approval. You know, it's like those of you at campus, those days at university. If the young girls come to Parliament and you present a manifesto, and your friends ask her, she agreed to say she has approved. How? At negative. There's no such a thing. So I think that Parliament is given power to approve the budget, whether they like it or not. So, and I think that that's a challenge that we have in our setting. The next slide is just, point is just talking about the fact that there are committees of the whole house in parliament, and that the speaker has power to refer the budget when it's presented to parliament to an appropriate committee. And I should talk about this aspect as well. That's why I put it in red. I think that this has been a very good innovation. It's been a way of allowing the public participate in the budget approval process. This was not the case some time back. So when the budgets are presented to parliament, that was it. The budget would move straight away into committee of supply, and the approval process begins to take place. But this is not what is happening now in Zambia, and I think most parliaments now, these are referred to an appropriate committee of parliament. In fact, going forward, we are even now starting to amend the standing orders so that instead of the budget being referred to the expanded committee, which is the committee of chairpersons of various chairpersons of committee, now all committees will be participating in the budget process. So the speaker will be referring the budget to sector committees. So we're expecting that the committee on health will focus on the health budget. Agri will focus on the agri budget. And these are major reforms for us that are taking place in parliament. I thought we should talk about them. Of course, at the end, there's an appropriation act which authorizes the executive to begin to implement the budget. So that's in terms of the approval process. I think basically we've talked a lot about the implementation process. These are various, audits, controls and internal audit and audits that take place through the process. Maybe I should move this to the next presentation slide. So here, again, my focus is on the red parts, that at budget execution in Zambia, there's a role that parliament is playing, So I've talked about the formulation, what role parliament is playing. I've talked about the approval, the role that parliament playing, and execution. So mainly, our parliaments have been involved in the review of the performance of the budget, and this takes place on a quarterly basis. So committees are able to review the performance of the budget every quarter, and I think this has been very progressive provision in the standing orders, because we are able to see how the budget is being implemented before you get to the ex post past. Talk about the audits. You're able to control for certain deviations in the implementation of the budget. And we also have in the new law the requirement by the minister to present to parliament the mid-year budget plan. So this is fitting in very well with the quarter review, because the mid-year is basically first quarter and second quarter added together. So this is good information for the quarter review of the budget by the National Assembly. So you can see that whilst a lot of things have remained the same, there's quite a lot of innovations that we're trying to bring in to strengthen the role of parliament in the budget process in terms of formulation, approval, and execution. So for the external audit, I think it's obvious. We know the powers of the Auditor General established by the Constitution, and the relationship that they have with the Public Accounts Committee. This is a traditional function, and obviously this looks like the most interesting parts that people are interested in, the issues of the Public Accounts Committee. In Zambia, there was one time the controlling officer of the ministry who was a reverend. And when he was out, he was a PS, he was cited for one or two wrongdoings. So it excited people how a reverend could queue for a few resources here and there from the budget process. And that, so there was a lot of interest around the people to basically follow what has been happening. Now a reverend should have developed long hands. In terms of Article 212, the Constitution of Zambia gives power to the Auditor General. I think this is a new innovation. It gives power to the Auditor General to simultaneously submits the audited accounts to the National Assembly and the President. So in terms of good governance, we think this is very progressive, because what was happening in the past was the Auditor General would submit to the President, and the President would decide to sit on it for a period that he wished he would want to sit on it. But this time, it comes simultaneously. And if this man is not ready, we begin. The Speaker just causes this to be referred to the Public Accounts Committee, and discussions begin. So this is another progressive provision in the Constitution, which has also been amplified in our standing orders. Now, there's a challenge here, because whilst the Constitution is very critical on the accounts of the Republic, we see that there's a gap that has remained on all local authorities and parastatal bodies. And when I was listening to my colleague from South Africa, I got that there's serious integration between the central government, local authorities, in terms of the budget process. And I see this as a serious missing link in the Zambian context. It's only recently that local authorities are being audited by the Auditor General's office. Previously, they were being audited by the ministry under which they fall. And even now, you see that whilst the Constitution gives a time frame when the report on the accounts of the Republic should be submitted to Parliament, here it has remained silent on this one. So I see this as still room for abuse, and also the fact that we are talking about resources. These are public resources regardless. You know, resources are resources. So I think this is one of the issues that we think should be taken care of going forward. So basically discuss that aspect there. I know that in terms of Parliament scrutinizing the accounts, we've come up with different committees. We've got the Local Government Accounts Committee, which looks at local authorities' audited reports. And we have the Committee of Parastatal Bodies, focusing on parastatal bodies, and then PAC has continued with the Council of the Republic. Yeah, so we talked about, we also required to talk about budget-related bills in Zambia. We call these as money bills. They are provided for in the Constitution. And I think that they go through the same stages of the budget process, administrative process, except for the fact that at first reading, they are referred to an appropriate committee. And I want to stress that this has been a major innovation in the legislative process, because we have had situations where a committee is interrogating the bill and calls various stakeholders, and the government is trying to convince the members that they've consulted extensively, and this group comes and says, we don't even know what happened. And I think this has helped strengthen the legislative process. Yeah, so we also supposed to talk about supplementary budgets. Now, supplementary budgets are basically refer to substantive estimates which reflect changes in the budget previously approved by Parliament. And our Constitution recognizes that. In Article 2302, it provides that where the amount appropriated in an appropriation act for a financial year is insufficient to meet expenditure in that financial, the Minister responsible for finance shall lay before National Assembly a supplementary estimate. But I think that this word sometimes is misunderstood to mean that it always has to be over and above the total budget. And so when you see supplementary budgets, what comes in our mind in most cases was that if Parliament appropriated 10 billion and we are 15 billion, so there's been 5 billion extra abused by these guys. They are wasting money. That's what we keep on saying. So they finish the money and they look for more money. And then you discover that sometimes, maybe even in most cases, we don't even have enough money to go beyond that. So for Zambia's case, and I want to believe in most jurisdictions, and a supplementary arises. A supplementary arises when there's a reallocation of resources, or when the resources rolled from one year to the next. And so you find that in terms of the supplementary budget, sometimes it's not so much that the total budget has increased, but because the resources have been realigned. And I'll give an example of this budget for an extract from 2019 financial report. So this is an appropriation act. This is the amount that was appropriated. This was supplementary budget in 2019, in the year that the budget was being implemented. And this is another supplementary budget. So the totals comes to 97 billion. But there's these aspects which sometimes can be bigger than this one, the variations. So you find that this reduces these amounts by these amounts, so much so that the total budget at the end of the year will just be this one, and we come to this this budget for the finance. And this is just the approved budget. If you go down here, you find that the approved estimates will be here, and then the supplementary, which I'm talking about, will be here. Then the total authorized comes to this amount. At the end of the year, you find that the expenditure is even much lower than what was approved. So sometimes you might think that this supplementary budget means that a lot of money we have spent or wasted, but maybe not. It's just that in terms of the approval, yes, it looks like it's big. But of course, we can argue and talk about issues of credibility of the budget. I don't want to waste your time. I think most of the issues that we discussed with our friends have been discussed here in terms of the analysis of the budget on issues of SR and HR. I think I'll end here.
Let's present. Mr. Chavel now will take the floor, then we can bring interventions. He's getting ready.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to present on the perspectives on the Zimbabwean budgeting process. Sorry. Okay. Be nice to me. I'm sitting next to the SG. I'm going to present on the Zimbabwe budget process. Most of the issues have been covered, and I have to admit our budget processes are almost the same. Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa. So I'll avoid belaboring you with repeating some of the issues which have already been covered and move to issues which have not been covered. My colleague spoke about the budget process, and I'm not going to cover the budget process, but just to speak to some of the stages in the Zimbabwean budget cycle and the timelines, specifically on the approval stage. And on the approval stage, that's the one in green on that diagram. And for us, our section 305 of the Constitution requires the minister responsible for finance to present to the National Assembly the budget on any date which the National Assembly sits, but not later than 30 days after the start of the financial year. For Zambia, it's 90 days before, I understand. For us, it used to be not later than 30 days and not earlier than 30 days before the start of the financial year. But there was a weakness in that budget debate normally would be restricted to only 2 weeks. So the budget was normally presented end of November, and we would have 1 December to 14 December to debate the budget, 14 December, the break for Christmas. And normally our ruling party had its Congress around 7 to 14 December. So we had only 1 week to debate the budget. So to counter that, we amended the Public Finance Management Act so that the budget can be presented anytime, but not later than 30 days after the start of the financial year. But however, the budget is being presented the last week of November every year because Minister of Finance then came up with the regulations stating that the budget is presented end of November. But after the presentation of the national budget, debate is normally suspended immediately after the budget presentation to allow for members to then go through the budget so that they understand it. And we have also come up with an initiative whereby 3 to 5 days after the budget presentation, we convene what we call a post-budget seminar. At this seminar, we call in experts to come and dissect the budget. We usually invite tax and revenue experts. We also invite gender budgeting experts. And for the first time in 2021, we also invited people with disabilities. And the honorable members were mesmerized by one member of the people with disabilities fraternity. He's a blind man, but he was able to dissect the budget, much to the surprise of our honorable speaker and honorable members. So next year, we are also hoping to invite youth so that they can also bring in their perspectives. So at this post-budget seminar, members, all members will be present, including even the Speaker of Parliament, and we dissect the budget. After that, committees then go to their respective groups where they consult their respective stakeholders. And in these consultative meetings, we also second our officers from the budget office. But unfortunately, our budget office is not so big. So we tend to hire experts, especially from universities, so that they can assist the 19 portfolio committees to dissect the budget from a sectoral point of view. And it is from these discussions that some of these issues are then raised, preparing honorable members to be adequately able to debate the budget. Then after these consultations, the committees would then meet in the plenary and they present their reports, beginning with the budget committee, which then sets the floor for budget debate. Some of the entry points that we have realized, Parliament cannot refuse to pass the budget because there is a provision, section 143, subsection 3 of our constitution, which says the president may by proclamation dissolve Parliament if the National Assembly is unreasonably refused to pass an appropriation bill. So unreasonably is not defined. So it's very subjective. So honorable members fear that they will be dissolved if they refuse to pass the budget. So we have told them that rather than trying to influence the budget when it's already presented, please influence it at the budget formulation stage. So we now have a framework where committees consult the public before the budget is presented. And that consultation is carried out under the auspices of what we call the expanded SDGs committee. In Zambia, there's the expanded budget committee. Ours is the expanded SDG committee, which comprises the budget committee as well as chairpersons for all other committees. Because we have been having a situation whereby the budget committee would go out to consult the public. After that, the health committee would then go to the same constituencies and there, because when the people see Parliament, they don't know that is the budget committee. They will say all the issues, including even some of the issues that are for the president, to say, your ministers are so many, please reduce your cabinet. You know, they have seen you, so they air all their grievances. So we have then tried to come up with a framework where we have the expanded SDG committee. They divide themselves into groups. They go right around the country. Then after that, we convene what we call a pre-budget seminar, whereby the committees will then present to the Minister of Finance, and all ministries will be there. So when they present their reports, the respective chairpersons can also add in to the expanded SDG committee report. Then they give the responsible or the respective minister a chance to respond to the submissions. After that, the Minister of Finance would then respond. And this is live on social media, at times live on national TV. So when the minister then undertakes to say, undertaking to say, I've heard you, for SRHR issues, we are going to establish, say, a desk. You know, when he then presents the budget, people are expecting to see that in the national budget. So by that, we have managed to influence the budget, making rather than influencing it at the approval stage. So we have seen in 2020, at the pre-budget seminar, honorable members raised the issue of establishing a cancer hospital. And the minister undertook to, or committed to establish a hospital in Zimbabwe's second largest city. And, you know, people are still asking, how far are we? Because he made an undertaking. But it was then captured in the 2020 budget statement. In 2021, they then raised the issue of the need to expand provision of free sanitary ware to learners in urban areas, because it was for only girls in rural areas. And the minister then made an undertaking in that pre-budget seminar to say, I'm going to do it. And it was then extended to urban learners in the budget. In 2022, there was the issue of establishment of a cancer levy. Then in the budget, he said he is going to set up an NCD fund, non-communicable diseases fund, funded from excise duties and duties from high energy drinks. So you see, the parliament has been able to influence the budget during the formulation stage rather than during the debating stage. And also, we've told our members that you also need to track the budget. Whatever resources are allocated, track them to make sure that they are released and they are utilized, they are put to good use. Because we have realized that you cannot influence 15% Abuja. It's very difficult, but with that 14%, make sure it's put to good use so that we achieve whatever outcomes. For example, in 2018, I think it's the only year where Parliament managed to come together, because the problem with the parliamentarians in their committees is that this committee will come and say, Minister, increase the budget allocation for education. The other committee will say, increase the budget allocation for environment. So everyone has their own priorities. So in the end, the minister cannot increase the budget allocations. So in 2018, they came together and say, this year we are only focusing on health and the parliament allocation. So as a result of their coming together, the minister was forced, literally forced to increase the health budget allocation by $408 million US, from $408 million US to $474 million, and the parliament budget from 57 to 80 million. So it's 1 year where we saw members refusing to pass the budget unless the minister had succumbed to their demands. So those are some of the entry points. So I will not discuss much about the bill stages because we follow the linear legislative model, just like any other country, where a bill is brought to parliament, first reading stage, second reading stage. Then we have the committee stage where the bill, finance bill or appropriate bill is considered clause by clause. And then we go to the third reading stage, which is just a formal approval of the bill by the House. Then the bill goes to for presidential assent and signature by the president. And it's then promulgated into law. So in terms of the powers to amend the budget, there is no provision in Zimbabwe that limits the powers of parliament to amend the budget. But however, we've seen that amendment is by way of shifting resources between spending units rather than increasing or reducing the budget. Because we understand that the Minister of Finance team would have gone through a very scientific process of projecting revenues for the state. So we are not in a place to then come and say, no, you have projected 500 million, but we think you can put 900 million, because this is a scientific process. So it's more of shifting resources between priorities, where they say, and we also have a fund which we call unallocated reserve under the Ministry of Finance. So it's where they can then reprioritize or reallocate resources to say you can take maybe 50 million from the UR and allocate it to SRHR issues in the Ministry of Health. So the gist is just to counterbalance the corresponding increase with a cut elsewhere, so that we maintain the aggregate total. And where our SRHR researchers, where our budget office or any other analyst can get evidence is through public hearings, committee hearings, parliament debates, research, or secondary budget documents, secondary sources including budget documents, policy documents, ministry reports, parliament reports, or statistics bureau, because normally with evidence-based arguments, we have seen that the executive will succumb to some of the demands. But we have seen some challenges in evidence gathering. And these challenges include issues related to the information on health is normally directed through, or the money for health or SRHR issues is normally directed through the Ministry of Health. And that's where you can get the figures. However, some of the monies that are directed through non-health ministries, like Ministry of Education, for example, budget for Zimbabwe schools health policy implementation, you cannot really quantify that because every ministry has a desk that deals with some sort of SRHR issues. So you can only quantify what goes through the Ministry of Health, and something that is very clear, for example, provision of sanitary ware through the Ministry of Education. So it's another challenge. And commitments that are made by donors towards SRHR, some of the commitments go direct to the recipients rather than through the government system. For such commitments, then it's very difficult then to track the amount that has been allocated to SRHR issues. And due to limited data, we can only assess spending towards sanitary ware, HIV/AIDS, and family planning. And at times, some of the issues like availability of contraceptives is entirely dependent on external support. So government is providing very minimal support. So it's one of the challenges that we've also seen. But in terms of the national budget documents that our researchers or any interested party can use, we have the national budget speech, we have the national budget statement, we have our economic blueprint. The one we are implementing is called National Development Strategy 1, which is running 2021 to 2025. So you need to link what is in the national economic blueprint with what is in the budget to see if the budget is speaking to our intentions in the economic blueprint. We also have the infrastructure investment plan. We also have the citizens budget, which summarizes the budget in non-technical terms. We also have the estimates of expenditure. In Zimbabwe, we call it a blue book. In Zambia, it's the yellow book. So the estimates of expenditure will then break down the allocations, because if you just read the national budget statement, you won't get the figures. You also have the finance bill, the appropriation bill, the statement of public debt. And in 2022, since 2022, we now have a gender budget statement where you can then see allocations towards the gender issues. So for our SRHR budget, we are able to track allocations towards a sanitary ware under the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education budget, because our Education Amendment Act that came out in 2019 or 2020, there's a section which says the state shall ensure the provision of sanitary ware and other menstrual health facilities to girls in all schools to promote menstrual health. So there's a program in the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education. We are following program-based budgeting. The program is called Schools Support Services, Learner Support Services. So under Learner Support Services, we have 3 sub-programs: school feeding program and sanitary ware. So you are able to track resources that go towards sanitary ware. Then under the Ministry of Health and Child Care, I'll speak about that. Then under the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, we have a social welfare or social transfer program, which we call assisted medical transfer orders. So that's an SRHR issue under the Ministry of Public Service, Social Welfare. So we are able to track resources that go towards SRHR. But under the Ministry of Health, there are 6 programs, and we are able to track under these 6 programs. So how our SRHR researchers or how our researchers or any interested party is able to do it under the health budget, they are able to track the allocation as a percentage of the total budget, the health allocation as a percentage of GDP. This is what we have been doing. We are also able to track sub-program budget share. In 2020, we had about 71% going towards communicable diseases and only 14% towards family health program. But in 2022, the family health budget was increased to 35% of the total Ministry of Health budget, while the communicable disease budget fell to 34%. So I am able to track those increases, those decreases, to see where the money is going under each sub-program. Then, and again, we are able to track all issues that relate to SRHR under the Ministry of Health and Child Care budget. Reproductive health services, that's the 2021 budget allocation, that's the 2022. The increase is because of inflation, and we are able to put that in real figures so that honorable members can be able to track whether there is actually an increase in real terms or it's just the inflation component. Then we also tell them the release by 30 September, because our budget is usually crafted in October. So we tell them the release by 30 September, so that if you check reproductive health services, the budget was 23 million, but the release was 441,000. So honorable members raised lots of concern around failure by the ministry to release those funds. Maternal health services, breast cancer treatment, cervical cancer treatment, prostate cancer treatment, family planning, child care services, immunization, nutrition, mental health. So we are able to track everything for our honorable members then to be able to debate from an informed point of view. Then we are also able to track these gender-specific expenditures, especially sanitary wear for primary school children, which increased from about 600 million in 2021 to 1.23 billion in 2022. And our exchange rate then was $1 to 105 Zimbabwean dollars. So you're able to see the allocation for 2022. Then we also mainstream gender sensitive expenditures, including educational programs, health service delivery programs, social welfare programs, agriculture programs by gender, then other gender sensitive programs. Then this thing seems to be stuck. I wanted to speak about sanitary wear and school feeding program, where for our sanitary wear, in 2022, the allocation was 3 billion and we are also able to tell the honorable members the number of beneficiaries so that they can calculate the per capita allocation. In 2022, our assisted medical treatment orders, like I said, was the budget is 150 million, but in 2021 it was 70 million, and it benefited 12,000 individuals. So they're able to divide for themselves per capita allocation. Even for the per capita allocation towards the sanitary wear for school girls, we are able to put it in per capita terms so that they are able to see. Then for our researchers, I know they give technical advice to policymakers and they play a very influential role in dissecting various issues. So what you have seen for you to be able to be effective in the budget process. This is my last slide. Number one, there is need for more time. Like I said, in Zimbabwe, we used to get only a week to dissect the budget. But now we can go up to 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So you need more time to debate the budget. You also need to make sure that you have access to also independent research by other people so that you can merge what other people are also saying versus what you are also able to research. Then you need access to information. For access to information, the executive will not volunteer information. In our case, they don't volunteer information. We have to look for information. How do we do it? We have established both formal and informal links with research institutions, with the Ministry of Finance. So before even the budget is presented, I already know, as the budget officer in Parliament, the figures and what the budget contains through my formal and informal links with the executive. And I already know some of the issues to look into, because some of the guys in the executive will tell me, there's this issue, I think you need to really look at it further. So you need access to information through formal and informal links, but most importantly formal. So we are trying to sign MOUs with our providers of information. So I think with this, I will end my presentation and inviting everyone to Zimbabwe, because we will be moving to that new parliament building anytime soon. So we want to invite you to just come and see that magnificent building that we are moving into anytime from now. Thank you very much.
I wonder how much it was. Did you track the expenditure? Okay. Anyway, no, thank you so much. Prof.
Oh, yes. I can hear you.
Colleagues, do you want to sleep in the room? Okay, great job. Prof, take over, please. Thank you.
Thank
To
you.
the three colleagues.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chavel. That was, it's a nice building. Wow. I'd like to visit Zimbabwe soon to see that magnificent monument. Colleagues, we have about, according to my timelines, about half an hour, still 5:30. Okay, we have about an hour for questions from the floor, about an hour. And so thank you to my three colleagues for their presentations. Can we open up for the first round of questions? Comments? Yes, I see a hand. Please go ahead.
Is Zambia, Eswatini, Angola, South Africa? That's it.
Thank you, Madam.
Malawi?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary General. Thank you for the moderator. I'd also like to thank the presenters. I think the information they shared is very, very helpful. I just have a few questions. I'll start with South Africa. I think they shared the issue of public hearings. It would be interesting to learn from them whether they have any developed tools or mechanisms in which they're able to capture issues of Srhr. I think as you go for public hearings, how do you ensure that as your parliament goes down to the ground, they're able to capture Srhr? I think that would be interesting to learn from. I'd also want to ask a question to my colleague from Zimbabwe on community engagement. It looks like it's a very strong aspect in your budget process. But the question I have around that is, do you have sustainable funding towards it? Because it can be quite an expensive venture. So does your parliament always have a budget line, that supports that? And what opportunities do you have within those community interrogations that you have to pick up Srhr issues? And linking it to it, I think I'll relate to the issue where you said maybe, I think you had very brilliant ideas for us, the researchers. But one question I ask myself is from a sustainability point of view, isn't it better that different departments pick up the work that we do, especially the Parliamentary Budget Office, to support us, the researchers, from a planning point of view, instead of the researchers also going down to the ground, collecting information, you seem to already be grounded, some of you who are in the Parliamentary Budget Office. So how can the linkages between the SRHR researchers, how can we leverage on your expertise already? So that we come in, and if it's bringing the ideas around SRHR that we want you who are experts in that area to pick up, than having us, the researchers, go on the ground. I think in most parliaments, you find this one researcher. If budget office, if staff from budget office are complaining of lean staff, you can only imagine one researcher. I think it would be asking too much. So what opportunities are there for the two SRHR researchers, or let me just say research in general, vis-a-vis Parliamentary Budget Office, to pick up such issues? And then for general, for all the presenters, I don't know who can pick it up, the issue of budget tracking. I think it keeps coming up. Is there funding in your parliament specifically for budget tracking, especially from the implementation point of view? I see a lot of hype when a parliament is actually having the budget from the executive. In most cases, as the budget debate goes down, you just go quiet in those particular perspectives. It would be good to hear whether that hype continues, even at implementation stage. And as you are looking at that, for me, I think you almost touched on it, the presenter from Zimbabwe, the issue of transparency from the executive, especially the spending agencies themselves, because in this case, yes, it's the executive, but now it zeroes into specific ministries. So how is the transparency in there? How are you able to access the information? How does the information, in different countries, there are different legislations around how you can easily access such information. And sometimes it's easier to get program information. It may be a challenge to get expenditure, financial issues around that. My last one is on issues of, I think issues of aggregated data have come up in terms of how are you able to capture, if you are, issues of around age, around gender, because under SRHR issues, if you just get a whole lump sum, it may not give you the picture of what is really happening on the ground. So it would be interesting to hear that. Furthermore, in terms of geographical area, because again, our countries, depending on where you are seated at that particular time, the picture you may get may be very different from the peripheral areas. So for me, in those particular aspects, it would be very interesting to get that. My last one, sorry, Mr. Moderator. I know I said last. No, this one I really need it because I'm looking at, I hope I'm protected. I'm looking at the project. At least the moderator is virtual. So I'm looking at the project. I'm looking at the project. This is a project. We had the first phase. Now we have the second phase. And it would be interesting to look at the trend analysis. Not just 1 year. I don't know amongst the presenters if there's any information or any way or any opportunity that we have to actually look at any changes that have happened around issues of budget, influencing around SRHR from a long-term perspective, not one-off. We have this engagement and then we get the data and it sort of like dies. How do we follow up? Around that is for generally everybody. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for being very kind.
I think she was telling me in terms of reference, Prof, for you to link with the budget offices of our parliaments.
Those are such excellent questions, man. They're strategic and I think they cover most of the issues that have been discussed or presented this afternoon. So I suppose, the questions are, how do we capture SRH in the budgeting process? A kind of like a beginning question, and then the community engagement aspect, the sustainability with linkages, and leveraging expertise via the Parliamentary Budget Office, budget tracking, which has come up again, transparency issues and access to information, disaggregation of data, such an important thing for being more precise in the budgeting process and longitudinal trend analysis. Can I ask Mr. Masani Yankees to, if you'd want to take any one of those questions and provide a bit of an input to, and then we could move to others. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you from colleagues from other budget offices. I think I'll pick up one, seeing that this afternoon, and leave the rest to other colleagues. The issue of budget tracking. Oh, there was the issue specifically on public hearing. Okay. I think, as I said initially at the beginning of our presentation, that there hasn't been a lot of work around SRHR in South African Parliament. I mean, you know, there's a lot of work only recently but broadly looking at the gender-based, gender-responsive budgeting. And so I think I would say it's the planning phase, trying to put things together. So, you know, hopefully in the next program, a platform like this, there will be feedback. But I'll also give Mr. McGregor to touch on some of these issues. But I think generally on public hearing, linking it back to budget tracking is around I mean, in terms of our legislation, Parliament is required to have public hearings. And for past 2 years or 3 years, what we've been debating about is whether the inputs from the public hearing, how they see themselves into the budget itself, because it's a very important issue. We find many gender-based NGOs coming to Parliament. I mean, next week, Wednesday, you'll see there'll be a lot of them. And the question's always been, how disaggregated is the budget to try to link up with those? And it hasn't been answered, really. And hence I'm saying lack of strategic thinking or strategic planning around that makes it very difficult to link it quite true to the core spending patterns and so on. But nevertheless, when you look at in a couple of years, 3 years time, or I think it's 5 years time, I forgot. There was an article by The Economist. I don't read Economist a lot, but that time I just happened to read it, which did recognize that actually South Africa is one of the few countries that actually takes into account gender-based budgeting issues compared to many countries. And it was quite interesting, you know, to say, I think it was during the time where VAT increase was proposed, and there was debate whether the sanitary towels have to be zero rated, which they end up being zero rated. But, you know, just independent analysis by the Economist journal to say, to some extent, they do take into account. I think on quarterly basis, committees requires National Treasury functional departments to report on the implementation of the plans. And committees write the reports to the houses. This is what budget was proposed, and this is what departments have done with the budget. Is it in line with the targets? No, yes, and then it has to be debated. And at the end of the day, the budget recommendation review reports, which are produced at the end of the year, once the audit has been done, it looks into those specifically. What service delivery matter has been realized and which has not been realized, and make proposals to the next budget cycle in terms of how to realize those matters. But as I said earlier, the main problem which we have picked up, it's a lack of follow through on some of those issues that were left out. I think let me stop there and give colleagues other time. Mr. McGregor, do you want to come in? Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Janji. Colleagues, I'm not an expert in this field. And last weekend, on Friday, I got the call from my secretary, and she asked me to be part of this, and I was a bit nervous because this is not my field. So I try to put myself in a researcher's shoes, and it is very difficult to track this because it's not only one ministry. For us, I think I tracked it to 3 ministries, but I try to approach it with how I would usually approach a problem like this. But I think the annual reports of these ministries help a lot to identify expenditure and planned expenditure. It is there. And then to try and merge that with the overall budget, to try and see how these things are tracked. Well, basically try and track the grants, the planned grants in the national budget, and see how it filters through to the annual reports. But that's my process that I went to understand where these issues are being spent. I'll touch on the issue of budget tracking. Colleagues, if you're going to wait for your treasury to present anything to you, it's going to be too late. I think one of the benefits that we as South Africans have is that we have been rated as one of the more transparent countries in budgeting. National Treasury publishes raw data on a monthly basis on their website. So if you go and you look at monthly reports, there's local government monthly reports, but in a raw form. So it's up to you to understand, firstly, where the money is going, and to try and track it monthly or quarterly. So they would write up a bit of an analysis on the expenditure. So in that form, it's a bit raw, but there is, for budget tracking purposes, there is data that is published frequently on the National Treasury database. I also want to quote, I think one of the speakers said, we measure what we value. And I have been fascinated by how we are tracking, and I think moderator also mentioned the enhancements due to COVID-19. We are tracking COVID-19 expenditure monthly. We are reporting, we are auditing almost real time. We are auditing the suppliers, and it's almost, the year is not even finished. We know which suppliers are doing the wrong things. And that is my issue, has been my issue with the audit function for quite some time. By the time that the auditors come and report, the year is already finished. And that procurement actually or what they are reporting actually relates to the previous year. So by that time, it is too late because it's already in the next budget cycle. So I agree, the answer would be budget tracking. And yes, the PBO can assist with analysis for budget purposes, but I think it's also good to be proactive and try and get as much information as possible. And maybe it takes, even if it takes visiting the projects or visiting as researchers. I mean, research is not just desk review. It is a lot of mechanisms, or I mean, you are the experts. You can use to investigate these things. So I think I have those are the aspects that I am more familiar with. In terms of the public or public involvement, the reason Dr. Janchis is so busy, he is preparing for his presentation to our committees on Tuesday, and we are currently now inviting members of the public to submit comments. And as far as I could see, I followed the budget process during last year, or even the medium-term budget. These organizations, civil society, they are given a platform to come and present. And as Dr. Janchis also mentioned, the Health Resource Council, yeah, they also come and ask their question. And so we try and give as many of these organizations and civil society members a chance to come and question. So that questioning is facilitated by the committees and almost like moderated or chaired by the chairperson. So there's it's quite an intense debate. And as committees in South Africa, our committees can summon anybody. As officials of parliament, we are summoned frequently by our committee. We also have a committee. So I think the committees do have the power to do what they have to do. But I also stress sometimes the resources for Parliament itself is not always there. Yeah. So I think I have touched on most, but yeah, we can chat a bit more in the after the session.
Thank you, sir, for that that explanation, the detailed explanation. I think that area on budget tracking has been analyzed to some extent. Can I ask Mr. Simon Matambo if he could address one of the other questions that was posed?
Yeah, I know that a colleague who was asked a question comes from Zambia, and she was very specific. She asked Zimbabwe, and I could sense that she's getting the challenges that she's been facing in her country. And so I didn't want to speak out. She would want to hear from other jurisdictions. So I would ask that maybe Zimbabwe speaks to her questions.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to address maybe 4 or 5 questions that came from the colleague from Zambia. On community engagement, we initially had donor funding with regards to our community engagement. But since that's not sustainable, Parliament then has a budget line, specific budget line for public consultations. It costs us between 100 to 150 million, 150,000 USD to have one team going out. So we normally have 4 teams. So it's on our annual budget. We know that we will have these public consultations. And because of that well-coordinated public consultation mechanism, you've seen that on the Open Budget Survey Index, South Africa is the best in terms of the budget openness in Africa with an index of 89, if I'm not mistaken. Zimbabwe is 49, but where we scored better is on public engagement with a score of 33 out of 100, which is the best in Africa. Was in the world, the average is 14. So we are above average. We are actually helping to pull the average up. So on opportunities in community engagement, we have seen that most of our civil society organizations and other players in the SRH sector, they come participate at our public hearings. Some make written submissions because we've opened platforms for community engagement through social media platforms and also through radio, live phone-in programs. So it's also an opportunity for our honorable members to see for themselves some of the issues that they just hear or see on TV. In one of the engagements, they came face to face with the reality that the girls in the rural areas were using cow dung as sanitary pads. You know, with such experience, when they come to Parliament, then they are heated up. And, you know, we had one honorable member who actually brought a sanitary pad to Parliament and presented it to the Minister of Finance as a way of showing that what we saw during the consultations is not pleasing at all, and you have to address this. And the minister had no option except to address that problem, because else he was going to be shamed in Parliament, you know. The linkages between SRHR and PBO, my colleague Yokai is 14 years in Parliament, I'm only 5. So Yokai also gives me information from 14 years back, while I only have information from these 5 years back. But what we do is we normally work together through peer reviews. When I write a document, I also need information or input from him, because I know he has extensive experience and knowledge around these SRHR issues. I send it to him. But when he's also doing something and he knows that I have the information, he'll call me or come to my office and we can share information. So that's the working relationship that we have between the PBO and the research department. So we share, there is peer review. I don't present a document to the committee before it's seen by the respective researcher, be it a researcher for any other committee, because I know they can input into that report. Unlike a scenario whereby they have to hear or see the report for the first time in the committee, it shows that we will not be working together. On budget tracking, we are using a system of quarterly reports from all MDAs, where they are supposed to submit their quarterly reports at the end of every quarter. And we have realized that most of our MDAs, when they report, they try to hide information behind these technical terms or behind figures, because they only submit financial statements without any accompanying information. So we've come up with a template, and we've trained MDAs on how to fill in that template, which follows a social accountability approach with where they have to tell us the money that they got, the money that they have utilized, the outputs that they were targeting, as well as the outcome and their achievement in terms of those outcomes and outputs, challenges that they are facing, and how they are recommending Parliament to address those challenges, and any other information that is relevant to us. And also, we, as the Budget Office, we have recently completed the process of us having access to the public finance management system that is being used in Zimbabwe. So the accountant in our office now has a password. He can access the public finance management system to see on a daily basis whether these monies have been disbursed and whether the ministry or the MDA has managed to do what it's supposed to do with the money. So through the PFMS system, together with the reports from the MDAs, we're able to track budget implementation, perhaps on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis. Then we inform members accordingly. So in terms of information, we have the information, but in terms of the ability of members then to raise those issues adequately in Parliament is another issue, but they will be having that information. Just to answer my colleague, there's a colleague who asked what soon means. Soon means we are supposed to move in 1 March, and I hope we'll meet that deadline. And one aspect that I also want to comment on, when I said the effectiveness of researchers, one issue that I forgot is the committee coordination. Like I said, when you have different committees competing to be heard during budget debate, you have a problem, because the Minister of Finance say you have brought in so many issues, and I'm not going to take any. But where we have seen our committees, even the SRH issues being considered, is because of a strong committee coordination where all committees come together under perhaps the leadership of the budget committee or another committee to say, we are going to support you on this matter on SRHR. Once all committees speak with one voice to say, you have not done anything about sanitary wear for the girls in schools. Because of that, we have seen the minister succumbing to pressure and also allocating more resources towards that. But if you have a committee saying we want SRHR, the other committee will say environment issues, the other committee will say foreign affairs, the other committee will say build embassies, with that confusion because of lack of coordination, the Minister of Finance will get away with it and say, approve the budget as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I think that last point is such an important one of strong coordination amongst committees to push an agenda through, because often we work in silos and we dissipate energies on different things, and sometimes the failures in the strategic pushing of an agenda. But the outstanding questions on data, I think that's an interesting one and an important one. Disaggregation of data by age, gender, and geographical area. I think the point that was being made down here is that we need to be, the evidence is showing more targeted programs targeted to particular populations and areas is related to efficiency and accountability. But is data being deployed in such a way? And that also relates to the other data question about access to information and transparency. Would any one of the colleagues want to take up the issue on data, use of data, appropriate use of data?
South Africa wants to take it up. Professor?
Thank you, ma'am.
Please go ahead. Sorry, I just jumped there. I thought it was time to go home. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just joking. I think for what we have raised as concerns as budget office is really around the quality of the information. I'll put it this way. We have as part of our budget, as part of our budget allocation, we have conditional grants, which are allocations from the national budget for a specific program that's probably implemented by a particular entity within local government or within economic development. One issue I can use as example is early child development. It's a big issue in South Africa. And you find that it's funded through a conditional grants, funds allocated for regional governments or provinces to implement that program. And what we find at times when we do analysis, because our analysis in PBO really, it's less about the number crunching, but more about the impact of the budget in society or in the economy. And what we've struggled a lot, we had a board meeting on Tuesday about this as well, is that we don't get that information that can, the quality of information that can say, yes, this money has been used for what is intended for, and this is the impact of it in society. And we went back to we raised it with government, with parliament, say, look, we get information from government on this conditional grants, but you can't assess whether the money has been used for. So there's a big issue around the quality of information that government sent to for oversight purposes to legislatures. The second point is around the use of stats. Our stats essay, our National Statistic Office, which annually provides disaggregated information which shows, our households' behavior and the difference, in terms of describing, descriptively our households on particular issue and so on. But what we have realized that there's a lack of linkage between that, an obvious linkage. Let me put that, there's a lack of obvious linkage between that household, particularly let's do household, with, or even a business with specific programs to say, how can we say poor provinces, for example, who rely a lot on social grants, for example, how are we able to link that directly? So there's a very difficult in getting a link between the actual budget and such disaggregate data. So what I'm saying, there is a data. The biggest question which our former Statistical General has always said is that how much is the statistics being used for policy planning and budget processes? And really not a lot of it is being used. Hence, I'm saying most of the time we try to say, okay, the outputs of development indicators for transport or for whatever development indicator, how is the budget being allocated in a way that it influences that development indicator in a particular area, in a particular province, to narrow it down to such a disaggregation? It's often difficult to get that. And we are trying to develop mechanisms to analyze that and present it to committees that deals with regional governments, provinces, and local government. And there's a big debate, particularly within the local government. We're having discussions around it on Tuesday as well, in terms of, is the current model of allocation of budget to the local government fair in supporting realization of development indicators, or does it require review and improvement? That's how I can move. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah. I would think that's a complex issue, and sometimes one has to think about like a pot of indicators to target a particular development issue. Sometimes it's not as precise as one indicator linked to one output. It becomes very difficult to demonstrate impact in. But I think it's part of a bigger debate. The other point that was made about, and again, it was important, and I think it links to this medium-term expenditure framework about tracking and trend analysis and longitudinal impacts on SRH budgeting. And is this a feature of the thinking in the budgeting process? So, one understands you have cross-sectional budgets for a year and that, but I think there's a bigger picture here. Because we're tracking outcomes that sometimes take a long while to make impacts. So can one of the colleagues address that point? If you can, please.
Prof, if you allow us, may we park that question for tomorrow, the one for indicators? I think it would be quite something that I believe the researchers also should participate in, if you allow, particularly because they already have a set of indicators currently, which are in the project document, and we may look at how we can maybe gain from the linkages broadly. I also note that we have about 4 countries that have to make an intervention, and it's 11:05.
Okay. Thank you, SG, for reminding me on that. Thanks. That's fine. I think we can go to countries then for the rest of the interventions. Thank you.
Yeah, we had Eswatini, Angola, South Africa, and Malawi. They indicated earlier. Also, South Africa will not speak, so we'll have Eswatini, Angola, and Malawi.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Prof. For me, it's to appreciate this very informative session once again, especially regarding issues of budget officers. From Eswatini, where I'm from, as Parliament, we do not have one. But I just want to applaud the execution of our SRHR program, where we realized a lot of budgetary gaps with reference to SRHR. And SRHR initiatives and execution and collaboration with a lot of strategic partners resulted in the establishment or formulation, which is at hand, of our budget office through support of European Union. I just want to applaud especially this capacity development initiative even today, because from where I am as a researcher and as an ambassador for Parliament and the region, I'm informed even further on the legislative, budgetary legislative framework, which we lack as an institution to execute even more beyond even our SRHR program. So as a candidate, I'm just saying thank you so much. And I wish, as much as we are ongoing with our SRHR program, especially with more outcomes on human rights and democracy, we could plead for more capacity, especially on the budgetary legislative framework. We need more on this one. And also, I had one question which has been answered, that this one was on structural issues, on issues of public hearings, as well as the modality in terms of timelines. I think this one was answered. And then the last one is that with where we are and our SRHR issues and our budgetary concerns, how do we factor in as parliaments the barriers, religious barriers, as well as cultural barriers, we are experiencing a lot in terms of genital mutilations. We are experiencing a lot. Maybe my presentation tomorrow will add more, but I just want us to have a feel of, as partners, how do we factor in such issues or on such barriers? Thank you.
I think we had Angola next.
Muito obrigado, estimada moderadora. Eu gostaria também de associar-me aos colegas que felicitaram os nossos distintos preletores pela qualidade das suas apresentações. E como nós estamos a falar aqui de um projeto que é aplicável no domínio da saúde, todos nós sabemos que em 2001 a União Africana aprovou uma declaração, penso que era a declaração de Abuja, que recomendava os Estados-membros a alocarem cerca de 15% dos seus orçamentos à saúde. E então eu gostaria de saber como é que nós, enquanto SADC, enquanto região, estamos quanto ao cumprimento dessa meta, desse compromisso que foi adotado em Abuja. Será que a pandemia da Covid-19 terá contribuído para que isso tivesse acontecido? Eu sei que penso que até o ano 2000, só 2 países de África tinham cumprido com essa meta. De lá para cá, terá havido alguma evolução? Então, gostaria que se possível, pudessem responder essa questão. E para concluir, eu felicito o meu colega do Zimbábue, que a partir de março próximo vai ter a possibilidade de sentar-se já num edifício inteligente, e esse edifício também traz questões de orçamentação. Digo isso porque em Angola, em 2015, inauguramos também um novo edifício, é um verdadeiro Airbus, mas a sua manutenção diária é extremamente onerosa. Então, reflitam também no Zimbábue sobre isso, e se quiserem a experiência de Angola na gestão do seu edifício, por favor, nós estamos abertos a partilhar a nossa experiência, e se calhar até podiam mesmo deslocar-se a Angola para localmente partilharmos essa experiência. Os colegas de Moçambique, eu sei que estão também num processo de construção do edifício, estiveram em Angola também, e lá estarão também em março com o mesmo propósito. Muito obrigado.
We also have Malawi, the last speaker, Malawi.
Oh, thank you so much. Mine are just 2 quick ones. On the presentation that was made by Zimbabwe, I think there are 2 aspects that, out of curiosity, I just wanted to find out. One is on the constitutional provision that the president is empowered to dissolve parliament in the event that the president thinks that the parliament is unreasonably refusing to pass the budget. I think I'm very interested to know on that aspect. I'm not sure whether this has happened in Zimbabwe. That's number one. But in the event that it has happened, that the president has gone that route, Parliament gets dissolved, because in his wisdom, he thinks that Parliament is unreasonably subjected to himself or herself, is refusing. What follows, or what would follow? One, in terms of what happens to the budget estimates that the Parliament that has been dissolved were not passed, or the Parliament refused to pass them. What happens? Is there any provision in the Constitution to allow an automatic passage of that kind of estimates? Because I'm sure people would be waiting for the budget to come out from Parliament to have been passed. So I'm very much interested to know what happens thereafter when Parliament gets dissolved. The second one is what happens to the actual Parliament itself? Is there any, I'm sure next would be maybe the parliamentary elections to have another Parliament, other MPs. Is there any time frame to say, in the event that the president has dissolved Parliament, within a specific period of this nature, then another Parliament shall be reconstituted to look at the estimates from government? And further to that, what would happen that the new Parliament comes in and looks at the estimates that were rejected by the previous Parliament, and the new Parliament rejects again? What would happen? Because these are the areas I'm very much curious to know about the provision that you have in Zimbabwe. Then the last point is the same like Malawi, that Parliament is not allowed to increase the provision that the Minister of Finance has brought to Parliament, but rather Parliament is just allowed to shift, the resources from a sector to another sector. Again, on that one, I'm also interested to know, because in my country, even though there is that provision that MPs would be allowed to propose some shifts of the allocation from one vote to another vote, it's not automatic that those proposals would be accepted. It also depends on how the government is willing to accept those. And in most cases in my country, government has still more rejected those kind of, I'm not sure in Zimbabwe or any other country that they have similar provision. Is it an automatic kind of acceptance that those proposals to shift the resources from one sector to another is an automatic kind of approval or not? Thank you, Chair.
Prof, back to you. That was the last stalemate question. What happens to your stalemate?
Your stalemate, you park it for and reflect a bit more. I think it's a difficult one. So I'm not sure if colleague can help out, but we're running out of time. Such an interesting discussion. Always limited time for this. So much appreciation to all colleagues for engaging in this. In this presentation and this afternoon session. I think we call a pause to questions for the moment, but I think these conversations will continue within the space of this conference and beyond. I just put some random thoughts together quite quickly to reflect on the session. It'll take me not more than a couple of minutes. I thought that firstly, this paradigm of gender responsive budgeting is interesting. And it's a useful lens to look at gender and SRH issues, as opposed to, we're planning in a disaggregated manner. So it's something that we can take forward in the processes. I think one of the colleagues, Simon, talked about the risks about and areas of budgeting, and particularly this issue about decentralization challenges. it's such an important point because we need to be able to show actions on the ground. And I think another colleague talked about programmatic-based tracking of budgets. That again gets more specific to looking at inputs versus outputs related to outcomes. One of the colleagues mentioned this issue, and I think it'll be partly tackled tomorrow about longitudinal budgeting. But I think within a kind of medium-term expenditure framework is helpful because it allows that flexibility to be able to track on a longitudinal basis and put in more longitudinal types of investments for much larger related outcomes. I think in another issue on parliaments and types of powers they have, the rubber stamping process as opposed to more consultative processes, I think that's useful. I think Zimbabwe has shown illustrations where you can engage in consultative processes around budgets and get back to stakeholders, and so there is some shifts in on that. It doesn't need to be as strict and as inflexible as sometimes we think. Yes, I think that's it from my side. I thought the community engagement work is very interesting as well. More of that is needed. Thank you, SG. Thank you, Madam Speakers, from my side.
Wow, let's give a round of applause to our distinguished colleagues and the professor. I believe this was a very powerful intervention. Oh, sorry, Prof.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. And tomorrow, but I wish you all well in your deliberations and happy to support in any way in the latter days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we should awaken at least the training with HERD. The department that Prof operates under at HERD, they used to run trainings for targeted audiences. And I'd love for us to talk about this and see how, with the few countries that have budget offices or those that don't, what study can we do? What can we publish? What training can we do to zero in onto some of the issues that were raised today? I think let's see how we can connect and see what we can do for the institution of Parliament. I'd really appreciate that if you could convey and discuss with Prof. Boko at a later stage.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you so much from our parliaments, and your commitment to SADC PF is recognized and appreciated. And South Africa, please come to the technical working group. We need more support there. And as you can see, Prof is also a member of the technical working group on PFM, and all those who have presented this afternoon. So we really appreciate the knowledge, the community of practice that we can, leverage from in this regard goes a long way. We don't have resources as parliaments, you've all told us. Parliaments don't debate their own budget, and therefore we can only leverage on the scarcity of resources and the technical input that you've already, gathered thus far. Prof, thank you so much. Colleagues, thank you very much. Colleagues online, Madagascar, merci beaucoup. We appreciate you've been there with us throughout, and guys, wait for Madagascar, please. This is, the commitment, Madagascar. Madagascar, I don't know what time it is there. Botswana is not here, they're not online. You are there online constantly, and many other countries. So we really, really appreciate your support. And thank you. IT, kindly terminate. Good night, good morning. And see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock, Madagascar. We'll start on time. There are 2 groups there. I don't know if there's going to be any announcement. Tomorrow we are going into 2 rooms. And I don't know if there'll be different links, Ronald, for the desk officers and for the SRHR researchers. There'll be two links. We'll communicate. You will know which group you are linking into. But thank you very much for your commitment.